sword for the successful construction and completion of this building, so that no hazard, no problem, nothing. Let God and the spirit of the forefathers say protect everybody. Thank you.
Few days ago, the Sierra Leone Police launched their 2025 to 2029 Strategic Development Plan that captured 5 key areas, including safety and crime reduction, community policing, transparency and accountability, innovation and technology, and conditions of service of personnel. The barracks to be constructed was part of police aims to address Goal 5, which covers conditions of service of personnel. In as much as the government and the institution are working hard to address challenges faced by police officers, IG William Fayaselu disclosed plans to embark on a monthly barracks inspection operations to see how police officers handle their quarters.
We have policies that guide how we occupy government structures. Those policies, they are there in the Sierra Leone. So moving forward, I've declared every month we are going to conduct barracks inspection. And any officer who does not maintain his facility will have no alternative but to take him out and bring someone who can maintain, because we have the collateral to make sure we preserve these properties. They are costing money, so we have to look after them. That's the case.
IG William Fayaselu thanked members of the Police Wives Association for their support and contributions towards the progress of the institution. CEO, International Earth Moving and Construction Company Sierra Leone Limited, Abbas Shabor, assured all of an international standard barracks with 60 apartments. Headman York Community expressed delight over such development and pledged their support to the project, especially when there is no police station between Godrich and Waterloo.
Since we have already kept this particular land in safety up to this particular time, and now our dream already come true now for this project. So I want to tell my people that we continue to embrace this project, work with the police in collaboration to see that this implementation of the project comes to reality.
Internal Affairs Minister Maury Lengol applauded the Sierra Leone Police for such a transformative move, which he considered as a groundbreaking development, and promised to support the institution. The barracks, when constructed, authorities believed that it will address most of the challenges faced by the community people, including crime, education, and health, as it will host both school and clinic, among others. SLBC News, Sulaiman Babatue reporting.
Now, in a move to boost local food production and build the capacity of smallholder farmers, the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security has and to 6 research scientists from the Sierra Leone Agricultural Research Institute, SLARI. The grants were part of the World Bank's funded Food Systems Resilience Program, FSRP. Our reporter Christiana Kamara has details.
The grant award ceremony, which took place in Rokopo, Kambia district, brought together representatives from the Ministry of Agriculture, beneficiaries under the Food Systems Resilience Program, and members of the Sierra Leone Agricultural Research Institute. According to Deputy Minister of Agriculture 1, Dr. Teresa Janet Dick, the grant will address critical challenges of farmers and provide solutions to boost productivity and income generation, adding that smallholder farmers are the backbone of every country's food systems. One of the grantees, Sophia Mansaye, whose research focuses on converting cassava into flour, said the initiative was aimed to reduce Sierra Leone's reliance on imported wheat flour by creating a locally produced alternative. He believed that his research will not only help reduce dependence on imported wheat flour, but will also help lower the cost of wheat flour, enable Sierra Leone to produce its own flour, and make it more affordable to the public.
It's my own area will look at the operationalizing the flash dryer, which will definitely fight to decrease on the importation of wheat flour that we use to bake bread and other confectionaries. So this will definitely help the government in reducing the importation cost for these things, and it's a great job for the farmers and those along the value chain. And it will also benefit SLARI, since SLARI has a commercial wing now. by generating funds to help sustain the institute in the long run.
Director General of SLAI, Dr. Abdul Conte, commended FSRP for its investment in what he called an important research, describing the initiative as essential for addressing the needs of smallholder farmers. He noted that the research spans across diverse areas that are designed to tackle pressing agricultural challenges. He also highlighted the potential impact of SLAI's partnership with the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, which could help ensure that research outcomes directly benefit farmers. The Ministry of Agriculture and Food Systems Resilience Program have committed to closely monitoring the progress of these researchers to ensure their findings align with the Feed Salon vision, which seeks to enhance food security and drive economic growth in Sierra Leone. SLBC News are in Freetown. Christian Akama reporting.
To complement government's efforts on human capital development, the One Village Patterns organizations has launched the Nurturing Opportunities for Women in Rural Communities project in Kenema district. The project is to change women's financial position and boost skill training in 12 communities in Kenema. From Koindu, sent us this report and read in the studio by Soyi Kamal.
I want to officially launch the One Village Partners Nurturing Opportunity for Women program in Kenema District 2025.
Launching the project's model, Human Resource Manager Kenema District Council, Sir Nkigba, lauded the efforts of the District Council and the One Village Partners in complementing government's efforts. He emphasized that the primary mandate of the council was to ensure service delivery at the doorstep of every household in the districts. He said empowerment of women in this project using simple method was a laudable stride to support their livelihood and foster sustainable development. He spoke about the District Development Coordination Meeting, which is a platform to enable development partners to discuss their intervention in the districts to avoid duplication of work. The manager further assured One Village Partners organization that the council, through its leadership, has developed a district development plan which has captured the felt needs of the district, and the council has pledged its support throughout the duration of the projects. Partnership and Program Director, One Village Partners Organization, Sheku Mohammed Gassimu Jr. outlined the key intervention of the organization using community-led approach to trigger transformation in the community. He said the organization's focus was to create the space for communities' dialogue using simple methods to solve and amplify their own problems.
So we partner with communities and provide them with the tools that they need to enhance the capacity and also ensure that they are leading the transformation that they want to see for their community. The Sierra Leoneans rural communities should be at the forefront of amplifying their own development agenda.
Giving a highlight of the nurturing opportunities for women, Program Manager, Women Empowerment One Village Partners Organization, Bernadette Musu Mustafa, said the project will capture 12 communities in 4 chiefdoms in Kenema districts, and 100 participants have been captured in each community. She stated that the project aimed to boost economic power of rural women, build their capacity in public speaking, and enable them to reach their dream.
Showing opportunity for women. Now, a program where it designed for boost up the economic power of rural women where they out there. Will also build the capacity in public speaking and also enable them for let them able for reach the potential and reach the various goals them where they be done they dream about. When we look at Sierra Leone, we find out that majority of the women out there they are income poor. They also lack the ability of formal education.
Participants from the 12 communities commended One Village Partners for spotting them as beneficiaries.
Residents of Tengbeh Town, Washka community in Freetown, are raising urgent concerns about the poor living conditions in their area. Among the major issues highlighted are inadequate drainage systems, lack of dustbins, poor sanity, and the absence of local health facility. Our reporter, Nindoa Toronka, visited the area and put this report together.
No proper waste management system in place, residents at the Washka community have resorted to dumping their rubbish in the open drainages, leading to further blockages and poor sanitation.
Because of when the box on the island, I'm making it when I go.
Hassan Demore and Santigi Kamara said they don't know where else to throw their garbage. There are no dustbins, so they just have to dispose of their waste into the waterways, which is making the situation worse.
This water again don't too poor. Because now we use for drink, brook, and cook. People that use them toilet from up, take and down. That's in for day, not for the toilet inside this water.
It's not good for we health and the community. It's not good because dustbin on it.
Kadiatu Bangura said our children are getting sick every day because of mosquito bites. The poor drainage system creates breeding grounds for mosquitoes. She appealed for help to keep their children safe from diseases.
There's small picking there outside town for Kange. The day at 8 o'clock now net. Like they are landing the for door effect, then the effect take inside this water. Then clean salon the way down can at this country. I see that down they go total, then get in 5,000. You want vote planet so only though you can't even.
Salima Tukuuma said that it's very hard as a pregnant woman to access a healthcare facility, saying that if anything happens, she would have to travel far away to access medical help.
I go to hospital like me so. Now I go East Temple, now cottage, now I go join. Anything where they go now hospital. They tell me say me I get malaria. But the woman they boku ya so, but when they ready now cottage they go home.
Without access to proper medical care, basic sanitation, essential infrastructure, it is obvious that residents in the community need urgent assistance. They are calling on the government, humanitarian organizations, and local authorities to come to their aid as their lives are at risk. SLBC News, Nandewa Toronka reporting.
Also, residents and traders at the Circular Road, Macaulay Street Junction in Freetown have commended the Freetown City Council FCC for installing a trash can in the area. However, they are raising concerns over an emerging unauthorized dumping site created by some community members, which they say is posing serious health risk. Here's the report.
Efforts by the Freetown City Council to maintain cleanliness in the city are still being challenged by the improper disposal of waste by people in some communities. At the Circular Road Macaulay Street Junction, what was intended to be a designated waste collection point has now turned into an unsanctioned dumping site.
This trash can was stationed here by the Freetown City Council, and as per their duty, the street sweepers would gather the garbage here for pickups by tricycle garbage collectors. But then it also appears that some community members would dump their garbage here, exposing passers-by and business people to health hazards.
Local traders acknowledge the FCC's initiative but express frustration over the actions of certain individuals who they believe deliberately dispose of their garbage in the open instead of using the designated bin.
The dirty way the people is sweep inside the gutter and like smell. The time maybe they can't ammonia because they can't clear this one. Oh, they clean. When we don't go to the house, I'm only with you, my sweep. I can't make it.
Some people they take post that they can't dump and leave. Maybe me personally, I don't attack people there several times. Then some of them go by the way they clean salon, we see you don't focus on that. I see them get a dirty, they can't be them. I don't personally make a la for that several times.
Musa Beckley, a frequent passerby, describes the situation as unbearable, stating that he has to hold his breath each time he walks past the area due to the stench.
Affect we who the pass, who back, who the pass, who the go, I will be placed. Affect we, and then I pass who we lose them.
going past.
Other business owners and residents share similar sentiment, emphasizing the urgent need for stricter enforcement against illegal dumping. They're calling on authorities to take decisive action, including imposing penalties to curb this practice and ensure a cleaner and healthier environment for everyone. SLBC News, Cecilia Alice Sisi.
Well, it's now time for our international news.
Hello and welcome to the international news segment with me, Stella Bangura. Greek Prime Minister Mitsotakis has urged islanders on the Greek island of Santorini to stay calm after an increase in seismic activity in recent days. His remarks come as schools were told to close on Monday. Authorities also advised against large gatherings in enclosed spaces across the island, which is a popular tourist destination known for its whitewashed buildings and blue dome churches. More than 200 earthquakes were recorded across Greek islands in the past 48 hours, according to the University of Athens Seismological Laboratory. Speaking from EU talks in Brussels, the Prime Minister said the country is working to manage a very intense geological phenomenon, adding that he has asked the authorities to provide a comprehensive presentation of the geological data to ensure everyone knows the scale of this seismic event. Mitsotakis' remarks came as many people in Santorini spent Sunday night outdoors amid fears of potential damages to buildings during the quakes. During his 5-day visit to Central America, the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has warned the Panama's president over what Washington considers heavy Chinese influence over the Panama Canal. Panama has rejected the claim. The meeting hopes to bring Panama and the U.S. closer together economically and politically. Marco Rubio said it's one of the strongest economic partners, certainly in the hemisphere, and an important catalyst for so much trade and commerce that happen in the United States. Despite the positive outcome of the meeting, 200 people marched in Panama's capital, carrying Panamanian flags and shouting Marco Rubio out of Panama. Some burned a banner with images of Trump and the U.S. Secretary of State. Ugandan opposition leaders on Monday demanded the release of a colleague whose military trial faces a legal challenge after the top court ruled that civilians can't be court-martialed. Kizza Besigye, a 4-time presidential candidate in the East African country, has been in jail since his abduction from the Kenyan capital, Nairobi, where he went missing on November 16th. Days later, Besigye and an assistant appeared before a military tribunal in Kampala, the Ugandan capital, to face charges related to illegal possession of a firearm and threatening national security. Besigye has since been charged with the more serious offense of treachery, which carries the death penalty. Uganda's Supreme Court ruled last week that civilians can't be court-martialed, questioning the competence of untrained military officers to dispense justice. The ruling was welcomed by Besigye's supporters and other legal activists who saw it as timely and a way out for him to escape a possibly punishing military trial. And finally, for the international news summary, South Africa has renewed its demand that Taiwan move its de facto embassy out of the country's administrative capital, Pretoria. The Taiwanese foreign ministry on Sunday night said it had been given an end of March deadline to relocate and that the embassy would be renamed as a trade office. China opened its embassy in South Africa in 1998, a year after Pretoria severed formal diplomatic ties with Taiwan, over which Beijing claims sovereignty. Taiwan rejects this claim and says it has a right to forge ties with other countries. It says negotiations between Taipei and Pretoria on the office move are ongoing. The decision to ask Taipei to relocate its liaison office is seen as highlighting Beijing's expanding sway among developing nations. Both countries are part of the BRICS bloc of developing economies. And that's the end of the international news summary. I am Stella Bangura. Keep watching.
From the international news, let's now find out the latest in entertainment.
Welcome to Entertainment News with me, Christiana Kamara. In this edition, Lolo Simeon shines as Selma exits the House of Stars. Nigerian singer Thames shines in 2025 Grammy Awards. Stay with us. The House of Stars Season 2 is ongoing and week 9 is gone, and on Sunday the 2nd of this month, Salma Tusise, aka Salma, was evicted from the House of Stars, while Lolo Simeon, whose fans call her General of the Troopers, topped the chart. The show is on. Continue to vote for your stars to keep them in the house and grab the cash prize. Now, the 67th edition of the Grammy Awards was held at Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles, United States during the weekend. Popular Nigerian singer Thames won the Best African Music Performance category with the song Love Me Jeje, beating Tomorrow by Yemi Alade, MMS by Ashake featuring Wizkid, Sensational by Chris Brown featuring Davido, and Lil J and Higher by Burna Boy. Thames is the only African act that won an award this year. This victory marks second Grammy Award for 29 years old Thames. She won the first in 2023. Beyonce's Jenny blending smash, Cowboy Carter, won the Grammy Award for Album of the Year. She has been nominated 99 times. The popular singer now holds the record as the most nominated artist in the history of the Recording Academy. Kendrick Lamar won Best Rap Performance and Best Rap Song. Well, that's all we have for this edition of Entertainment News. I've been your presenter, Christiana Kamara. Bye-bye.
Many thanks to Christiana Kamara for the entertainment news. Let's now find out the latest in sports.
Football is like school and will continue to remain a school for life, and that is according to the former president of the world governing body FIFA, Sepp Blatter. Now we begin with the Leone Premier League. The week 7 of the Leone Premier League produced a roller coaster of emotions and unpredictable actions across the country. Let's join Jonathan Turner for more.
In a shocking upset, Abacha City FC defied all expectations to snatch 2-1 victory over Slifa FC at approved school field. This thrilling encounter saw both sides trading blows, but it was Abacha City who held their nerves to secure a memorable win, with our four strikers secured a now 1-0 victory against a resilient Freetown City FC at the SLFA Academy at Kingdom. The lone goal secured by Mohamed Kanu proved to be the difference in that closely contested affair. Banta FC showcased their prowess with a convincing 2-1 win over Port Authority FC at the approved school field. Their attacking flair proved too much for the Port Authority defense to handle. Mighty Blackpool continued their winning strike with a hard-fought 1-0 win over Star Sports Academy at the SLFA Academy in Kingdom. Their solid defense and clinical finishing were the keys to their success. Bow Rangers asserted their dominance with a resounding 1-0 victory over Loawa FC at the Southern Arena. Their disciplined performance ensured a comfortable win. The highly anticipated clash between Bulom Stars FC and Onsum Stars FC ended in a 1-1 draw at the new Potloko field. Both teams fought fiercely, but neither could break the deadlock. Cambo Eagles and Baibure Warriors played out a 1-1 draw at the town field. The evening's contested match saw both sides displaying resilience and determination. All Edwardians and FC Cologne failed to produce any fireworks as their encounter ended in a 0-0 stalemate at the SLFA Academy in Kingdom. Both defenses remained resolute throughout the match. Diamond Stars and Eastern Lions battled to a 0-0 draw at the Koidu Town field. Despite their best efforts, neither team could find the net in a tightly contested affair. Meanwhile, the week 7 has set the stage for an exciting season ahead. With unexpected results and thrilling encounters, the Leon Rock Premier League promises more excitement in the weeks to come. For SLBC News, Jonathan Tona reporting.
In another development, former Sierra Leone international Mustafa Bangura recalled his good old days when he scored against the Pharaohs of Egypt and also inspired up-and-coming stars to take the game seriously.
Because every footballer, if you play offensive football and you not score, it's like, make difference. Even though for me, assist was like my key role. But scoring that goal, I believe I bring more meaning to my country. And the one that will be looked down on me, because at that time we all know how Egypt we did at the world and in Africa. And everybody believes we go lose so badly, and we change the dynamics, we make the game look like we are Egypt. I believe that alone means a lot to me, but the credit's not good to me. The credit goes to the whole team. We go play that game because we all be swear to Mama Salo, say we go die for Mama Salo, and I believe we did. Even though we could have won, but at the end of the day, we come out with a good result where people themselves not believe we forget. Felt good. Whatever thing you do for this country, as long as you represent the flag, if you always feel good when you do something great and bring them to this country, I believe that will be everybody's aim, every sportsman. Now we aim for that. I know it's difficult to the national team boys presently. We need to play home. Most of we home games they away. But let's continue the same spirit and let's work more hard. Whoever is the coach, let we build the team the right way and we put the right players. Let we let favoritism and bribery. Let we put the right players and let we all support the team. The players, be yourself, be the best you can give to your country, no cheat the country. If you are injured, put your hand up, I'm injured. You're tired. But whatever best you can give. And we all hope when I go give you the result one day we all look for.
And that's your sports. Thank you so much for watching. See you next time.
Many thanks to Abdul Kabir for that update, and that's all we have time for in this edition of News Hour from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation in Freetown. Now to end the news, your top stories again. On day 3 of the ban against commercial bike riders operating in the Central Business District, the SLBC has observed widespread compliance. Our teams found police officers on several of the prohibited streets enforcing the ban. Sierra Leone's NATCA has signed MOU with Liberia and the Gambia to promote seamless mobile communication. The agreement aimed to lower the cost of calls and other mobile services amongst the 3 countries. And Sierra Leone Police has turned the sword for the construction of a barracks at York Village. The facility is expected to house a police station, clinic, and school. But that's how we end this edition of News Hour from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation in Freetown. Thanks for watching, and do continue to stay tuned to the public broadcaster, the SLBC. Coming up next is Good Morning Sierra Leone. My name is Cecilia. Bye.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, We've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened. Because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver,
The barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
all of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
and this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
The greengrocer,
The teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
this light is ours.
The beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown. We are proud of this place. We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from there. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
life no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
no fact na a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it may around land format and I wonder you save life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. We say we build and maintain relationship. This is a program. We say we counsel you, for let you know how for deal with your partner, let you know how for settle disputes between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you do hear it for yourself.
Join the Love Factor team
every Sunday, 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the rhythms of life dance in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits.
And memories are made.
Hello and welcome to a breakfast show. Good morning, Sierra Leone. The program that starts your day with news, analysis, and views on current events. We are your presenters. I am Emmanuel Samoa.
And I am Esther Sako. Our quote of the day comes from Alberto Gonzalez, who is a media personality in the US, and it says, access to information and freedom of access is a fundamental right, but there are many people who think rightly or wrongly, but it is for your own good.
Coming up in this program, Cambia Police Division arrests huge drug consignment suspected to be cannabis.
Rights to Access Information Commission calls on public authorities to present 2024 annual compliance report.
And Sierra Leone takes one step up into a digital future using digital wallet platform. You can join us by sending a message to the text number displayed on your screen, or join us on Slbc Live. Join us on Facebook at Slbc Live. The program you are watching is Good Morning Sierra Leone on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. The program you are watching is Good Morning Sierra Leone live on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Well, as I mentioned earlier, you can join us in this program by sending your text message to the number displayed on your screen, or join us at Slbc Live, or join us on Facebook at Slbc Live and other social media handles. Well, we start the program proper with our first headline story. CSP Murana Eikama, the local unit commander of Cambia Police Division, has confirmed that through community policing, his division was able to arrest huge drug suspected to be cannabis. To tell us more on this developing story, online we have been joined by our own reporter in Cambia District, Ibrahim Soy Kamara. Good morning and welcome to Good Morning Sierra Leone, Ibrahim Soy.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, dear. Glad to get me loud and clear. Thank you very much.
So, can you please just give us some background as to the arrest or capture of this particular drug consignment that the police in Cambia said they intercepted?
Well, the line here this morning is a little bit scrambled, but if I'm getting you, well, the arrest happened here in Cambia district in a chiefdom called Bramaya Chiefdom. That's the far end here in Cambia district, and the chiefdom is border district with Guinea. Well, it all happened when I spoke with the local unit commander here in Cambia district. That's Mugana Kamara. How it all happened, he explained that it was through intelligence, through community policing here in Cambia, when he received a call from the community people that XYZ something happening at the far end in his area of responsibility, that's Cambia district. There is dryly suspected to be cannabis sativa. People are trying to smuggle this thing to neighbor Guinea. So upon that, the local unit commander here acted upon that very promptly and quickly, picked up some police personnel here, to be more specific than the operation team, backing up with the regional team from the northwest here in Gaza, from Potloko, joining Cambia Police Force. They went there and they did this huge amount of cannabis sativa. As I'm speaking presently, yet still the investigation is ongoing here in Canberra district, but no arrest has been effected yet. Well, the local unit commander said in as much as when they went at the place where this thing was hibernate, they said they were looking for people, but nobody was there. But the consignment, the cannabis was only there, so they did their operation. They move along with the cannabis with no suspect. But yet still, investigation is ongoing in the district.
Okay, I'm sorry, there has been a lot of speculations as to what was actually seized by the Sierra Leone police. So would you confirm that, because a lot of people are saying that it's cocaine, others are saying it's kush. So what was the actual, has it been confirmed that it was cannabis sativa that was actually seized by the Sierra Leone police?
Yes, and even the local unit commander, when I spoke to him, just what I mentioned, they have confirmed that it's cannabis sativa, popular known as in our local dialect here, Jamba. So with this large consignment, before they have been doing several arrests here in Canberra, but that one was too little, not a plenty one, just like this one. So they invited a team from the Northwest region. As I'm speaking to you, the consignment is at the regional police station in Londo. But yet still, they are doing their work to do more findings how it all happens, where this thing was cultivated, the people behind all this stuff in Canberra district.
So, Ibrahim, sorry, some people may start to wonder, where was this thing cultivated, or where is it grown? Because if it did not pass through the other checkpoint to reach Canberra, then maybe it means that maybe they grew it in Canberra district. So did you get any clue as to where this thing was cultivated?
Well, that's what I made mention in the earlier on. And it was not arrested in a checkpoint. It was too intelligent. You know, when you look at Bremaya Chiefdom, it's hard to reach Chiefdom. From the district headquarters here to Bremaya, it's apparently 50 to 70 miles. So people are saying, or information coming up that the consignment or the cannabis was cultivated at Bremaya Chiefdom. You know, and even before this time, police here in Canberra, they have been doing or making major arrests that have to do with cannabis sativa. So when we talk about the cultivation of it, the thing was cultivated at Bremaya Chiefdom. But the only location now where it was cultivated, there comes the difficult thing for the police as they are doing their investigation to bring up more names, and when they got people, all these necessary questions will be answered by the police here in Canberra.
So do you know or get any clue as to the current location of the items that you are seized?
Well, the consignment or these things, they are presently at the regional headquarters. That's in Putloko. And when you talk about Northwest region, it's comprised of Canberra district, Putloko district, and Karine district. Whatsoever that has to do with a major operation, so they're backed up with the team here in Canberra. So they have to move everything there at the regional headquarters. So they also have a body called Tuku. They are more they are specialized police personnel trained how to deal with short stuff in a large quantity. You know how they will have to destroy them if possible, or they also have to do one or two things from their own police wing. But then from the public wing, they believe that this cannabis will be destroyed, go in a large quantity.
Okay, so Ibrahim, before we leave you this morning, were you able to speak to CSP Mwana Kamau with regards the present state of the investigation so far?
Well, I'm struggling to get, if you could come back, that could be nice for me.
Okay. Okay, many thanks there to you, my colleague Ibrahim Sori Kamara from Canberra, as he has been taking us through a certain consignment that is reflected to at Canberra district.
From there, we'll move on to another issue. As the Right to Access Information Commission, IIC, is calling public authorities to honor their obligation to complete their 2024 annual compliance report template for onward submission to the IIC on or before the 15th of February 2025. What is the importance of this information? In the studio to tell us more, we have Amara Thonka, the Public Information and Communications Officer, IIC. Good morning, welcome to the program.
Good morning. Good morning, listeners.
Okay, so before we delve into the final data that you've given to these particular public authorities, let us know how relevant is this annual compliance report to the IIC for these certain public authorities?
Yeah, well, the annual compliance report is very important because it is through it the Right to Access Information Commission understands how public authorities, by public authorities, actually ministries, departments and agencies go about receiving information requests, how the requests are processed, how the requesters are engaged throughout the process, and also through the annual compliance reports, we are always able to actually know even the gender of the requesters and also the nature of the request. Mark you, we have two sets of requests or two sets of information. You have what we call the exempt information, that is a set of information that are not permissible to be let out to the public, and then you have those information what we call active disclosure. That is those information that public entities should not even wait for them for requesters to request for such information. They should proactively disclose them, and also the other set of information that people ask for. So all of these information joined together, the public can ask, okay, and the public entity is now in the position, is obliged to now reject that information based on the provisions of the Right to Access Information Act, where that information falls under exempt information, and provide information where that information doesn't fall under the exempt information. So how they go about doing that for the whole of the year is actually captured in the annual compliance report. So that is how we come to realize or come to know public entities that are complying with the RAI Act and public entities that are not in compliance with the RAI Act. So that is, in essence, the relevance of the annual compliance report.
Okay, speaking of you asking these public authorities to give out the annual compliance report, I'm quite sure this is not the first year that you embark on such. So in previous years, how has the compliance level been for these public authorities?
It has been growing, if we want to say, but we still have challenges because last year we were able to get cooperation, a total of 19,000. Okay, about 19,000 requests were made, and about 90% of that were successful. So, and the previous years it was less. You understand? So we are of the optimism that 2024, that is the period under review, we will have an increased number. Okay, but we have not been getting the full cooperation of all MDs because we have over, if you put together, over 200 MDs. Okay, but the last annual compliance report from our analysis, we only got 52 MDs that actually comply holistically with all the provisions enshrined that guide the process of compliance. So we are hoping that this year we'll have more because we've intensified cooperation and engagement with these entities, and most of the things that we are having challenges with have been addressed to some extent, and the public has also been engaged extensively how they go about accessing information. So we hope that this 2024 will have an increased number, other than the 19,000 we had previously.
Okay, Ama, you made mention that this compliance report is what you look at and assess the particular MDs if they are complying with the act, the right to access information when it comes to people having information about certain MDs. So Is it only this compliance report that you use to determine whether institutions have been, answering to the call when people or individuals or institutions meet them for information about their institutions?
No, this is just one of several ways. We also have what we call the proactive disclosure of information, PDI. Okay, that is also a way of assessing public entities, and you have a whole format around that. Now we are looking at the annual compliance report. We also have mechanisms in place, and mark you, we are here a few weeks ago, okay, engaging the public on a massive technological infrastructure that has been established by the Right to Access Information Commission under the leadership of Dr. Ibrahim Sagasho. That is for us to have a real-time system where someone will go online and then ask for information, and if you send a copy to the institution by default, the infrastructure is designed in a way that the RIC will automatically receive a copy. So this is the age of technology. That's now where the level we are now moving. We'll have many mechanisms. The PDI is one proactive disclosure of information, and we are also behind the scene to check many of these things. And most often when people ask for information, they copy the RIC. So we have many mechanisms, the PDI, the annual compliance report, and also our interventions, and the way people copy us and this infrastructure we've just established. These are all holistically ways we actually come to realize the compliance of institutions.
Okay, speaking of access to information, most public authorities, when you reach out to them to give you information, they'll tell you this is classified information. And how do you determine that a certain information is classified and cannot be let out to the public? What does the Act say with regards to that?
Yeah, the Act from Section 12 actually explains. You have a whole part on that, part 3, that deals with exempt information. But chief among them is personal information. Say, for example, someone's medical record. All right, as an individual and without the person's express permission, you don't have access to such information. So if you ask for that, maybe you already know, or maybe you have a clue of where that information can be obtained. They can't give that information to you, okay, because it's somebody's personal record. And also you have information that's actually hinged on the security of the country. Say, for example, you can't go to the Ministry of Ministry of Defense or the Joint Force Command and ask them the number of the weaponry might of Sierra Leone. They can't reveal such information to you. So we have several of them, but chief among them is actually personal information, the person's private life, and that of the national security of the country.
Okay, speaking of the defense, so what if in a case wherein rumors or people are saying Sierra Leone is not armed enough, let's say if anything might happen, and you go to the Joint Force Commander to ask such information, don't you think it's right for them to say Sierra Leone is actually ready? In fact, of them, in the space of them telling us that I cannot give out such information.
Well, the Act expressly explains that such information cannot be given out, and it is part of international best practice. You can't go to any weaponry or military establishment in any part of the world and ask them to give you a clear, detail of their weaponry might and all of that. Sometimes you see some of these things online, these bloggers and all of that. Yeah. But for the institution itself to come out and tell you that this is our capacity, it is very rare. And it's always people who draft laws, they have what they call the intent of the law. And the intention behind that is very clear. Security is a very complex situation. You understand, it's a very complex situation, and it is very difficult for you to have, security apparatus giving out everything that they should classify. But it is important to note that not everything can be explained, expressly. That is why for public institutions not always to hide, for them not always to hide behind exempt clauses. It is important that you make that request, because we have a legal person, and we have a team of commissioners, and we have other competent people that can sit. Mark you, the law, the RAI law gives the power of the High Court, is vested on the Right to Access Information Commission. So when you make a request, if you are denied, you complain the public entity to the Right to Access Information Commission. The competent authority will now sit and determine whether that information, be it military, be it personal, be it otherwise, is exempt or not. So it's not always advisable. In fact, the leadership of Dr. Ibrahim Sagasho at the Right to Access Information Commission is always very, very clear on that, that apply for any information. If you think that is in the public's interest, you apply for the information. If you are denied right to RAIC, RAIC is now the competent body. They have a lawyer there, we have a lawyer there, we have a team of commissioners. They will now sit with the power of the High Court that they have to determine whether that information is exempt or not. So just don't take it if a public entity tells you that this is exempt, because sometimes we'll have something like that. You say, well, this is classified, this is exempt.
Even when it's not classified, they'll say it's classified information.
Yeah, when exactly.
When they don't want to give out the information.
That is why, for you to have clarity, the most clarity you have there is when the RAIC makes a determination on that.
So Amara, when you talk about personal information, it is a very term. When you talk about personal information, a public servant, when you say a public servant, they tell you there's a thin line between the public servant and his personal life. So when you talk about personal information, what does your law say, or your act says about that personal information about the individual, excluding the individual's health condition?
Well, it's actually when the law, let me just read it clearly so that we understand it better here. But it is always very important that we understand that all of these things cannot be expressly stated. That is why you always have that part of the law that is reserved for interpretation. Okay, you have section 21 that talks about personal matters. It talks about for the purpose of this section, disclosure is not unreasonable if the individual, it starts with the duty of to disclose information shall not apply if or to the extent that compliance with section 2 will involve the unreasonable disclosure of personal information concerning an individual. Now it gives you about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, areas that cannot be said to be personal. So they are clear, it's in detail. If you look at section 21, subsection 1 tells you that information can be personal. And subsection 2 has 9 provisions that you can't hide under this to say this information is personal. So it is there, and there are many, and the act is in soft copies on our website. You can go and then read it very clearly. But for the purpose of this discussion, maybe we can focus on the annual compliance reports because there are many there. But it's clear. That's why I said if you read the report and then you're of the opinion that this doesn't fall under any personal exempt information, make a request. If the request is denied and the person claims that this is personal information, complain that entity to the Right to Access Information Commission, who will now look at the sub-provisions here, the exempt to that exemption. The exemption is this personal information cannot be disclosed. But we'll have 8 provisions that are also exempt to that general rule, that you can't hide under this to say this is personal information. So always make a request. Even when you are told that this is personal information, you can challenge that. And the determination of the Right to Access Information Commission can set that precedent for everybody to now know this has never been personal information.
Okay, so continue to stay with us. He is Amara Tonka, the Public Information and Communications Officer of RAIC, talking on the final date that they have given to institution to submit their 2024 annual compliance report. Well, we go to another issue of us today, which has to do with, mobile or digital money. Sierra Leone is making bold strides into a digital future with the debut of Vote, a cutting-edge digital wallet platform poised to revolutionize how the nation handles financial accessibility and engages in global transactions. To help us more discuss on this Vault cutting-edge digital platform, we have Iris Williams, the product support person for Vault. Good morning and welcome to Good Morning Sierra Leone.
Good morning.
So I've been hearing people talking about Vault. What do you guys mean about, what is this Vault all about?
Well, Vault is a digital platform. It's an e-wallet service that we launched 6 months ago. It's about bringing people to cashless systems where you don't need to be walking around with money. We have the app that you download, and when you download the app, it has 3 functions. It has the wallet, has the card, and it has the payment function. So with the wallet, you be able to save money in the wallet. Just the name, Vault, where you store money. So whatever money you have, you can be able to just keep it in the app instead of having to walk around with physical cash.
So how can I keep money in the app when it's digital? And people usually work with liquid money and solid money. Then this thing is digital.
Yes. So with the app, you can able to load the wallet using either mobile money service, can be AfriMoney or Orange Money, or through card, or by linking your bank to the app.
Okay. So a country like Sierra Leone, bringing people up to speed with using Vault. Research has shown that a lot of people are not interested in using a normal banking system, let alone talk about using Vault. So let us know, how will this platform influence some of these things? Because a lot of people don't even know how to use some of these platforms.
So firstly, Vault is definitely not a bank. It's basically an app which you download. It's available in the Play Store and the Google Store, where the App Store and the Google Store, where it's free. So what we do is, people get tired of going to the bank, standing in long queues, always waiting, say, oh, like the bank closes at this hour. Our service is available 24/7. You just need to download the app and you control your money movement and how you spend your money.
So Iris, one issue that we all do involve in these mobile money transactions. But there are times when you needed money the most. Then you go to these vendors to say, oh, I want to cash out money, I want to do certain transaction. The system is down. So let's talk about the availability of network when it comes to your own platform.
We have different merchant locations that run 24/7, and we always make the availability for customers to be able to receive their money or cash out their money whenever necessary. So again, as we said, you are entitled to link in your bank. So maybe you have your cash in the app, or you have it in your bank and you want to withdraw. You just send it to your Vault, and then in the Vault you can either move it to your card or you can just store it in the app for safekeeping. Okay, so Iris, you made mention that you have been existing for 6 months now. Yes.
So how would you compare the compliance level of Sierra Leoneans for moving from to digital system? How would you compare? How has the compliance level been?
It's been very good. We've had at least 30,000 active users so far that are currently using our apps, and they're enjoying the services. And we've had good feedbacks of people saying they're enjoying the cashless movement. And like, for example, we have people who travel. Some people, when they travel, they're scared of holding on to large amounts of money. They just put it in the wallet and it's there, and when they go, they just need their card. They can use it on an ATM or POS, and even locally as well. Not everyone wants to go out. Maybe like you go to like a restaurant or you want to go to the club. You just have your phone with you. You don't need to be walking around with the cash. We made the availability for QR codes to be available for people to do digital payment using the app.
Okay, so continue to stay with us. She is Iris Williams from Vault. She is the product and support officer there. Well, viewers, will go for a short break. When we return, we continue the conversation.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. In Kulenu Palm Soup Base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Inkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Inkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available brown gold natural cocoa powder, sunny gold brown sugar, neat fufu flour, shito, pisa, and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Inkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
Welcome back. The program you're watching is Good Morning Sierra Leone, live on the SLBC, and you can be part of the conversation by sending your comments on the number displayed on your screen, or send your comments on our Facebook page at SLBC Live. Well, before we went for a break, we she has been taking us to a bold stride as they have introduced vaults in Sierra Leone. Well, we will get back to her, but then to another issue. Well, the Sierra Leone police recently announced a ban on commercial motorbikes, commonly known as Okadas, in the central business district of Freetown, effective from 1st February. Well, this decision was made to ease traffic flow and enhance public safety. The ban followed a meeting between the police, the Bike Riders Union, and other stakeholders. And my colleague Mohamed Lamin Toure visited the central business district of Freetown, including PZ, Eastern Police, and the Mountain Courts, to assess the compliance rates, and now reports.
At the central business district, it was clear that certain areas, such as the parking ground at PZ Runabout, usually bustling with bike riders waiting for passengers, was clear due to the ban. The improved traffic flow was noticeable, with pedestrians moving freely and vehicles, including kekes, accessing their destinations without difficulty. The police were visible in major areas, stopping and questioning bike riders to verify their documents before allowing them to proceed.
We are witnessing police trying to investigate this bike rider entering into the prohibited area. He's being cautioned as to why he's been using his cell to know whether he's an Okada rider, as usually known as a private rider. He has provided documents to show that he's actually a private rider, but the police are not convinced as to the documents shown.
At Eastern Police, a location typically known for Okada riders arriving from the eastern of Freetown, the traffic situation was orderly due to law enforcement efforts. Similarly, at Mountain Court, riders have been relocated to Kendall Street to pick up and drop passengers. Abdul Karim Kamara, Okada rider, expressed mixed feelings about the ban, but acknowledged the benefits of the enforcement.
If the bike plenty, like for example, if it's you more in the rush hour, like morning and evening, the access will do.
We now have a free flow of traffic in the city. Previously, bike riders often collided with pedestrians in the CBD. This problem is now a thing of the past with the enforcement of the ban.
So like an advantage towards the county.
A trader, Obakar Sise, expressed satisfaction with the improved order in the city, as bike riders have been removed from major business areas.
Actually, nice.
We have a free flow of traffic in the city, and we hope the compliance measures are sustained.
Whilst the ban is ongoing, there are calls for fair treatment by enforcement officers to ensure continued compliance among bike riders. SLBC News, Mohamed Lamin reporting.
Very much, Mohamed Lamin, for that story. Well, we still have Iris Olu Williams with us in the studio. Iris, before we went for break, we were talking about this year vault. Let's talk about the security aspect of the vault itself, the platform. How secure is this your platform?
Well, the platform is very secured, I would say. For example, when doing the KYC process,
What is this? What is KYC?
Know your customer.
Okay.
So when doing the KYC, we always ask for a valid email and a valid phone number. So when doing the registration, you receive an OTP, which will be sent to you.
What is OTP?
One-time password. So you receive a one-time password that will be sent to you, and you input the password, which is used just once, and then you have access to the app. And for every transaction that you do or anything that you do in the app, you always receive SMS or an email to alert you in how much you've spent or the spending that you're doing. And also in the app, we have the transaction part where you can see your spending. So you're always up to track on how much money is leaving or going into your account. So you never have the cases where you say, oh, I don't know like about this money that is spent or anything. There will always be a track to be able for you to be able to go back to understand where this money went or how it was spent. And in cases of where maybe your card, the physical card, is stolen, in the app you have the option to either block the card or report it stolen. So you don't have to wait to say after a day or two to report your card missing.
So what's in a situation where your phone got missing and the app is inside your phone, but you are not using the vault card?
The app is secured. It has a password that's only you have access to, except if you want to give your password to someone else. So when you have the password, it will always ask you to sign in with your password. So if your phone gets stolen, no one has access to it. You can always use another phone and log into your account again.
Okay. So there are people that might want to use the vault app, but they don't know how to go about it. So as a company, how have you been reaching out to people in the area of awareness raising, so people that can be part of this vault? Because not everybody knows about vault.
So we have a marketing team that go outside and educate people, and we have our call center as well for people who want to know about the services. They can place their call. It's a service that runs 24/7. They can place their call, ask questions about the app and inquire. And as we said, the marketing team also, every day we try to take people that they go to different places where they educate different people on how to go about using the app, and we also have videos explaining the process of using the app.
So what allows one to use the app in his or her phone? Is it just normal, you have normal, or is it with data?
Yes, it's you need internet to be able to use the app.
So the app is only for elites. You don't cater for ordinary people that don't know how to use this platform.
Well,
any plans of moving in that direction?
Well, technology is improving, so everyone has a smartphone, whether it's Techno or whether it's like an Apple or Android. So when you have that phone, if you have data, you can be able to use it. As you know, Vault is a product of Metro, which is an internet company.
So how user-friendly is the Vault app itself? Because you know, if the particular app, when you open it, you see the interface is so cumbersome to use, many people will not be able to use it. So how user-friendly is your app?
It is very simple and easy to understand, and it's very straightforward. Each step is there. When you have the app, you open the app, it's easy to navigate through the app and understand how it works. There's no complication or hidden services. Everything is displayed for your easy understanding and access.
So let's talk. Does you have as section for people that are living with disability? Let's say people that are visually impaired, for them to be able to use it, because you know such an app presents an opportunity for this set of people not to be using physical cash and also be able to protect their resources. But does this have a section that includes all of the set of people?
Not yet, but it's a work in progress. As we know, we launched 6 months ago, so there are lots of things we're still processing and making available for customers to be able to use it easily.
Okay, so continue to stay with us. She is Iris Williams from Vault. Yes, and Esther.
Well, we still have Amartha, the Public Information and Communications Officer from IIC. Now, Amara, before we left you spoke about you having challenges with regards these public authorities complying with regards giving out their annual compliance reports. So take us to some of the challenges we face as RAIC.
The challenge from our side is actually about institutions understanding the relevance of these compliance reports. Few months ago, all of us were very happy about Sierra Leone, passing the Millennium Challenge Corporation eligibility indicators. Chief among those eligibility indicators is access to information, and we scored a very, very, very impressive, mark, access to information. In fact, the Honorable Minister of Information and Civic Education was very happy with that, and he publicly, congratulated the RAIC in that direction. So it's important that public entities understand that being compliant does not only help your institution to be known to the public, what you do, how you go about, providing information, solicited by people. It also helps the government to actually present, a position to international bodies about how people actually go about asking for information and how public entities respond to those information. But the most important thing for now is the annual compliance report for 2024. We sent a letter to all of these institutions.
Because I wanted to ask the post test in which you reached out to this.
We sent a letter to institutions a few weeks ago, and we made a follow-up on that with a public notice and also a press statement asking public entities that they have now or then to the 15th of February, to actually put their annual compliance reports together. Because it's important that public entities know this. We are not only doing this because we want to do it. It is actually a mandate, from the Right to Access Information Act. If you look at Section 41, subsection 1, it says that the Commission, that is RAIC, shall, within 3 months after the end of the financial year, submit to the Minister, that's Minister of Information and Public and Civic Education, a report on the performance of its functions during that year and on its policies and programs. And then there are another subsection there says, subsection 3, that the annual report shall also include an overview of the performance of all public authorities in implementing this act. And then subsection 4 of that section says, to enable the Commission to comply with subsection 3 that talks about our annual compliance report, every public authority shall report annually to the Commission on the steps it has taken to implement this act, including the report on the request for information it has received and how these have been dealt with. And when we present to the Minister also has a timeline here that the Minister shall lay copies of the annual report before Parliament within 2 months. So we have within 3 months to actually put an annual compliance report together. That is 2024. We have 3 months. January has just passed. We are now in February, and March is coming. So we'll have from now to March. So when we present the report to the Minister also has within 2 months to present to Parliament and then State House. So we will do ourselves good if all of us are compliant, because this is for the good of the country. Because these data are very essential to the repositioning or positioning Sierra Leone in the international space, because we are now part of the African Network of Information Commissioners, we are now part of the International Conference of Information Commissioners, and we are also part of several regional and global bodies on access to information. Okay, so all of these data actually help to position us very well as a country.
So Amara, before we allow you to rest shortly, RAIC, your act gives you the power of the High Court, and the previous year only 50 MDs submitted these annual compliance reports, and this year is back, but you are babysitting these institutions to do what is expected of them. Why is it so?
In the wisdom of our Chairman Information Commission, Dr. Obituaries, he has has these two approach, the cohort and state approach. It is important that we make people to understand it was not there. Before now, you only hear of one report, one FY, Freedom of Information, Access to Information, ATI request, or 4 or 5. Now we are talking about 19,000, just for a year. So our focus is actually to let institution understand. The understanding was not there. Because the understanding is now there, that's why we now have 52 complying. So by the end of this whole process, we believe that we'll have twice or thrice that number.
Okay, so continue to stay with us. He is Amaratonka, the public information person for IIC. Well, viewers will go to another segment of ours, which is the review of the headlines of our local tabloids. I start the ball rolling with Night Watch newspaper. It opens with a banner headline that says, Alusain Kane does not know Jos. Honorable by Mahmoud Bangura recognized as Youth Employment Champion. These stories plus more you can get in the Night Watch newspaper.
My first pick here this morning is the Global Times newspaper, and its banner headline says, Kobe Walker, Leone Oil and Sierra Leone refute defamatory allegations. Kamayemba is a liar, quoting them directly. Ambassador Salamu Koroma striking the rights chord with Iran. Unlawful possession of Kush, forest ranger jail. Well, for more, going for the Global Times newspaper.
Well, the next one I have here is the Africa 24 newspaper, and it opens with a banner headline that says, as legal action imminent, Kobe Walker, Leone Oil and Sierra Leone request Kamayemba for evidence. Sierra Leone Limited sets the record straight, refutes false allegations. Sierra Leone, Liberia and Gambia sign MOU, telecoms roam free like local. The younger talk is knife throats. These stories plus more you can get in the Africa 24 newspaper.
My next speaker is the exclusive newspaper, and its banner headline says, SLPA boss excels, and there is a picture of the SLPA Director General Yakuba Askia Bio. And Ministry of Health and Partners conclude training for midwives in Kenema. WFP General University signed partnership agreement. And no fishing activities. Minister of Fisheries tell fisheries stakeholders. So more going for the exclusive newspaper.
The next one I have here is the Standard Times newspaper, and it says Kamayemba's defamatory allegations, Kobe Walker, Leone Oil and Sierra Leone refute. Adi Macaulay donates 200 bags of cement for a Bay Mosque expansion. These stories plus more you get in the Standard Times newspaper.
My next pick here is the Aroko newspaper, and the headline here says Tourism Ministry cracks down on encroachment at Takogama Chimpanzee Sanctuary. Clashes with Foreign Affairs Ministry over faulty documents. New gas station ignites hope and growth at Sierra Leone's border. For more on that, again for the Aroko newspaper.
The next one I have here, and it's my final newspaper here, is the Awareness Times newspaper. It says, to discuss strategies for enhancing Sierra Leone agricultural transformation, H.E. Madabio meets with H.E. Disaleng. New laundry solution in Freetown as Mohamed Jane introduces clean paddy. These stories plus more you can get in the Awareness Times newspaper.
My last speaker this morning is the Nationalist newspaper, and its banner headline says, between hope and realism, Kobe Walker defamatory libelous. 45 people hospitalized after eating curry. And vacancy announcement at IMC. Well, from more on that, you go in for the Nationalist newspaper. Well, we must quickly note that these views read out here does not reflect the views of the SLBC, pardon me, but the views of the various newspaper that we have read out. Well, and we still have our guest in the studio. In few words, let us bring in Ice. What will be your words of encouragement to the public with regards to using Vault app?
Well, to the public, I encourage everyone to be part of Vault, as we are here to make money movements very seamless and very easy. And we want to continue to push to the market for people to understand how the app works. And feel free to always call our customer call center, which is 030-800-888 for any services that you want to know.
Okay, so thank you very much. It is Iris Oli Williams, the Product and Support Officer for Vault. Well, we still have Amatonka here. Amatonka, finally, if the institutions do not or fail to comply with this deadline, what's next for them?
And we have measures to institute, and normally we don't want to get to that extent. We'll have measures to institute. I think the next time we'll come here, that is after our report, maybe we'll start naming and shaming institutions, because this is for our own good. And it is also dictated by the Right to Access Information Act. So it is good that we comply, because it's for our own good as a nation, for us to project ourselves positively as a country that is compliant in actually providing information when requested, and also proactively disclosing information as dictated by the Act.
Okay, thank you very much for speaking to us. He is Amara Tonka, the Public Information and Communications Officer for the Right to Access Information Commission. Well, viewers, all good things must come to an end. That's how we draw the curtains of Good Morning Sierra Leone, that came to you from the Slbc Broadcasting Corporation. Many thanks to our production crew, especially our producer, William Wise.
Okay, I want to say a very big thank you to you, the listeners, and also our guests, because if you are not in the studio, this program will not have been a success. And also I want to say a happy birthday in advance to my co-presenter here, as, let me say, the 5th of this month. I don't know.
That will be tomorrow. Tomorrow is my birthday.
And tomorrow will not be on set.
Yeah, I know.
There will be another team here.
I know, right?
Okay, before we leave you, let's take the quote again. It's from Alberto Gonzalez, who is a media personality in the US, and it says, access to information and freedom of access is a fundamental right, but there are many people who think, rightly or wrongly, but it is for you, for your own good. So I think access, you need to take this one and put it there. When you usually send these things to these people, so this code needs to be there. Yes, thank you very much. Well, I have been Emmanuel Samoa. Good Morning Sierra Leone returns tomorrow. Stay glued to the SLBC.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available Brown Gold Natural Cocoa Powder, Sunny Gold Brown Sugar, Neat Fufu Flour, Shito, Pisap and Moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
Great Work Center Point Salon Limited. I don't buy the finishing material and for me hose. Give me hose fire and bulletproof to mount them. So if you have one SIM or CCTV camera supply and installation, hose and office furniture them, clip SIM board and electrical or electronics, or even double window glass. When are you normal waiting inside go see na door and person outside no go see inside. Call Center Point Salon Limited na 95 Regent Road Lumley inside Freetown. Center Point Salon Limited na the agents na salon in West Africa for porcelain tile them from Spain. Center Point Salon Limited get master sabi engineer them, technician them and machine them from Kosovo, Turkey, Salon, Spain and England for do you design and finishing to European standard. Call Center Point Salon Limited today na 95 Regent Road Lumley inside Freetown or call 088 01 95 56.
You ready for the Zoom meeting today with the investor then?
Yes, boss.
I'm ready for the meeting today. And I don't download all the reports they sent to me on the internet.
Make sure so you get super connection, because I don't want one problem during the meeting.
Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
Counting on you, even though we're not in the same office. I will be with you every step of the way.
Time, we all need that and where they help we for make that your best soup sweet as how it been the sweet. Onga a great taste and aroma, they make you get them perfect every time. Onga na mama a helping hand.
Hey, me. For can go na junction for go buy EDSA credit. It want money.
Say you want for go na street. Because the last EDSA credit wey me buy na ya asidom wey I buy am.
This one hard for believe.
Na true. Dial *363# with QCell and tell me what it say.
It say buy Q power, get last 3 tokens, register meter and exit.
Easy.
But I no get QCell money.
Now it make am sweet and easy. Just top up your QCell and buy EDSA credit. No mobile money, no problem. It no be one day na salon.
Okay.
Pass with QCell.
Make a try, man. Hey! Lights on car! Yes, use the QCell top up and buy EDSA light anytime, any size. Just dial *363# and follow the instructions. Make sure say you register your meter number before you continue.
For more information, dial 111. Terms and conditions apply. QCell, Salon Pride.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they've found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here, we've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
We are Freetown!
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fisherman,
The taxi driver,
The barber,
The drummers, dancers.
All of us.
All of us, everybody, we are Freetown.
The past is ours.
the future is ours. It's our time again.
and this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
The greengrocer,
The teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
this light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
the rivers now we own,
The roads are ours.
the bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown, Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from there. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
A surreal scene unfolds on the vast grasslands, suddenly alive with movement. Herds of giant animals move in formation. Predators lurk in the shadows. An eternal arena of survival, spinning in a relentless cycle. Serengeti, the starting point of the greatest journey of survival for Africa's wild plains. Millions of prey face the most intense challenges: hunger, thirst, exhaustion, and unyielding predators. The race for survival begins. Welcome to Wild Serengeti, battle for survival in predator territory. The Serengeti migration is a cycle of survival, where life and loss intertwine. Here, every creature, from swift predators to resilient prey, plays a role in the flawless tapestry of the wild. Across the grasslands, the pounding rhythm of hooves reverberates, a signal of the imminent clash between hunter and hunted. The leopard, ever patient, stalks its target, hoisting its prize high into the trees, keeping it safe from lions and hyenas. Elsewhere on the plains, the cheetah streaks like an arrow in the decisive moment. Its speed brings it to its prey, though victory remains fleeting. Even when a meal is caught, a cheetah's hold on it is rarely secure. Here, the lion seizes the chaos to trap its prey. With strategic precision, it drives herds of wildebeests and zebras into narrow grass corridors, blocking escape routes. A pursuit begins. The strong will press forward, while the vulnerable may lag behind. Beneath the Mara River's surface, shadows lie in wait. The Nile crocodile remains still, eyes watchful. They wait for the river crossing, where chaos paves the way for a swift and powerful strike. As the herds plunge into the river, the waters churn, fierce, yet unable to elude the hunt from below. Each leap from the water is a struggle for survival, each narrow escape a step closer to existence. Amidst a land spanning over 12,000 square miles, the Serengeti unfolds like an endless world. In the distance, vast plains stretch out, evoking a quiet serenity, but in an instant, the landscape springs to life. Millions of wildebeests, zebras, and smaller antelope like the Thompson's gazelle begin their arduous journey, crossing the Mara River and braving the raw wilderness filled with challenges. Each stride of the herd carries the threads of a delicate ecological web. From cool riverine forests to waterlogged swamps, from sweeping grasslands to dense woodlands. Every area is home to hundreds of bird species and 70 species of mammals. This is an interconnected ecosystem where each creature, no matter how small, plays a role in maintaining nature's balance. The wild here is also an arena for predators like lions, cheetahs, and spotted hyenas. Natural battles ignite with each migration. Together, they create a dynamic tapestry, both graceful and intense, capturing the grandeur of one of Africa's 7 natural wonders. Stretching across the central and western regions of Serengeti National Park lies the Serengeti Woodlands ecosystem. This land, with its blend of open grasslands and sparse woodlands, creates a unique and vibrant natural landscape. Covering thousands of square miles, the Serengeti woodlands provide a stable habitat for many non-migratory species, such as giraffes and elephants. The rich vegetation here, including acacia trees and dense shrubs, serves as a vital food source, supporting the food chain for both herbivores and powerful predators alike. With an average rainfall of 30 to 40 inches per year, primarily from November to May,
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the rhythms of life dance in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits.
And memories are made.
The SLBC has observed widespread compliance regarding ban from operating in the central business district by commercial bike riders. It was clear that certain areas such as parking ground at busy roundabout, usually buzzing with bike riders waiting for passengers, was clear due to the ban. The improved traffic flow was noticeable, with pedestrians moving freely and vehicles including kekes accessing the destination without difficulty. The police were visible in major areas, stopping and questioning bike riders to verify their documents before allowing them to proceed. At Eastern Police, a location typically known for Okada riders arriving from the east part of Freetown, the traffic situation was orderly due to the law enforcement effort. Similarly, at Mountain Court, a location typically known for Okada riders arriving from the east of Freetown, the traffic situation was orderly due to the law enforcement effort. Similarly, at Mountain Court, riders were relocated to Kendall State to pick up and drop passengers. They expressed mixed feelings about the ban, but acknowledged the effort of the enforcement agency. The Sierra Leone Police recently announced the ban on commercial motor riders, commonly known as Okadas, in the central business district of Freetown, effective from February 1st. This decision was made to ease traffic flow and enhance public safety. The ban followed a meeting between the police and the Bike Riders Union and other stakeholders. The National Telecommunications Authority, NATCA, has signed a Memorandum of Understanding of free roaming between Liberia's Telecommunications Authority and the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority of the Gambia. According to the MOU, effective 2nd May 2025, people in Liberia and Sierra Leone will be able to use several mobile services at the same cost. The MOU also stipulates that starting July this year, Liberians and Gambians will also be able to use mobile services without incurring international roaming services. Well, the signing took place in Freetown at the closing ceremony of a 3-day tripartite physical roaming steering meeting comprising the telecommunications regulators from Liberia, the Gambia, and Sierra Leone. NATCA Director General Amara Biriwa underscored the importance of free roaming and appreciated the telecommunications regulators from Liberia and the Gambia for actualizing the signing of the MOU. In line with their plans to transform the security sector and translate from a force to a service, the Sierra Leone Police has launched their 2025 to 2029 Strategic Development Plan. The plan will serve as a guiding instrument that will lead the Sierra Leone Police to their strategic objectives in the next 4 years. The launch of the Strategic Development Plan marked a significant milestone in the history of the Sierra Leone Police as the sector aims at transiting from force to service. The plan, according to authorities, was anchored around Sierra Leone's medium-term National Development Plan, the Big Five Game Changers Initiative, and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The plan focused on public safety and crime reduction, community policing, transparency and accountability, innovation and technology, and conditions of service. Inspector General of Police William Fayaselu said the plan and transition was inspired by the benchmarking visit to Ghana. He called on authorities to extend their support to other security agencies in the country. In a move to boost local food production and build the capacity of smallholder farmers, the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security has awarded grants to 6 research scientists from the Sierra Leone Agricultural Research Institute, SLARI. The grants were part of World Bank's funded Food System Resilience Program, FSRP. The grant award ceremony, which took place in Rokupa, Cambia District, brought together representatives from the Ministry of Agriculture, beneficiaries under the Food System Resilience Program, and members of the Sierra Leone Agricultural Research Institute. According to the Deputy Minister of Agriculture 1, Dr. Theresa Janet Dick, the grants would address critical challenges that farmers in agriculture and provide solutions to boost productivity and income generation, adding that smallholder farmers were the backbone of every country's food systems. One of the grantees, Sophia Mansare, whose research focuses on converting cassava into flour, said the initiative was aimed to reduce Sierra Leone's reliance on imported wheat flour, but creating a locally produced alternative. He believed that his research would not only help reduce dependence on imported wheat, but will help lower the cost of wheat flour, enable Sierra Leone to produce its own flour, and make it more affordable to the public. And finally, Vice President Dr. Mohamed Julde Jallow has turned the sword for the additional infrastructural facility at Jamul Atik Frabe Mosque on Davis Street in Freetown. The initiative was to enable the masjid give more comfort and accommodate more worshippers. The turning of the sword by the Vice President, Dr. Mohamed Julde Jallow, signifies the official commencement of work to give a facelift to Jamul Atik Mosque in Frobe community. To get a permanent structure for congregational prayers was the reason for the forefathers of Frobe community in 1836 constructed this masjid on this land. Chairperson of the Project Implementation Committee, Alhaji Aliyu Madi, said the current structure cannot accommodate the number of worshippers. The reason they want to add more facilities to the mosque. Vice President Dr. Mohamed Julde Jallow expressed similar sentiments to Alhaji Minkali Mansari and called on all Muslims to increase their zest and passion for Islam. Well, that's all for News Brief on the hour on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation with me, Esther Sako. Have a wonderful day. Goodbye. Tired of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels? Then your worries have been addressed, as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern.
The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is the show where the mighty and the low will like to sit, because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium is where you get breaking news, because everyone wants to talk to us. If you hear it on Podium, ask no further.
Don't forget to join us every midday from Monday to Friday as we ask the hard questions that you otherwise would have asked to the newsmakers, the movers and shakers of events.
Don't miss the opportunity to be part of Sierra Leone's topmost midday show, The Podium, where the agenda is set for others to follow. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Goodbye.
Part of the food chain, helping to maintain balance within the vast ecosystem. The East African lion is currently classified as vulnerable by the IUCN due to human encroachment and increasing conflicts. Their decline threatens the entire Serengeti ecosystem, as they are not only apex predators, but also an ecological emblem. Their presence is a vivid testament to the continuous cycle of life and the enduring resilience of Serengeti's natural world. The Serengeti woodlands stretch endlessly. Here, the East African cheetah races across the grasslands, like a flash of light that blazes briefly before vanishing. The vast landscape, with tall grass and scattered shrubs, becomes the perfect stage for the cheetah to showcase its remarkable speed. 3 million years of evolution have shaped its lean, speed-optimized body, designed for agility over strength. Every movement of the East African cheetah is a marvel of grace and precision. The life of the East African cheetah is distinct from other predators. They don't roar like lions or live in large pride. Instead, male cheetahs often form small coalitions to defend territory, while females raise their cubs alone, teaching them essential hunting skills until they're ready to fend for themselves. When a soft chirp or gentle call sounds across the grasslands, it reflects a subtle connection that transcends the mighty roar of the lion, creating a magical silence in the wild landscape. As the sun rises high, the cheetah leverages its advantage, stealthily approaching its prey through the tall grass. In an instant, it unleashes a powerful sprint, reaching 60 miles per hour in just 3 seconds. Each stride beats like a drum, with its heart and muscles working intensely, propelling it forward with extraordinary force. The cheetah can reach up to 70 miles per hour, though it can only maintain this speed for a brief 300 to 500 yards before needing to stop. Its long tail acts as a rudder, allowing quick directional changes to pursue its prey with flawless precision. Hunting is a race against time. The cheetah lacks the endurance for prolonged chases. Sometimes, if unsuccessful, the cheetah must pause, abandoning its prey to recover and avoid exhaustion under the relentless Serengeti sun. Situated at an elevation of about 5,000 feet, Londo rangelands experiences a semi-arid climate, with temperatures ranging from 50 degrees Fahrenheit at night to 85 degrees Fahrenheit during the day. Nestled between Serengeti National Park and the Ngorongoro Conservation Area, Londo unfolds like an endless landscape. The expansive, dry terrain is full of vitality, supported by resilient grasses like Tengbeh Town and Setaria, which anchor the soil and protect against erosion. For wildebeests, zebras, and Thompson's gazelles, Londo is a crucial resting point along their arduous migration journey. Small streams wind through the grasslands, especially valuable during the dry season when water sources in the Serengeti become scarce. Here, herds gather to recharge for the journey ahead. Londo serves not only as a buffer zone for life, but also as a hub for natural balance. Wild animals and Maasai livestock coexist, sharing the vast grasslands. The Londo rangelands, with its open grasslands and minimal obstacles, provides an ideal environment for the Thompson's gazelle, a small yet agile antelope of the Serengeti. Here, herds of gazelles, ranging from a few dozen to several hundred individuals, migrate annually alongside wildebeests and zebras. This journey brings them to fresh grazing lands, not only for food, but also to escape predation pressure in their previous territories. Standing at a modest height of 22 to 26 inches at the shoulder and weighing between 26 and 40 pounds, the Thompson's gazelle is marked by a light brown coat with a distinctive black stripe running along its sides. Standing at a modest height of 22 to 26 inches at the shoulder and weighing between 26 and 40 pounds, the Thompson's gazelle is marked by a light brown coat with a distinctive black stripe running along its sides. Their large eyes and long ears are always alert, ready to signal any threat. Living in herds offers a strategic advantage. Within the group, individuals can quickly warn each other, creating a natural defense line across the vast grasslands. Londo rangelands serves as an open stage, where short grass and low shrubs cover much of the landscape, allowing gazelles to spot and evade predators like cheetahs and hyenas easily. Their diet is simple, yet effective, consisting mainly of short grasses and some shrubs, which sustain them in this expansive, water-scarce environment during the dry season. The Londo rangelands are also an ecological paradise for the Grant's gazelle. Standing between 30 to 36 inches at the shoulder and weighing from 100 to 165 pounds. These gazelles sport a distinctive light brown coat, a white underbelly, and a black stripe along their back, making them stand out on the savanna. With a flexible body and strong legs, Grant's gazelles are well equipped to handle the challenges here, where water is scarce and grass grows sparsely. Living in small groups or complex social structures, this species finds greater safety and survival potential in cooperation. Grant's gazelles can reach speeds up to 50 miles per hour, enabling them to escape the claws of dangerous predators like lions and cheetahs. Their long, curved horns are a defining feature, especially in males. During the breeding season, mature males showcase their strength, defending territories to attract females. The Londo rangelands may be challenging, but they also offer opportunities for Grant's gazelles to hone their speed and quick directional shifts to evade threats. With a flexible digestive system, they can easily switch between grass and shrubs when food sources dwindle, a survival strategy that contributes to the ecological balance of this region. When the migrating herds arrive on the grasslands, bringing the promise of green pastures, the relentless chase begins. The plains seem increasingly barren. Livestock grazing areas expand, reducing the availability of natural prey. During the dry season, as every sip of water and each mile of grass becomes scarce, predators face intense pressure. With no other choice, they compete fiercely for each meal in the vast but unforgiving Londo rangelands, where life and death quietly intertwine with every movement of the great predators. In the semi-arid Londo rangelands, vast grasslands blend with low shrubs. Here, the East African lion has adapted perfectly to the harsh environment, not only in its hunting methods, but also in its physical traits. Lions in Londo have evolved thinner coats and lighter manes, allowing them to dissipate heat efficiently in the intense semi-desert sun. This adaptation reduces their need for water, a rare and precious resource. In this expansive land, where prey is sparse and water limited, East African lions have had to expand their territory, moving continuously in search of food. Each pride covers more ground compared to its counterparts in wetter regions. Continuously searching for their main prey includes drought-adapted animals like Grant's gazelle and wildebeest. Hunting behavior has shifted significantly. At night, when temperatures are cooler, conditions are ideal for the lion's major hunts. Lionesses lead the pride in complex strategies to encircle prey. During the heat of the day, when lions retreat to the shade, they use ambush tactics to stealthily approach their target, leveraging the wind to mask their scent, creating a deadly surprise for the unsuspecting. In the harsh dry season, as water sources dwindle, Londo lions can survive by extracting water from the body fluids of their prey, allowing them to endure without traveling far in search of water. This adaptation provides a survival advantage, maintaining their status as apex predators, even in the harshest conditions of the Londo rangelands. In the semi-arid Londo rangelands, spotted hyenas are seen as warriors of the night. Nightfall is their ally, enabling them to hunt in cooler temperatures, conserving water and energy amid the dry, scorching daytime heat. Their cunning and endurance are at their peak, as hyena clans can travel over 6 miles each night in search of food. Not merely predators, spotted hyenas are also nature's cleanup crew. They can consume nearly the entirety of a carcass, from tough bones to sinewy tissue, acting as natural recyclers for the ecosystem. When food is scarce, hyenas form strong packs, sometimes competing with lions for carrion, their direct rivals. Their teamwork and coordination enable them to control, scavenge, and secure food sources, especially as water grows scarce. When chasing down Thompson's gazelles or zebras, spotted hyenas exhibit a masterful hunting rhythm, maintaining their stamina until their prey tires. In these pursuits, they shift direction with ease and coordinate seamlessly, turning each hunt into a tense and dramatic display of survival instinct across the expansive Londo plains. Stretching out like an endless canvas of wide grasslands and low hills, the Londo rangelands is a place where the Maasai community and their livestock coexist with the wild. Herds of cattle, sheep and goats are like specks on the rustic landscape, wandering in search of each precious blade of green grass. Yet this land also bears the weight of pressure. Population growth has made grazing a challenging equation, and the once abundant green patches quickly dwindle under hundreds of hooves, diminishing the ecosystem's vitality. The Maasai's traditional wisdom still shines through, guiding them to move their livestock seasonally, allowing the grasslands time to regenerate. With resilience in their eyes, they patiently wait for the young grass to return after grazing. To balance this, ecotourism has emerged as a new source of livelihood, respecting traditions while nurturing the land. Under the relentless sun, scavenger birds soar across the sky, serving as nature's cleanup crew. With sharp eyes scanning for signs of life's end, they cleanse the Londo landscape of potential diseases by clearing animal remains. In recent years, however, challenges have intensified. Each carcass has become essential for their survival in this harsh, arid environment. In the vast skies of the Londo rangelands, the tawny eagle glides, casting a shadow over the sunlit grasslands below. Its tawny brown feathers blend seamlessly with the semi-arid landscape, creating a perfect camouflage, allowing this predator to remain hidden among dry shrubs and silver-grey grass. Its dense plumage protects it from the scorching heat of the day and the chill at night, optimizing survival in a world where only the strong prevail. From hundreds of feet above, its sharp eyes scan the land, detecting the smallest movements below, each glance a potential strike. This eagle's power comes not only from endurance, but also from speed. In a swift dive, the tawny eagle plummets like an arrow, targeting small prey such as hares or young antelope with precision. Its sharp talons and strong hooked beak make quick work of its prey. Londo is a challenging land. During the dry season, when water and food become scarce, the tawny eagle's resilience shines. It feeds on a diverse diet, from rodents and small birds to the remains left by other predators, maintaining its essential role in the ecosystem as a cleanup specialist that prevents disease and sustains balance. Under the scorching sun, the white-headed vulture circles, its keen eyes piercing the air, scanning for lifeless prey. As a natural scavenger, it is often among the first to arrive at the feast, diving down for the remaining soft meat before larger scavengers appear. The white-headed vulture's remarkable vision reaches beyond nearby distances. Traveling up to 6 miles in a single day, it searches for food with keen sight and strong wings, soaring over the Londo grasslands. Meanwhile, Ripple's vulture, also known as Ripple's griffon vulture, soars above as a silent guardian of the still expanse. In the thin air of high altitudes, this vulture breathes easily thanks to a unique lung structure, allowing it the stamina to survey the land below. Its record-breaking flight altitude of 37,000 feet makes it the world's highest flying bird. Ripple's vulture lives in flocks, gathering around carcasses and rarely hunting alone. This social behavior aids in food location and increases survival odds in this food-scarce region. Their cooperation and strength during feeding allow them to maximize scarce resources. Yet, challenges go beyond nature's obstacles. Ripple's vulture is currently listed as endangered by the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN. Threats like illegal hunting and habitat loss have pushed this vulture toward extinction. Conservation efforts, including population monitoring and restrictions on toxic chemicals, aim to secure a safe haven for this noble cleanup species. Kopjes, massive granite outcrops, rise quietly from the Serengeti ecosystem, resembling resilient oases within an endless sea of grasslands. Formed millions of years ago, these ancient rock formations emerge from the earth, carrying traces of time. Ranging from a few feet to several hundred feet in height, kopjes provide the perfect refuge for animals seeking shelter from the intense sun and a haven from predators. Surrounded by low grass, kopjes help manage rainwater flow, preserving precious moisture for the surrounding vegetation, especially during the harsh dry season. These rock islands serve not only as shelters but also as rare green lifelines amid arid land, supporting the Serengeti ecosystem's survival. They house resilient species, playing a crucial role in maintaining biodiversity across the vast grasslands. Kopjes, scattered like isolated fortresses across the Serengeti, are where rock hyraxes have established their secure lives. On high ledges and hidden crevices, rock hyraxes elude the gaze of formidable predators like leopards and eagles. With specialized footpads and sweat glands for gripping slippery surfaces, these creatures move gracefully over the rocks as natural mountaineers. Though small and seemingly inconspicuous, rock hyraxes have sturdy, tusk-like incisors, reminiscent of their distant relatives, the elephants. These teeth help them chew through tough leaves and bark under Serengeti's blazing heat. Measuring only 12 to 20 inches long and weighing up to 12 pounds, their brown-gray fur blends seamlessly with the rocks, as if they were a part of the timeless kopjes themselves. Rock hyraxes live in groups that can reach up to 80 individuals. Their strong social bonds allow them to survive through cooperation, remaining vigilant to any movement or sound that may signal danger. Each member constantly watches, as even the shadow of an eagle above can spell threat. Amid the majestic kopjes of the Serengeti, leopards have become masters of stealth. They make expert use of crevices and natural caves to shield themselves from the intense daytime heat and hunt silently in the darkness of night. The kopjes provide not only shelter, but also an ideal vantage point from which leopards can observe prey at a distance and evade threats. This hunting prowess has been honed over millions of years of evolution, making the leopard one of the most skilled hunters among the big cats. The leopard's powerful body structure is a marvel of adaptation. Measuring between 5 to 7 feet in length and weighing 100 to 200 pounds, this large cat sports a pale yellow coat with black spots, providing ideal camouflage within the rocky and bushy landscape of the kopjes. As a solitary predator, the leopard employs a stealthy approach, silently stalking its prey before launching a swift, unexpected attack when the target is least alert. Each leap from above is a powerful strike, capable of taking down anything from small antelope to large birds. The leopard's climbing ability is exceptional, thanks to its strong muscles and sharp claws, allowing it to easily hoist prey into tall trees or deep rock crevices. This strategy keeps its food secure from competitors like the spotted hyena and lion. Amid the majestic rocks of the Serengeti's kopjes, small lion prides, typically consisting of just 5 to 10 members, survive and thrive within the harsh limitations of this environment. Unlike the vast open grasslands, this rocky terrain offers limited space and scarce food resources. Yet, these challenges have shaped a unique survival strategy for the lions here. Lions in kopjes use the rocky terrain for hiding and ambushing prey. From high rocky vantage points, they observe and wait for migrating antelope herds or other prey to come near. Instead of charging across open grasslands, they move stealthily among the rocks, ready to leap down unexpectedly for a higher success rate in hunting. The kopjes provide not only ambush points, but also safe spots for rearing cubs. Lionesses choose secluded rock cracks to hide their cubs, shielding them from predators and the harsh midday sun. This unique rocky environment supports their adaptability, helping the lions sustain and protect their pride, even in the challenging kopje terrain. The Serengeti swamps, concentrated around major rivers like the Grumeti and Mara, serve as natural reservoirs amidst the dry landscape. These wetlands retain moisture and water, even as surrounding grasslands and woodlands dry out during the dry season. They play a critical role, attracting migratory and resident animals alike by providing a stable water source. The Serengeti swamps are more than just wetland areas, they are biodiversity hubs. Tall shrubs and thick grasses offer hiding spots for large mammals, shielding them from predators. This lush environment creates a vibrant ecological portrait of a thriving Serengeti, helping maintain the natural balance through the harsh dry season. The Serengeti swamps are also a haven for the Maasai giraffe. The abundant year-round water here enables them to stay hydrated without traveling far, unlike in drier regions. With plentiful food and constant water, Maasai giraffes focus on foraging for acacia trees and tall shrubs, essential nutrition for their large bodies. Standing between 15 to 18 feet tall, they have a significant advantage, easily surveying their surroundings for predators from afar, enhancing their survival. Their long, powerful legs allow them to traverse soft and marshy swamp terrain easily and also serve as a formidable defense. The rear legs of a Maasai giraffe are powerful enough to deliver a kick that can seriously injure a predator, providing effective self-defense when threatened. During the rainy season, when the swamps are at their lushest, Maasai giraffes often concentrate on reproduction. The dense swamp areas provide an ideal setting for birthing, ensuring safety and protection for newborns from potential threats. Shortly after birth, calves can stand and follow their mothers, increasing their chances of survival in the challenging swamp environment. Spanning the Serengeti swamps, the African sacred ibis finds a promised land in the shallow waters and abundant vegetation. This environment is ideal for exploiting diverse food sources, from fish and insects to various invertebrates. Their flexible survival skills allow the sacred ibis to adapt when food becomes scarce, particularly during the dry season, prompting them to seek new water sources. Sacred ibis flocks play a crucial role in maintaining communal bird safety in the swamps. During the breeding season, they gather in large groups, building nests from branches and grass in dense bushes or low trees to protect their eggs from predators. Their flocking behavior helps detect threats quickly and increases the protection of young birds. The Serengeti swamps provide an ideal realm for herons, offering fresh water and a rich ecosystem. With graceful strides on their long legs, grey herons, black-headed herons, and great egrets quietly hunt with sharp beaks. They search for prey beneath clear waters, where fish, amphibians, and insects that make a small misstep become their meal. Each heron species has a unique hunting strategy. Their grey and white plumage blends with shadows from trees and tall grasses, helping them remain unnoticed by prey and predators alike. The swamp's uneven, waterlogged terrain allows herons to exploit food sources with minimal disruption. Their long legs and strong talons act like anchors in soft soil, keeping them steady on wet, muddy ground. They stand still, patiently waiting, eyes fixed on the water's surface. Then, with a sudden strike, their beaks pierce the water like a flash, causing a brief ripple. This wait and ambush technique is energy efficient and perfectly suited for the swamp environment where food is concentrated around flooded areas. Perhaps the true silent rulers of the Serengeti swamps are the hippos. In the waterlogged areas, large groups of hippos can be seen basking in the tranquil waters where nature provides them with an endless source of life. With massive bodies stretching 10 to 16 feet and weighing up to 4,500 pounds, hippos are among the most powerful creatures here. They spend most daylight hours submerged in the cool waters, with only their eyes and ears exposed, observing their surroundings. The swamp's waters offer not only cooling relief, but also shield hippos from the harsh sun, protecting their thick skin, which secretes a red, blood-like fluid.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the radiance of life danced in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits.
And memories are made.
Slbc Tv va Ibrahim kumami wa dwe humbe ngama kepe ngojo kuma ve ntaga ve ta yegunsi andange awe na ha vele gufo mona uma ta aji National Telecommunication Authority nawe tatu ikutuma nakta tugwa na tuhu gbate ya nawe ko leti signinga call we free room gbate ma nawe ape mobile ndike ya ayebebe kebe vi je nawe hin sa pa busi ati dweju tugwa na tukotla ko weti himagbate nawe Barracks le police station highway kebe vi sukui miadu York yefule no jkv pekesia mala afoma bena gojo kovem National Telecommunication Authority nawe tatu ikutuma nakta tugwa na tuko signinga ngbate ya ma call we free room ngbate ma nawe ta apie Liberia salon kebe vidwe epekesia ko we Gambia tikpe ye humbate jite dalo kuma nawe apie mobile ndiki ya vi ayebebe duesia to ye kumeje MOU humbate je nawe tuto tu luma me ya we ye ji February ma 2025 Liberia nawe jatna Liberia bla ati salon lido bla nawe chia tikpe tna fayeji ma joma call we ye mobile humbate jima apie na hi koje na nawe hi mba fi ko we mobile data humbate ta nawe ayebebe ko we gbogbo abi be ya do ye pekesia nawe tikpe ta gaige apie opomaye do esia manu lele lo mi to ye kumeji nawe hi tuto ma July ya wi Liberia Gambia nawe salon call we ye mobile service ngbate systema nawe apie vi hi mobile ndesi ya ayebebe koje na ma hogo befe due jumbe ya due pipina Liberia kabia na we ya pe mi ata wuti ga ide ko lo higbele ke dile eye due hu to ye komeju dia na we hin ECOWAS regulation ngbate siaba na we sia mi agitwa tuloko higa ye free roam ngbate jibu ko we ye mobile hende GS ya vita to go to guide na we agu opoma e due siama tele gun hende ya mobile hende GS ya vi aye bebe ko lo higbele ke dile eye due siam to ye ko lo hunji dia na we hin sa pabusia ati due ju to go na to kotla ko we te himalu miado na we Barracks hu ye highway to miado shukui miado York ye fully now na we Inspector General na sakpa bushi as to mbateva William Fire Selu oguro na ogo agite ya yekomeju ye ke project digital ala hin ye na apelo hin ko to go to daga kini la kuma na we dibo ma daga ye to ye je ye mbate digital ye 2025 ye mama hati efuma 2029 na we mbate na to go to daga kuma ko lo ogo ala kuma duetu to ye kumeji ya melo na adehi ye ke nava melo te ba tabi to ma ye hebe na siam ko we tabi ye hebe na siam na ma gata go ela na we sia be bi tele bu de chekia agu ola kuma to AIG we am fire selu ya melo bo ne diama ye ke ye mbate tabi go wale na we hin ago sakpa busia sia be bi ti ye ge de chekia miado ku gote na ko we ye de chekia beta to go to dalukuma to ye kumeji hu esie bolo na jiama na we hin sakpa busia te nyaga na we tutulima puya hu police wife association na we chema beto loko ye mbate jibuko we to go to dalukuma to CEO hu bate tabi na we ye hu bate je ye kom ne gita na we hin numuna na gumu age aba shabo ameno na ogu bagiti ya ye komeju ye ke diploma hande gita ko we te dala kuma bugo ale to numuna na gumu age ye yok hibina ta esie bulowa ye komedima ogunne ro yin sa pa busiama na we ye project digital bi ko we to go to dalukuma na we ogu opoma ga ye to ye chiabe vi godi ya kamina atuma watalu ye ma hugo lo chiabe vi project GCS ya go la lukuma doesia to ye kolon hunje ministry na baba ye ge hindi siaba na we full security mbate siaba tibego jiama World Bank tugu na tuluko hiabu ko we na bu daga tugu tuko magaye na we ape baba ye ndi chekia agu ola lukuma doedu to ye kumigi tugu lo na titivi nga we na we ti jika gugo be anu waiter jia na we tina science babima na we ta hungbe wa ko we baba ye ndi chekia bi agu ola lukuma doedu to ye kumigi ti amelo na tide hi ku mbate giva ke baba ye ndi chekia bi ko we ola lukuma dia na we hite na tahun wa ko we baba ye de sia ala lokuma e ke ma hu golo pa la bla tu gute ate ya ne po na we hi dia ta pa mu shi ala ko we sia be fi ye hu bate gita bi go ala lokuma tile ko de je sia ala lokuma do eju to ye ko mi wa ji na we tu we hi na we ye TV ji ti free lo nga we tu we lo miado ukupu miado ba hande je sia dada lokuma kambia disibi to ye ministry na baba ye hindi siaba aya melo na ade kumeju ye ke na faye je na we hinto amala ko we to vi mehe de chekia abu ola lokuma do eju to bo ministry na baba ye hindi siaba ye halagi Dr. Teresa Genedict oguro na ogu agiti ya ye kumeju yeke baba ye hindi jitato amala hin pepe wale yeke siabe vi hindi kia lega potigo akpagma na we pala blama ye ma hu ko lo ye hindi jitesi ya pe to go to dalokuma na we api na bu hindi jesi ya agu ola lokuma do eju mehe hindi jesi ya pe agu opoma ye do eju ma to nu ya na we hin agu ye na fa ye gima do na we chiamia tana tayi hu be ye wa Sofia Masare tabe oguro na ajia lo lehin ye komeju ye sia tototwa aye baba ye de jisia ye sia be vi mehe melina chani ko be tagina ye ngai kilo tene mo inko vi te pehi tageta ya puti chani ko flower na nawe ago okpoma ye dwejima salon li yo blast ya bevi tagutile vundi chetia ala lokuma dwejuma to ye ko lo hunji hebe ya na we tina wi ma Tengbeh Town miado na we hinta motichi ya wana saloti gu ntugu na tutotu a bunyela ko lui ye hebe na mana we hende na sia potigo a kigike gatma ko we ye hende jisia sia tugu te dalukuma to te ya milona te epe siani ko be vi jawi na chiana na we miado take vina ko we ye hende jisia sia pe tugu te dalukuma ogu okpoma ye dwejima na we nuga tele bu hundi chekia ogu ola lukuma vi para dwe to ye ko lo hunji na we hi jiatna salon football association bateva na we tna perfectely de kiapa tugwa na tugo gwa getia ke siana de goma handa ga yima ko we jiatna na we hi ta perfecte sia de na we diga ati tuvu go be afo pu ma waya pa ayi mabo na we ko we ye de sia poe tugo te ya ne po perfectly va to jiana na we hi fever ati hu bateje ti amilo na te de ke silafa tubuji gwe na we hin salon ko we to vi je afuni gi sia ati ko le fefete de ki ama ko we ti ati ane po sia be vi tugu ti fefete le na we api digome e duwe to ye hu bateje je ana we hin ti ye fefete le de gi sia bi to bo tubu go a fopu ma wa ya pa te to mana ayi kumeji hula ko witi ya fefete bole siani ko be Mighty Black Puna kebe vi Star Sport Academic na wetia ye digital vi ko we tuto hi ye academy ngba digital na we api fefete lili ta vi ay ala lokuma to ye ngba digital amino na tide ke chiabe tubu yugo ko we tufuni gi chia ti ane po gbe na we tubu lo te afefete le abega wati na mata pio salo be vi te ya dueji ya majogo bo fefete le ndi chia pa na we api digoma ndi chia ago ola lokuma vi para duem bodisi akejimi ha vele ku fula uma ke penge ali ena siana me ugo manene mbubu akema na ha vele yugo hutavi bafula uma ta adi National Telecommunication Authority na we taku kutuma nakla tugwa na to mbate ya na we quality sign ko we ye mbate jimomba hende jise ya ugo ola lokuma firumi mbate ta kebe vidia na we hisa tugwa to kotla ko we te himaga lu Barracks miadu highway ga shuku miadu yok ye fule na budesi akajime avele kufuma olama Obama Slbc Tv gama nyame Ibrahim Kruma goodwe humbe hunga ke amoloy
Ik pas tem ga kon mona fam you know insolence SLBC television yimine Isa Mahmoud butna content tondoni ka antalata amu fungai wo fenga bakoni mari tamati kakinaki afam tsara suitable buta akera National Telecommunication natska pimoy ampon naktay arika ngamlanane yi top slomangi do balak sanetera taska film sakoterai wa aselon police pimo ngange ampura of mlen do abako de sit e barricade tam police ka do jok ka no kam pimo to mtakera tete kama yimi nangi kama tara ogbe wakera a National Telecommunication Authority natska pimo e ampo nakte arikanga malanane yi tato fuadul labiria Telecommunication Authority or Public Utility Regulatory Authority I can't of madu kambia kutangane ka arikamlanane pimo to back to pimo lo mai ago fungai wa fo en ba ko mi maran kakinake de dapi ala sare anyi ka urdo la bila derka anto fasui yi ala sare ka anto fasui an so to muna fai do pi atbakti lai o atbli so to etilai nga kere kala ngi marami anti boy mo maram amolo maram do la bila ya bakal bo soram ta o imtela ku la bila ka anto fasui are kan banengi di tabo antalne kan ka sokopangi ayo kongi atapi kai dendis kango fai potko do alla seringa do labiria yi alla seringa tof ngado kambiangi ngaso mangbil soto amuna fangi darankati asotoi akala bati angi marabi bepika antila kata tof Serengeti yangi pimoi matembe mi mandam benai a ECOWAS regulations angi mapaka masako terai kai darankati abolo mai bumin kanda kitiari ka ngam lanene ngengi pimo ngai andi toy to kapangi matai ayemai kama fumi atotro nga kata to sasatie kama sotoi matai do basoto onkalai o afumi kama bili fof kurato fi ko kondena to fok darankati arame akala bati asigalul police pimo apura fmlengi do abako de city e Barracks ka mbari ka ya bako de city mbari to ni asita kramne mbari kanante e ibe kai do yok katangane inspector general we ka police William Fire Selongi o mo pantami ngi mo pantmangi ay bakade lafti mayima a police ay kamangli to ngapai ka karina ka kina kiyengi han to kone ka karina ka 2029 ngi pimoi mabusa me ma a police a puro kangi do ma kone ka city bari kangi kakai a police a pati ange ti baro ma yire kamangli ko ina ka de royen IG William Fire Selongi ko tori mabusa to ka pangi ngofo ngofe atiyo yi kamai akole ka click lengan order do a police yi ka e bari kan kama tsaka pa bi awo pi finon o awo pe finon OCEO International Art Buffin kono soyi o construction company Salon Limited Abbas Shabongi no lari tsapai ma pantami o chomai mo bene yi tatof tsabrana o ma pantami o tsaka so pomai ka aloko ame abuti ka par mo pantami yengi ara governments okay bum mapa oit manoi ka New York community kono yindo kurikuri sanata matemi makara makanto fi wa ropa kapai kono yafu ma New York ibi mo atbili ba kuruk nanga ngi a police station ngi kama uruka teso me o police station ya ka tonkai do kodgichi ido watalo ara government plan ko makabaf yi ka katara di yesongi kataska a World Bank ange mo mari kan ka ADA kan to fosuyengi pimo aputaki amar do afomu tam turki matila af mayme bengi mankone kamankone karang kamambarkat ka karakani tagwiti kan ko akabaf mapai Agriculture Research Institute Slari matembe ka mai salata afomu tam mapai scientist anyenyi kama ko tukisi wang barkat sadak kangi kama padma kabaf akamani mari amba fi angipi kabaf kangi ki boyang batong yi katalangang kama tare tuma amba fe mambane mangbulu redi ekmeti kanto flenkeni wonsan wa amara ngi pimoy ni mei e paya tel mai kai do recupera rice research ka amba katinga do kambia ni ngakara fum ayo ka akona aranga government mlen ko ngakaba fi wa yaf bange soto amuna fakulka niki matila ropoto food system reliance program wa yaf bange ka Sierra Leone Agriculture Research Institutes katangane ka o minister mlen ko ngakaba fo ibeka ngi Dr. Teresa Jenedikan oye amara ngenge pimoi antre pungi maketa ima sompa ame amba fabai o kama tenanga runi luma toringa anoko mabaf yi matemi sompa ngai to mo Twitter shemangi ke tangane ke mari ka amba fi ange bi ai buratongi ati sumi amba fangi ato photo fi mano yete de batirengi amba fagba batangi na ngai ka boom ka ato fangati wa iken kafam ange soto muna fangi mataka ngeno yengi yemo Sofia Mansarengi kono tam nengongi o e makri yo eyuka kama bempai tongi a flower kan ka science paper tongi ka tintik barai e flower ka to takri eyuka ibe pito aski e flower on lokongati atul to bempai to bo ran kati akwara so a flower afum anyi ka do Tengbeh Town Washka community kano campaign pimoi aputo mobang salata mai monoshine ame yi ko de roengi wakamata mbembe ame antolit ke pamata ke tangai ngai ambai de rino man kone fitai ambai muru man kone fita ano kono ngai wa oder ko yengi ano kono ba TV wangi tato ibilibi ngai ngi ambai re sita kramrne halwa sayelo lo ngati se ngati bari so matal ne mi mamantal ne mayoyi ani tuf mabanga ne Sierra Leone Football Association Slafa pimo angal pon na pnek petit tuk kara afeta sui kama ndi wala ne aboflo kama tori kataraka yi anerenga wangi ya pangi tongi development scheme salata afeta mo wala ne boflo kere ngamba ki boy mo lo train to fati train tam dressas afeta bagrone boflo pabu aba mo lo train to fati train tam dressas ase tipi de tamuta mashiri tipi amaiti Blackpool nga Star Sport Academy na ngamba skiti ba pantame tutori ko yima tam ne mangi ka an pakano mbak dir ko pito finoni pimo ne se bato tori mokulo mai affecti ko ne boflo ka anti tabi ka train to fat tam tasasi kama tori anere katara ka yima tam lamangi o adi atona ka pai nani abane boli kom to ka pai atu wola boflo ka ka so angat ambatu bungi mo afma no me batu bunto be ka da yani afaminu in ka me ponga kera tika sokrani o benwa akera tam kalamera ka pai kana moite ka pai a National Telecommunication Authority NATSCA pimo apo nakete arika o manana nei ka tonka to fasui to fa la bira ya to fa no cambia oa a police pimo ampura of mlingi no ma ko de pa abari ka do yoke dikati baritongi karante ka so baritongi asita krabrne afma minu akira kikeba tata no tuno ka antalata walwalangi ka bakongi bre tofat bre tamat yimina isa mamud botsna konte hato lokolo mi pato ya afma minu a mampiara no
Kalba urina siang ba kentsumba ko isma selma ngata suminta ka Slbc ame dunya na bina isma selma ba ki apoto na yikitse pita ko dentale le kari ukbo mindo ha National Telecommunication Authority NATSCA the new signing atakwa unte ba halu ba no mahaya no mambe ba punka kama punko imbe imba kasabe ba kala inkinga foto na kwele na tsati na mene kwele ku salon police plus nutu party number punka to ya banka ba mandi ba halu ba ne dinkise be ba Barracks kapati ukena me ka be ba police station clinic ko mamene la karante ga uhen ku ga yok kapeni bamba beni mama beni ba na ben konda do ba masel ma kuntema upo midohan National Telecommunication Authority NATSCA the new signing atakona namba ni bani ma harianduma be ba tia ga pokpo imbe ba party itati no ngakwe nga Liberia Telecommunication Authority menda ko obeda na Public Utility Regulatory Authority ko len ku ga Gambia be na sera tamante basi normally mama be ba ko imbe ga ko nga tati na ngambani kana be ke ga ko so no ko mi do ha na memorandum of application ba halo ba ko ka sesa mawali mama kana antome setimandeni mai ga dina hambani ka kwelen ku Liberia la CB lebe imbido ya kwelen ku salon ba ko kutabuna mama na be kai ga kotoe ba tia ba ponko imbike na men ba halu na be kai ga kotoe imbangi na maseri non ka ba ponko imbi mba be ba data ba ponka na no moloni ba ta go ba kwelen na tati na mama ana na helembete non be ba ponko imbi ba ka kotoe bi gon sesi non ka tutalao kanina hamba ni lasi baga Liberia menda kwelen ku ga Gambia ba punka tia non ka ba ponko ibe na oni o yede molong non na liberty kama ko na he na non ba tia ko en ku a salon o ngode ni molong ba ka he gara mama de se ta banti halu na de sinema ali mama na molong ba pinki andi na de punki katse be ba tia han ka ba ponko ibe o yede ga ko en ku mbani ka bia bi se ga ko so non ba sinema ali mama bo wa ECOWAS de bina se atabante ba punka de kita imba meni wali halu na oni usonya ba be ba punku kanga kwena na tani chat na ngambani kama bide ke ga kotso no na ni bile usani na tapanga bide se atabante ga mawali ma hoi imba se tamayati mama ndi halu na bide punke sisinde ba tunwandi non be ni ba kata non be ba na huli na ben kai ga kotso ga kwelen ku imbe ni ba hela na oni usonya non ba punkia imba pangsana masering kan kalenki ba la siba ku yan kuma ina ku yana hena na hini bile ke na na kai ga kotso ya gide molo kana bile kunko ko bile do han Sierra Leone police bile mutu pati kunko mamba kunka tia non ya bamba bile do na Barracks imba kunka de kita police station bile yini gende menda be ba clinic ba kata be ba opita kota kotso menda karante umba ka uhen ku ga York village kama bleke ga kotso no inspector general o a police William Fayaselu de do ka kotso no na de exibine wali bambang ba halu to na bleke de te kai ba punka isa utripi ba kasa ma wali ma yo no pon ke na me wa ga police ka be ba isibine ga kotso ni na ga 2025 handa ba pentana ni na ga 2029 ka be ba wali ba na strategic plan development kama bleke ga kotso no kama wali mama ba na bile ni Barracks bang ka kempulu kage ka uhen kunko ma polisi ndi gonyo na tabamba kungitsande nombo akunkanya wali ka petemba bile do beni baba soi ba punka yino agende nomba kaga kotsoi ba kasa no mawali makena me manka kotsoi IG Williams Fayaselu de timamo no na de kunkui kambe ba isinde bamba punka yino ba do ngombo ba kala kande kaseke osenke gataka Barracks bebe ba puka ba kala ndeta no na bide boite Barracks bebe wi hoi imba puka kasama wali makena me manka kotsoi anande timamo ba wali mbi ngende kare policio bi remembi kena ba no na to sebile binde ba puka duna batu ba haluna bide kaira kotsoi kabe ba ya karante o kena me in Barracks ba kasabe ba wali makena me manka kotsoi CEO ga Boga International at movie ba na bide kaira kotsoi ba tia idia bamba non bitotso debe Boga Sierra Leone Limited abas shohab da halu na bide kunkisira tabanti ba nya wali mama kama lo mama ba kasa be ba to hamba ka kotsoi ba wa kotso ka York community de team amuga no wali ma isinda ka kotsoi ba kasa no kapati ukena manka kotsoi ba duna ba tu kumbang ba halu na bide kai kama wali ma ho no na pakene bide be ba police station kapati ukena men matete maga Goldrich menenda ka uhen ku ba wasalun ba katama sel ma kotsoi ba tarane tibe ni ba yo ha imtome mukunte pese ata bante non ka World Bank ka umase udun kumbine ba halu na bile te kai ga wali ma bile na full system resilience program ba halu tumba na dundu bine mayoyi ma kena me mamandi ba bia bi son te bieto bimbe ba punkanya utiti ka non na bile pungune ma hayandu ga Sierra Leone Agriculture Research Institute slagi ba halu ba no ma hayandu ma punkanyo tene ba na bile katibe ba yo hamba ka kotsura kule kumbani biseta makwe mama bibele duno umasi ba punganya utiti ukuntega be ba dunkui imba duna umasi ba halu ka ba walimbi ka penko ba punka dunguna mutome mukunte imbe ba kobrin ba kwe ko manable kuikuti muna mbamba kanon bia biduno ma yoyi mama biseta makwe mama makutande mabo ibine le sera tabante ka uhenku ga rukupu rise research kalonko yo ga kambia ba haluntumba isabia tabante biseta makwe mama banbi baba talonde tebeni ba yo han bikutse muna mama no ka pobre na full system resilience program meneda ba yo limbiga de kare Sierra Leone Agriculture Research Institute bas kunga sa tabante na ble punki de tse ba kata yo han ka kotwa ko en kumbani kana de ke ga kotwa no oyem to minister o ka beni ba yo ha o mayo Dr. Teresa Genetic de ponko ba da mana mayo ma dun kumbi mi ma gon ponko ba sara tabante ba peteni ba mandi ba ne kaye ka be ba yo han ba wali bi ne be ba ba kata kwere kon ka kotsoi kanona bide ni wali ka be ba isa be ni ba cover ka kotsoi imba pun ka dinsa nomba wali bi ka kwere ko bi sisi ba pun ka ko nomba nya wali ukunte kana bia kutimu tomaga kwere ko ba na uni yo hoy ka won teo sete makwe mama ni Sofia masayo o punke na ni le utiti ba pun ka ni be ni ba punka yina ba tanke ba be sina ni ka flower na be ni ba foma na be on ba punka punkina de no moloni ba na be ngai se flam be nga ko e ngai na ba be sa ko e ko no punku ni ausonia halo bia bi dunya ko e ko ba punka puta moloni ba ta we na be punki bue flower ni be mani ka wo hanku ga Tengbeh Town bia bi dunya de ka non ka Tengbeh Town wo shika community la kempu kali bele ponko no maseri ma hu subile ma ya go ma bele kai ga pati o kena men ka do bine ga wen ko ba patani ba mani ba ton ni bine na se bele pankie no masorondo ni ba manka ko ni be se ga mandi mandang yande no helena se ni na bele kai ka tara yo ka bine ko nge no muru ko na memba ko nge ma yo pon ka ta nke ho ma na si bine ba ko nge mu yo pon ka pati bele kai be ba o peto ko to imba pon ka ina non beba opita ko soba hon kata ko to ga party benana ba ta na silma ko len ko ga salu non po mi do ha Sierra Leone Football Association be hun tu no ma wale ma ho ba pun ka sisa pasbi yene be bi puga ko len ko be ba to na bolu ga ko len ko mbani ba pun ka seta ma ko ma mbani ga ma wale ma bine ma kena me ma hali ando bine ba halu na bine sibila tabante bi ba etsen ta ni ko ita sonta sa halu na bine yuste ba pun ka bine tu ni na bine tuni bolu na ho ka ya ko to ga ko len ko mbani no na bine ka ya ko to de tema wali mama be FIFA imbi kateme ka ko to be Sierra Leone Football Association ka ko len ko ga salon ba pun ka salon patbitole na ko to imba ma wali ma to bine ba men pun ka de kita na bine pun ki new Sonia batu ngabeba bolu ga kwele nkumba uyo hoy tamkati ba etsen pa ni ko ita son stats bin kama tete no no kabine siga tunga bolu Blackpool Menina Star Sports Academy na sinda tabante ba nya mawali mama ba ni la Sierra Leone Football Association ba kunka isame ba men kataka kotoy kana bine timamo no na sitimle makui mama ba kunka tsona no matoy ma kena men kan pati bitone nga kutsona bile isuwa tabante imba kunka beni ba ya hamba bile kaiga kotsoy ba setama koi mama halu na bile kunkete kusa nkumba mba katabe ba tunga bolo akwe nkumba nga kotsoy kanona bile si non pati bitone nga kutsona mbe ba kunka bile sa tabante imba ya utiti utenge kabile setama koi ma kena men ba beba tunga bolo akwe nkumba ni tena pinda masili mama ngata sumunta ngamba yalega ke ko ele mina pe ta ko le ta le kai o po mi do na National Telecommunication Authority NATCAM ye ni nga sa nga ta fa ba ni ma ha gandu ga be ba ba ko ni ka ko ye nga tsati nga nga tsong ni bilenga ba na uni u ye de molong na sa on kai nga ko ye nga ba ni o po mi do na Sierra Leone police bile mutu pati ba punka de ba ka ba kena me no Barracks umba bebara police station clinic mena da karante ga wen ku ga York village tena pina masiri mama ga ta sumenta ya amedu ya ona do na inga bina forma handa do imempe
Slbc TV Freetown fambulo na money no is na this is me Catherine O'Connor but first make I give na the big use them. National Telecommunication Authority NATCA don't sign one document for make people them go to work a free one na different country them it's them mobile phone them and Salon police don't turn the dirty for one building a Barracks to side them go get police station clinic school na York village. Now for the use proper one. The National Telecommunications Authority NATCA don't sign one document usai people them go the worker free one with them phone a different country them between Liberia Telecommunication Authority and the Public Utility Regulation Authority na Gambia. According to this document here, so we begin May 2 this year. All Liberia people them people they wait up na salon and then go benefit for make call, receive call, send and use mobile data na the same price way salon people then they pay for one. Say we so where July go begin this year, the people that wait up na Liberia and Gambia go so able for use them mobile na different country them where in no go cost them or charge them international one way then the worker na different country them, and this day in line with ECOWAS the regulation for make sure say all my worker free one and the one for implement that one day. This signing yaso na one important step for make them country they also join on together for let the country then go connect and push economic good and so make sure say communication all man and all the people in then 3 different countries are in a Salon, Liberia and Gambia go able for use them where then go pay for them to according to waiting they able. The Salon police don't turn the dirty for one building at Barracks where then go get police station, well body clinic and school na York village. According to Inspector General of Police William Fayasel, he said the projects are part of the institution, then change drive where them in capture inside them police 2025 to 2029 strategic development plan. This building yaso we go be na the barracks na part of the police. The idea for address goal 5 we cover the condition of the service of the workman them where they do the work. IG fire cell been also talk about in plan I get for begin go work on at the barracks them for look the kind of thing them where then they do there and see how the police officer then they handle them quarter they within tap. He tell thank to member of the Police Wife Association for their support and serious so their contribution for make sure say this institution carry on fine one. CEO International Earth Moving and Construction Company Limited Abbas Shabo give word say then go do the building and fine one and make sure say then done am the same way they suppose for done. Edmana York Village tell thank for this kind of a development where the rich nine community and say them go give them support to the project and that police station not being there between Godrich and Waterloo all this thing. The Ministry for Agriculture and Food Security, where people can call MAF, through the World Bank funded Food System Resilience Program winner FSRP don't give award grants to 6 scientists them from Salon Agricultural Research Institute people can call SLAI. This move now for support the scientists them for make them go able do their work fine one for farm research and help them smallholder farmer them for do them production well within the plant and seriously make sure say more couple come inside all about the country. This grant award ceremony will take place now Okupu Rice Research na Cambia district. Also plenty representative them in come out from the Ministry of Agriculture, beneficiaries them under the Food System Resilience Program and member them from the Salon Agricultural Research Institute. According to the Deputy Minister for Agriculture 1, Dr. Teresa Genedic, he say this grant here so go help for solve the problem them with farmer then they get per agriculture and say we so provide solution we go support the cannabis thing the way then they produce and the cannabis couple way they supposed forget. Dr. Teresa Genedic say so talk say smallholder farmer them na the backbone and na the country in food system. Say one the way gets the award winner Sophia Mansare when in research they get for do with cassava where they change to flour say this idea here so then get them for make them go reduce the cannabis where we Salon they import flour inside the country by way where them go begin use this in local produce here so we not to all time then go get cause for the wait for imported flour. People that wait up na Tengbeh Town, Washika community na Freetown don't talk about how they're not glad about the poor condition of service na the area. The major problem the way they mean talk about now because they not get drainage system, they not get dustbin, cleaning safe the environment not too clean for them and seriously the well body facility where they not get. And the Salon Football Association SLAFA don't inatkanga one and give them safe for train the future stars of Salon football by way they don't team up and get new idea for development scheme for the under 18 player them. This idea also na FIFA be introduced and na slafa na salon na them being implement Then do for make them able to train their young people the yaso and give them what it take for make the game go get quality inside the country. The under 18 match between Mighty Blackpool and Stars Sport Academy. Now one good example for sure say Slafa don't give himself to the program for train their young boy. They are good one so that football business would turn up inside the country. This contest here so been sure the Kenema idea and team them with the young footballer they are so sabi and how they go provide important opportunity for them for make them develop their skill and how the youngster they are so then go see them give themselves for reach the Kenema height with football for the inside the country. Now the youth done so but make again na the big youth them wanting more. National Telecommunications Authority NATCA don't sign one document for make sure say people that they work in a different country, they use them phone free one way, they no go pay international couple. And Salon police don't turn the dirty now barracks for build one police station, one well body center, and one school in York village. I hope so you get a blessed day. Me na Catherine O'Connor, they say tata.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Wayus, and producer and presenter Christian Editions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Wayus and also reporter at the SLBC. And this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Taba, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC.
I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
Is Africa's dark heart, the Congo, also known as the Green Hell. This white man's grave is packed with some of the fiercest animals, most venomous bites, dangerous stings, and the deadliest poisons in the world. Is this the most hostile jungle on the planet? The Congo rainforest is the second largest on Earth. Only the Amazon is larger. It covers an area a quarter the size of the United States. And 6 nations share its boundaries. It's a carpet of green as far as the eye can see. The Congo is a dense, impenetrable jungle. It's hard to see what's around the corner in this dark, damp underworld. Their trunks armored with deadly spikes and patrolled by vicious, stinging ants. How can anything survive in this hostile jungle? But where there's an opportunity, there are creatures to grasp it. At the Congo's core lies the forest floor. Life down here relies on what's going on up above. It's sunlight that powers the Congo's mighty engine. Trees soar higher than 15-story buildings, reaching for the sun. Leaving their competition in the shade. Just 2% of the sun's light reaches the forest floor. And the points where it hits change every second of the day. All seems still. Yet the forest floor is alive with characters from a B-movie nightmare. A swarm of driver ants, 20 million strong, a living weapon of mass destruction, scouring the forest floor. The soldiers guard the column of workers. The Congo's rain-soaked tropical climate produces a multi-storied world with countless places to live. The reason that jungles like this are so rich in life is that they provide a vast range of habitats. But with this diversity comes danger. The forest floor is home to a legion of deadly predators. This forest rat is unaware that its days are numbered. It's being closely watched by a stealthy killer. A Gaboon viper. The master of disguise. It has the longest fangs of any snake and can inject more poison than any other species. Enough to kill this rat many times over. It's the perfect ambush hunter with the fastest strike in the world. As night descends on the jungle, more monsters come out to play. As the canopy, trees soar 50 meters into the sky. Up to 90% of rainforest species are found here. It's a tough, unforgiving world. But monkeys are perfectly designed to travel through the treetops. Black and white colobus enjoy the high life, spending most of their time in the rainforest's upper branches. Bathed in strong sunlight, the canopy is the most productive part of the jungle. But although the leaves look harmless, they are anything but. They are packed with lethal toxins including tannins, strychnine, and cyanide. Black and white colobus eat enough poison every day to kill several men.
It's Tuesday, the 4th of February 2025. It's midday in Freetown. Good afternoon and welcome to the Podium live on the SLBC. We start with our quote of the day, which comes from an English journalist, John Diamond, and it says, "Cancer is a word, not a sentence." In this edition, today is World Cancer Day. We shall be speaking to an expert in relation to this disease. Ministry of Basic Education warns school heads of serious consequences over non-completion of BRS entries deadline. And we should be looking at the compliance since the 1st of February in relation to the CBD restrictions by the Traffic Division. All these stories, including your messages, which you can send to 03073 719. It's the Podium. And you can also follow us on our Facebook page at slbc.sl. Welcome back to this edition of the Podium. We start to look at the compliance level since the 1st of February in relation to the restrictions for commercial bike riders within the CBD. The SLBC yesterday observed widespread compliance regarding ban from operating within the CBD by commercial bike riders. It was clear that certain areas such as the parking ground at space around about, usually bustling with bike riders waiting for passengers, was clear due to the ban. Mohamed Lamin to reports.
At the Central Business District, it was clear that certain areas, such as the parking ground at PZ Runabout, usually bustling with bike riders waiting for passengers, was clear due to the ban. The improved traffic flow was noticeable, with pedestrians moving freely and vehicles, including kekes, accessing their destinations without difficulty. The police were visible in major areas, stopping and questioning bike riders to verify their documents before allowing them to proceed.
We are witnessing police trying to investigate this bike rider entering into the prohibited area. He's being cautioned as to why he's been using his cell to know whether he's an Okada rider, as usually known as private rider. He has provided documents to show that he's actually a private rider, but the police are not convinced as to the documents shown.
At Eastern Police, a location typically known for Okada riders arriving from the eastern of Freetown, the traffic situation was orderly due to law enforcement efforts. Similarly, at Mountain Court, riders have been relocated to Kendall Street to pick up and drop passengers. Abdul Karim Kamara, Okada rider, expressed mixed feelings about the ban, but acknowledged the benefits of the enforcement.
If you buy plenty, like for example, if it's you more in the rush hour, like morning and evening, the access will be.
We now have a free flow of traffic in the city.
Previously, bike riders often collided with pedestrians in the CBD. This problem is now a thing of the past with the enforcement of the ban.
So the Kenema advantage towards the county.
Its leader, Obaka Sise, expressed satisfaction with the improved order in the city, as bike riders have been removed from major business areas.
We have a free flow of traffic in the city, and we hope the compliance measures are sustained.
Whilst the ban is ongoing, there are calls for fair treatment by enforcement officers to ensure continued compliance among bike riders. SLBC News, Mohamed Lamintu reporting.
From there, Aminata Bangura also went to Regent Road, another restricted route within the CBD.
The enforcement, which began on the 1st February 2025, is part of efforts to regulate urban traffic, reduce congestion, and improve road safety in high-risk areas. Regent Road, a critical route linking major business and government offices, has been identified as one of the streets where commercial bike riders have been causing serious traffic challenges. Yunisa Toure said he was not happy on the new directive because he has lost so many passengers he used to carry across the various restricted areas. He called on the government to at least reduce the amount of streets they have been banned from operating.
I'm so confused, challenge. So don't use for ride beside everything like whether they see the ride beside forget license, the bike, the elements, I don't do that all. You cannot get no job me and only that by this bike.
Willie Vandy, who we found waiting for a bike, said that he was happy about the measures put in place because the streets, according to him, were now free and flowing, but did not acknowledge the effects the measure has on his movements. Fatmata Din Bangua also re-echoed Willie's sentiments.
Well, to me, positively, they don't free up space, but people don't remove as you see, people don't remove them. Traffic congestion, then negatively, people in there, they want to take a bike for going farther distance, let them move out for richer places. So it will hit in a way, or positively, they don't create space.
The police have warned that those who violate the measure would face penalties, including fines and possible seizure of motorbikes. As the new policy takes effect, Freetown urban mobility faces critical tests with authorities and residents adjusting to the changes. SLBC, Aminata Bangura reporting.
Well, that was it for yesterday's aspects of the continuous operations within the CBD by the Traffic Division. Each year, today the 4th of February is commemorated as World Cancer Day. Today marks 25 years of signing the Charter of Paris Against Cancer and the World Summit Against Cancer for the New Millennium. On this year's World Cancer Day, themed United by Unique, which is a reminder of the collective commitment against cancer. WHO acknowledges every patient's unique experiences and the value of people-centered care delivered jointly by healthcare providers, family, friends, and communities. Well, how is it celebrated or commemorated in Sierra Leone and the data? We have in the studios an expert who is Abulotunjo Conte, National Cancer Register, Ministry of Health, in the studios. Good afternoon, Mr. Conte. Welcome to the program, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
All right. Firstly, what is cancer?
Cancer is a disease which occurs in the body when cells grow abnormally and spread into other organs of the body. How it happens? The human body itself is being made up of what we call cells, and those cells, they are so small, you cannot see them with your naked eyes. So the cells
come together to form tissues. Tissues come together to form the human body organs. Those cells are supposed to be growing like a building blocks, just like when you are building a house in that orderly manner. So due to certain factors, some of them will decide to grow abnormally from not following the normal patterns of growth. And when that happens, it forms a lump or a mass, right? And wherever it forms that lump or mass, where we call it topography, so we can name it the cancer. If it forms a lump or mass in the breast, we can say it's breast cancer. So wherever, if it's in the prostate of a man, we say prostate cancer. If it's in the cervix, we say cervical cancer. And this can occur in every part of the body, except places where the blood vessels don't flow, like your hair, your fingernail. There is a part, the cartilage in your body. That white part where like when you kill an animal, the part you call a biscuit part, that is the cartilage, right? That is the only 3 parts within the body where cancer cannot grow. But except all other parts, cancer can grow from there. That is why we have so many types of cancer, over 100 types of cancer. We name it based upon what we call the topography. That is the primary site where it occurs. If it even occurs in the eye, it's retinoblastoma. We have cancer of such. So cancer is the uncontrollable growth of cells that will spread to destroy other organs within the body system.
Okay, what are the factors responsible for this uncontrollable growth of the cells?
Well, we can divide the factors into controllable and uncontrollable factors, right? Like the one which is uncontrollable, like even your sex, you being a female, right? We are liable to female cancers, like cervical cancer. Me being a male, I'm liable to cancer that affect male, especially like prostate cancer. So that's why we can say it is an unavoidable factor. When it comes to the other factor, which we can relate to what we call like social lifestyles, genetics factor or heredity factor, it can be like, for when you look at the heredity factor, if you being a female, right, then you've suffered for breast cancer and you give a birth to a daughter, and there's all possibility that of your daughter can inherit that breast cancer, right? That is what we call the genetic factor, that it is within the family lineage. And also when we talk about social lifestyles, there are certain things we do as a social lifestyle which can lead to cancer, like smoking, alcohol, the harmful use of alcohol, then lack of physical exercise, right? Then poor diet. If you don't eat plenty of fruits and vegetables so that your cells can grow well in that normal way, all that can lead to cancer. So we can categorize them like risk factors. We don't say they are causes, we call them risk factors.
All right, so let's go through, for example, you mentioned there are 100 types of cancer.
Yes.
Let's zoom in into Sierra Leone. What are those that are actually prevalent in this country?
Yes, well, like Sierra Leone, we can categorize them like this, by male and female. When it comes to the female cancers, breast cancer is the leading, seconded by cervical cancer. You have also the liver cancer, which is hypercellular carcinoma. It affects both male and female, right? That one is as a result of infectious disease like what we call hepatitis. In the end stage, it changes to hypercellular carcinoma, which is liver cancer. That one also is affecting the male and female. When you come to the male cancer, prostate cancer, liver cancer, lung cancer as a result of smoking, right? So in Sierra Leone, these are the main common cancers. You have the breast, cervical, prostate, liver, lung cancer, even the ovarian cancer for women. When you come to the childhood cancers, we have what we call the Burkitt lymphoma, we have the retinoblastoma, that is cancer of the eye. These are common in children. We have all this type of cancer in Sierra Leone.
Okay, so I want us to zoom into the aspect of the childhood cancer. Is this something new in the country?
Well, it is not something new, but people were not, the awareness was not there, right? Because you used to see children with their jaw swelling up, their eyes, swelling up. They used to relate it to native and other things, right? Because we are not aware. But since the awareness came, now we have a whole oncology unit at Oladurin Children's Hospital. They are managing the childhood cancer. There is a whole world for them, right? Those cancer can be cured because as a child, the cells are just started growing, they can be treated with even the chemotherapy. So we are treating all those type of cancers here, if only detected early, right? The childhood cancers. The most common one are the Burkitt lymphomas, the retinoblastomas, and the Hodgkin's lymphoma. We have non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. These are childhood cancers.
Will you link the childhood cancer to the aspect of generic? Maybe it's a family thing?
Yes, some can be, some they are not, right? Because they are, it is hard for you to determine childhood cancers because some of them, they can got it through birth, right? At the time of birth, you can see them developing that cancer. So it is really hard to determine their causes, right? But like I've said, some can be related to heredity factor. That is within the family lineage, right? Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about as a cancer registrar, what type of cases are mostly recorded within the registry? Is it that has to do with the social factors or genetic or hereditary cancer?
Well, we are seeing more of the heredity and both social factor cases, right? Because in Sierra Leone, the most leading among all is the breast cancer. Yeah, and this is most likely connected to heredity factor, like the genetic factor, as I've explained. If a woman has suffered from breast cancer and give birth to a girl child, there's possibility for that girl child also to inherit the breast cancer. Yeah, and also this social lifestyle, more of smoking. Tobacco smoking is one of the key factors towards cancer, because with continuous smoking, it will disturb the normal growth of cells, and which will lead to cancer. And also abusive use of alcohol, we have the one I've said about that liver, cirrhosis of the liver. It can be caused by alcohol, harmful use of alcohol, drinking. There are so many alcohol companies here now producing this type of alcohol. That one, if you continuously keep on drinking it, it will lead to destroy your liver, which will end up to be hypercellular carcinoma or cirrhosis of the liver.
Okay, let's talk about public education. Apart from like a day like this, do you normally educate communities about this, especially that has to do with, again, the social factors? You just mentioned that by data, we are getting more of social factors, and that of the hereditary. So let's talk about, for example, social factor. That could be, a preventive aspect to individuals.
Yes. Well, that is why a day like this the aim of this particular day is to raise awareness about cancer prevention, detection, and treatment. How can you do the prevention? Prevention is through what? Awareness raising, right? So the awareness is not only for today, because today is World Cancer Day. Yeah, we want to now use the social media, because so many people are now familiar with social media, by spreading the message, right? That these and these are risk factors for cancer, which they can be seen. And like there's something now that is going around, which is one of the most risk factor for social lifestyle, like the shisha. You can go to clubs, you see so many people, the ladies, the boys, they smoking shisha, they use it as a social lifestyle. But that one is making the cancer more increase in our society today. Yes, so that one, the government has also signed a bill on tobacco smoking, right? And the law enforcement agency, they need to enforce that particular act, right? Because smoking is one of the key factors. Yes, because of the nicotine. Yeah, the nicotine can destroy your tissue and lead to cancer in any part of the body.
Okay, let's talk around data.
Yeah.
WHO South, I'm just quoting from WHO. WHO Southeast Asia region had 2.4 million new cases of cancer in 2022, including 56,000 children and 1.5 million deaths. Among all the WHO regions, the South and Eastern Asia had the highest number of cancer of lips and oral cavity. urine, cervix, and childhood cancer. It is estimated by 2050 there will be 85% increase in the number of new cases and deaths in the region.
Yes, that one, even here from our statistics, our data, we are seeing the cases are increasing. Drastically, they are increasing as a result of one, the awareness raising, because when you raise awareness, people will now come out for screening, and by doing screening you can detect that this is positive cancer or not, right? So awareness is key. Screening programs is very also important for us to detect early cases, because one of the things about cancer is like early detection saves life. The earlier you are diagnosed with cancer, you have a higher chances of surviving than you being detected late detection, right? Because if you are detected late, you know, that meaning because cancer is by stage. We have from stage 1 to stage 4, right? It is very easy to treat a stage 1 cancer than a stage 4 cancer, right? A stage 4 cancer, meaning the cancer has spread even to other parts of the body, right? You'll be just focusing on the primary side, that is the first side, but forgotten that that one, it has spread maybe to another internal organ, which you cannot even see with your naked eyes, or except through certain tests, certain scan, for you to know that this cancer has spread to that level, right? So one thing about cancer is early detection saves life.
So among male and female, who are actually reporting more cancer cases within the region?
Well, in Sierra Leone, the female cancer, yeah, the breast cancer, seconded by the cervical cancer.
Wow.
Also now is on the increase.
Okay, so let's talk about how normal do you work as a registry, how you work with, for example, other hospitals to report, because again, you deal with data. How normal do you work with other hospitals?
The registry is a population-based cancer registry, because we have 3 types of cancer registry. We have the hospital-based, that the hospital-based cancer registry only collect data about cancer patient within a particular hospital. But like the one we have in Sierra Leone, which is the National Cancer Registry, where I'm the National Registrar, is a population-based cancer registry. We have up to 32 health facilities within Freetown, Western area, where we are getting our data from, be it private hospital, laboratories, government hospitals, 32 health facilities. We have our data extraction form, right, which we can go to those facilities. We have 2 types of data collection. We have the passive and the active. The active data collection is when you go, you meet the patient in person at that particular center, you can obtain the information you want to get from the patient. And the passive one, you can still go there, you go through their medical records, you go through the diagnosed cancer cases and collect the information. So the data collection within Western area is not only limited in one hospital. We are dealing with 32 health facilities.
Why just Western area?
Well, for now, we are dealing with Western area because we don't have well-trained people, staff, and to extend them into the provinces. For now, it's Freetown. And why it is Western area? Because here is the key place for cancer management. All cancer management presently, they refer them.
Okay, because that's what I'm asking. Just to avoid under-reporting, it's likely that it's happening in the region.
Yes.
What's the reporting mechanism?
So in the region, you can go to any health facility once they see that this is cancer, because we have the oncology team. When we talk about oncology, it's the study of cancer. Those that are specialized in cancer management, they are in Freetown. So they can refer cases to Freetown here. Yeah, because treating cancer is different from treating other disease. We call it a multidisciplinary approach. It's not a one way. You have to do the surgery, you do the chemotherapy, and the third aspect, which we are trying to establish in Sierra Leone, which we do have, is the radiotherapy treatment. That is using an ionized radiation to kill that cancer cells. That is presently what we are trying to develop in the country.
Continue to be with us. We shall be looking at other issues this afternoon that has to do with treatment, facilities available, and statistics. The program you're watching is the Podium, reaching live on the SLBC. You can be part of the program, sending your text to 030073719. You can follow us on our Facebook page at slbc.sl. As a result of delays in school to complete their batch registration system entries uploaded into the WAEC portal, the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education has in a press release urged Board of Governors, parents, heads of schools, and education officials across the country to ensure that schools meet the deadline to complete BRS, or candidates will be ineligible to see this year's WAEC. WAEC in a recent notice stated that most schools are yet to complete the process. It could be recalled that over 80,000 kids were affected by uploading last year, and government had to pay for them to receive the WAEC. For more on that, I have Augustine Bami Anthony, Communications Manager, Basic Education. Good afternoon, Bami. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, good afternoon, Salma. Good afternoon, viewers and listeners.
Sad though that every year we have to be grappling with heads of schools not meeting deadline to upload this BRS, even with several trainings, interventions. Again, we have seen warning from WAEC. We had the WAEC Public Affairs Manager on Friday giving us statistics. Huge numbers of schools are yet to upload. Now we have seen a strong notice on the Ministry of Basic Education. What's this challenge to get schools with this BRS on time? What's the challenge there?
Well, a lot of factors. One could be personal attitude of our school. Some of our school heads. Some of our school heads care less about the responsibility being put in their hands to take care of the future of our kids. For example, if you are a school head, a principal of a particular school, one of your major responsibilities is to ensure that child transitions from one level to another, be it internal exams or for external exams. That is your sole responsibility. For those who study law, they call it your duty of care. You have that duty of care to ensure that that child progresses. But unfortunately, for some of our principals in Sierra Leone, they care less about it. You all know, the media understands that the ministry over the period has taken stringent actions with suspensions, with some other principals, expulsion, or we call it sack. Some are still, most of them in fact, are still lagging behind. Let me give you the background. Of course, we all know what happened last year. That quite a number of, so many thousands of kids were left out because they were unable to register, especially for the continuous assessment year 1. Continuous assessment year 1 forms the basis of your registration because it provides your bio data to WAEC to say, in the next 2 years or 3 years, we'll be having a candidate by the name of this person with this kind of features that will be preparing for the exams. That is the continuous assessment year 1. So for any child that is not having a continuous assessment uploaded into the WAEC portal for year 1, automatically you are not a potential candidate. And the principals understand this. So let me tell you the catch. Before now, we use post-exams upload of cards, where after the exam, the principals will now go to sit and, what I want to say, manufacture continuous assessment scores and then upload to WAEC. We all knew the challenges associated with that. That was where they had to sit until the last minute. They will not even be hasting to do it. WAEC has to be calling, we want to release results, we are waiting for your continuous assessment, because it is 30% of the total grade. Very important, so very significant. So WAEC has to be calling over and again. So Sierra Leone joined the other countries to say, let's go into the precast, where we will now be having our keys continuous assessment submitted or uploaded into the WAEC portal yearly, year 1, year 2, year 3. When I say year 1 for SS1, for SS2, and SS3. So for Sierra Leone, because government pays, that is a catch. Because government pays, and the principals, some principals have made this as a business cartel, they will have to wait until the last minute to bring in what we call passengers. So if they have, particularly in a particular school, let's say 200 candidates to write the exam, eligible candidates to write the exams, they will also make it 800, with people coming around paying some amount. We have heard of that, principals receiving 2 million, 2,500,000 for that. So because now it is the precast system, you have to catch these kids at SSS1. So they find it so very difficult to really submit SSS1 cards. For expected candidates they will be having in SSS3. They'll be saying, then we will not know if we'll be submitting 1,000, and the pupils we have in class now are less than 200. So what they will do, they will lag behind. They will tend to play the victim. Okay, we are unable to submit our cards because of these problems, just because they want to beat time. So in 2-3 years, they will be able to exactly know where project how many candidates they will have to write the exams in their schools after receiving the monies. So because they all want to be doing that, every year, year in, year out, they will delay. So this year, for example, let me give you statistics. This year, we cleared, or we received from WAEC, let me just go with that figure. We received from WAEC a total of 163,697 candidates that are eligible to write the exams by way of uploading their continuous assessment grade for year 1. So we have 892 schools that have completed successfully the registration of CAS 1. But let me give you what is surprising. From this is a willing upload. From this CAS 1 people, these 892 schools that willingly and successfully uploaded their CAS into the WAEC portal, 12 didn't do CAS 2. That is to say, the number dropped down to 880 schools now completing CAS 2, meaning they have provided 10% for the first year, and they have 12 of them have failed to provide another 10% for the second year. The third year will come when we will announce. So now our concern is we have to do this in tandem with the registration of the batch registration we call the Barracks, the batch registration system entries. And this is the most important aspect as well, because it is the formal registration of that candidate to write the exams. So the CAS 1, it is only, but very important too, the upload of that child's academic work. But with the batch registration system, it is now where you express interest, you express now concern to write the exams by way of uploading your information to say, I want to be a candidate of these exams. So let me tell you, out of the 892 schools that have successfully, that are now eligible but as per uploading the CAS 1 to register for the batch registration system now, only 228 from that 892 schools have completed their registration, the BRS registration. Meaning we have quite a number of schools, over 600 schools, that have done nothing. And the scary part is, we as a ministry have said, we are going to have the 7th of February 2025 as the deadline, and it is the final deadline. We have encouraged our school quality assurance officers to make the rounds in their various operational areas to ensure that schools within their own purview really follow the deadline. But also we want to extend that to very key important players like the heads of schools, but the Board of Governors. These are very powerful people in our Act, our Basic and Senior Secondary Education Act. Let them go to their principals, ask them, have you completed the batch registration system? Let me see the copy, because you have to print the copy. So we have to be taking these principles on check. Otherwise, we would have to wait again, buying time to ensure, waiting for candidates to come, until they realize there are no candidates coming, and now they will come to say, we are sorry, we are late to upload our batch registration, and therefore
few days to the 7th. By the statistics given, it's like something like 60% or 70% of schools are yet to complete the BRS.
Yes, 70%.
So, and we spoke to the public affairs officer for work that this is an international exam. They don't even have the power to even extend this deadline.
That is all what we will have.
Are we not going to see a repeat of what happened last year?
Happily you are in tune with what we've been doing. That is what is happening always. We are not going to be taking canes to be flogging principals to go do their job. I think one of the best things we have to do as a ministry is to continue to remind them of their responsibilities, and that is what we are doing as a ministry. We every day remind them, go do your job. But now we want to bring in third-party players. We want to ensure that even you, the parents, go check for your child.
Yeah, because that was the question I wanted to ask. I see this time around you decided to bring in the parents. Why?
Yeah, because we want to have the school is a community involvement. We want to have the community involved in the actions and activities of a school. Let the parents now go check for their kids' registration. Let them see for themselves. Because the principals will say, don't worry, we have done it. No, it's not just don't worry, we have done it. I want to see my kid. I want to have my child write the exams this year. Because government is not going to do it anymore. Last year, you see, the president had to give an executive clearance of a huge amount of money that could have been spent on other things in the hospital, for example, to support the cancer patients. That money was then used to pay private exams. They pay for private exam for those candidates because government is prioritizing education. So government is not willing to do that anymore. So we want to let viewers and listeners, especially parents, understand that it is also their responsibility to go to the schools, check with the heads of schools, ensure with validity that they see the registration completed for their kids before they go home. Because that is scary. This is just 3 days to the final deadline we have just drawn as a ministry. They have not done it. You know, see,
do you think there is a magic for this over 600 schools to complete this BRS just in 3 days?
Yeah, so the registration is not quite a difficult task. Yeah, what is maybe challenging is the batch registration system. I mean the how do you call it, the cards, because this is just your registration online. You can do 2,000 registrations in less than 3 hours. So they can do it in even 2 days. It is about the willingness on the part of the principals to do. So we have sent out.
What's the excuse or the challenge being presented by these heads of school? What's the problem that they cannot be able to get this deadline at the back of them?
So you know,
for many people, it should be history now to talk about this whole issue every year, the issue of BRS and CAS.
Maybe we'll come to a situation where the ministry will have to think about creating, this is just from my view, creating a department, a whole department that will now be responsible to upload these cards for the schools. Because when it is left in the hands of the principals, they all want to wait for deadline. Because listen, when it is 5-6 o'clock rush hour for transport, let me put it in the lower terms, you see people rushing for poda taxi, and you see the price increasing. That is what they want to play. When it is 24 hours to 48 hours to the deadline, they will have these candidates rushing to come to for registration. They will come with money so that is what they want. So what they do is they have to wait till last minute, and at the end of the day they are challenged maybe with even the internet connectivity, because it is just 24 hours. You have waited for, they have given you 1 month of registration period. You have waited for the last day to come because you are expecting candidates to bring monies on the last day, and on the last day now you have internet problems all over the place. So what happens? You come back to the ministry. WAEC did not give us the opportunity to upload. Is that WAEC's problem? It's not WAEC's problem. It's because you have waited for a whole month and more. You have failed to do the due diligence. You want to make money instead of really providing the services for our kids. So as a ministry, we are going to be very strong at this. The principal, the minister was talking to us this morning with a very frowned face, expressing his dissatisfaction over quite a lot of, even us, telling that it is everybody's responsibility to ensure that the principals do their job. So you start to ask yourself, am I going to have schemes behind these principals to do their job?
Is Parliament involved in this? Why I ask this question? Because I know when the private schools went to Parliament and complained as a result of what happened last year, Parliament was at the forefront advocating to the extent now government had to,
yes,
executive order. Is Parliament involved? Because again, many times they run to Parliament and the Parliament will be, in the back of the ministry. Sometimes you are questioned and all this thing. Is Parliament aware of this latest development?
Maybe my joy will be that Parliament is 100% working with the ministry. If there is anybody that shows understanding with the challenges of the ministry, is Parliament. Before now, people thought Parliament was going to, as if say the ministry is not doing its job. its job. But when Parliament realizes that it is not just the ministry, it is for the very cause of these principals and heads of schools, and they started bringing them to book. That is why you saw Parliament now going to schools, going to verify reports, registers, going to verify uploads by themselves to ensure that they support the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education. By the way, I want to say kudos to Honorable Jabi for providing that leadership, because it has been really a committed leadership. We want to ensure that going forward that continues. But as for your to allay affairs, Parliament is concerned, Parliament is following up, Parliament understands the constraints, and Parliament in their own bid are talking to their people in their constituencies and their district blocks to ensure that all schools in their own jurisdiction comply as per the ministry's requirement.
Let's talk about one constituency again that has to do with the private schools.
Yeah.
Last year, we all know, in fact, they were very vocal as a result of what happened. So far, by the statistics, are private schools cooperating with this latest deadline? Because again, they were mostly affected last year.
So the statistics I just read is about public and private schools. These are both public and private.
But is the association of private schools informed of this? Because again, we all know last year what they raised a lot of issues.
Yes, Salma, even apart from the personal and interpersonal correspondences, the mere fact that a private school is listening to the SLBC TV Podium and is on social media, and he listens to radio, and he sees this press release from the ministry, is enough to wake you up from your slumber to say, I have a job to do. So this is where people will say, I never knew, I was not informed, there was no communication. No, it's not possible. Salma, you called me this afternoon. You are never a member of the MBSSE, but you called me to say, I saw this press release on social media, come talk about it. That means you are doing your job. So it is also about the responsibility of these principals to also follow up on this.
Are there going to be penalties for heads of schools who could not meet the deadline?
Very well, very well. And I just give you a glimpse of the kind of expression of Minister Conrad Saki this morning, letting us understand clearly that if principals do not comply with this deadline, they will be penalized and the public will know about it. We have to be naming and shaming some principals. I think we have to be calling some big schools to come. People have to know that that is what they do. Because, Salma, for God's sake, I will not be taking your chalk, the teacher's chalk, and go to the blackboard, as we call it, begin to teach, because I want teachers to be teaching in class. I think what the ministry does is to encourage the teachers to go to class to teach. It is not only that I have to go take the chalk physically to begin teach. So this is where also we need to let people do their job. You should not be a principal and you want people to be doing your job. If we start encouraging principals to go, if we start as a ministry going to the ministries, to the schools now, taking their BRSs and coming to upload them, that will cause an influx on the part of the ministry. So it is their job. What we do is to verify. What we do, let me give you that background. Before now, they used to go straight to WAEC. WAEC would just put out a press release, the batch registration entries are open, please upload. So they will go straight to WAEC, they start to upload. We experienced quite a lot of abnormalities within that period, one of which will be the kids will move from SS1 and they register for the exams. The other will be kids coming outside the school system to register for the exams. Even those who do not pass BECE, because BECE is the minimum requirement to write the exams. You have to pass BECE. Those who did not even meet the minimum requirements will now go straight to the portal through their principals, because they pay money to write the exams. Now we have said, no, it's not going to happen anymore. As a responsible ministry, we are not going to receive all the entries from our schools, and we verify. We are going to verify and recommend to WAEC with our stamp and signature from the Permanent Secretary's office to say, under the supervision of the Department of Policy and Planning, to say these are the schools that are qualified as per our own verification, including checking of the pass of BECE result, and then the eligibility, including how long have we stayed in the SSS category, and not more than 5 years. So all this we are going to check and say these are the schools that are, or candidates that are correct to write the exams, and then we send a copy to WAEC. we give the copies back to the schools after the verification. So after the upload, WAEC has to report back to the ministry to say, you gave us a number of candidates to upload. These are the total number of candidates that have uploaded. Please check if they are the same names you sent us to send to us. That is just to have a clear understanding of whether those who really verified are those they uploaded. So we have gone through all this hassle. They are just trying to frustrate our measures, because before now they have been doing it free of cost. Now because they are stringent measures and they do not want to go with or by our standards, what they do is they drag their feet. They know the 7th February is the last day, is the deadline, final deadline to submit to the Ministry of Education all their BRSs. For every principal, for any principal that is listening that has not submitted, please do this within this time or on the date, else you'll be counted ineligible to write the exams.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Augustine Bami Anthony, Communications Manager, Minister of Basic Education, continue to be with us. Abdul, let's talk around how a cancer or somebody suffering from cancer is actually detected that this person is actually living with this, be it breast, cervical, what?
Yes, well, it's different based upon the type of cancer, right? If it is a breast cancer, which is the most common one, you started feeling a lump in the breast, right? And when you touch that lump, it is painful, right? You started seeing the body texture of the breast. It will change. It looks like an orange, right? Normally it's supposed to be shiny. Yeah, but when you started seeing those changes, it is good for you to go to the hospital. Or even if you see it with time, the nipple, it will be discharging with some fluid, right? If you see all those things, you can go to the hospital. And that is, when you go to the hospital, it's not all lumps that are cancer, right? They can do what we call a lumpectomy, and we'll send that lump to the histology department, right? By doing what we call histology, looking that particular lump under a microscope to know that if it was formed by cancer cells. Once that happens, then we can give you the required treatment. Like you can be on the chemotherapy, which will stop the spread of that cancer. And if you can further to afford, you can go for what we call the radiotherapy, which will kill that particular cell so that it will not grow again. Yes. So detecting cancer, it depends on the topography.
Okay, so let's look at the other aspect, cervical cancer.
Yes, like cervical cancer also is another cancer now, which is on the increase.
Why?
Yes. Why? Because one, it's being contacted through a virus called the HPV, human papilloma virus, right? And that virus, you can contact it through sexual intercourse, right? Unprotected sex. So, and now you are seeing there are so many casual sex around without protection and all that thing. So when that virus goes into the cervix of the woman, it will stay there and becomes a cancer. But for the male, they can pass on the virus but for them it won't be a cancer because the male don't have the particular organ which we call cervix. It's only female. So, and also the another factor for getting that cervical cancer is the long use of contraceptive by women. You see, most girls, when they are in their early age, they don't want to get pregnant, they will be using those contraceptives. If you can use that one for a very long time, you can end up having cervical cancer, right? Also, the infectious disease like HIV, right? HIV is also another factor for cervical cancer, right? And also a research has just shown that HIV can transmit up to 5 different types of cancer, like the cervical cancer, ovarian cancer, which is the Kaposi sarcoma, cancer of the skin, right? So these are the leading factors for cervical cancer. And so as a woman, it is not good for you to start saying that I've seen my menses twice or more than twice in a month. No, it's not possible, right? When you started seeing that happening, it is good for you to go and see a medical doctor so that you can be screened properly and it will be treated. Because one thing about it, when that virus goes into the cervix, it takes time for it to become cancerous, right? It will be there, you'll be started seeing some abnormal discharge, frequently. Then you started seeing some colorish changes of discharge. It will later lead to bleeding, right? Yes, when you started getting all those signs and symptoms, it is good for you to go to the hospital. But one good thing about it, it can be prevented, right? Like that is why now we are giving the vaccine, cervical cancer vaccine, to children within the age of 9 and 10, within the age of 10 in schools, because we are saying that within that age they are not sexually active. Yeah, so if you can take that vaccine at that age, by the time you become sexually active, even if you get the virus, you'll be prevented from getting it as cervical cancer, right? So that is one thing. And also it is something which we can simply diagnose with the use of what we call a pap smear. That is by taking a sample of this swab in the vagina and looking it under a microscope. And once we detect that also, there are treatment for it. So what I'm saying, you should know your normal body, the way how your normal body structure it. If you started seeing any changes in any part of your body, it is good for you to meet the health professionals. They can screen you and know what is happening within the body system, and it can be treated as earlier as possible.
And the figures worrying that you think you could also move as a secretary, as a registry, within your comfort zone, do public education, because like you mentioned, the aspect of breast and cervical cancer on the increase, and it's affecting the youthful population, especially among women.
Yes, the figure is really worrisome, because as of yesterday we've recorded 5,005 cancer confirmed cases just within Western area, right?
For the whole year?
No, that is the normal within our database. Wow. Okay, yes, we've recorded more than 5,000 cases, and when you look at that 5,005 cases, the most female cancers are the higher cancers. Among that 5,005 cases, you have 2,805 are female cancers, and the male cancer, which is 57% of that total population. And when you look at the male cancer, is 2,200, which is like 43%. So in total, the female cancer are more on the increase, right? And when you look at their ages, more it is fall within the age of 30 to 40, right? And these are sexually active women. Yeah, so it is really worrisome. So we need to embark on the awareness raising, because one of cancer prevention, you can only prevent it through awareness raising.
Okay, let's talk about treatment now. How normally do you treat them?
Yeah, in treating cancer, it's a multidisciplinary approach. It's not one way, right? We have what we call a surgery. That is, if you have a lump in your breast, the first thing we do, we go and remove that lump. Yeah. Whereas people be saying that when you have a breast cancer, they will cut off your breast. It's not the case like that. It's just like if you have an apple. If a small part of that apple is being spoiled, you can just cut that part which is spoiled. But if everything gets spoiled, you will just get rid of it. Is that not so? So that is the breast. When you feel a lump within there, you can go, we do a lumpectomy, we remove that lump, because not all lumps are cancer. We have the penile lump, meaning the cells that come together, they are not cancerous cells. So when we look at it, we now know that this is a cancerous cells, it is cancer. Then the surgical aspect of it, by removing that lump, is part of the treatment. That is surgical oncology, right? Then we go to what we call the chemotherapy. The chemotherapy is like a combination of different type of drugs, which we can give you like a drip. What it does is stop the spread of cancer, because that is one key characteristic of cancer. It can spread. Yeah. Then the third aspect now is using the radiotherapy, and that is a facility which we don't have here. We have people who are being trained here in terms of treating people with ionized radiation. Myself sitting here, I was specialized in that in India, but we don't have the equipment, we don't have the infrastructure. So that is where you see people live in Sierra Leone going to Ghana or India or elsewhere out of the country for cancer treatment. But that is why I am.
But why are we not getting that facility? What's the challenge there?
Well, the challenge there is the ministry is working towards that, but what has been now the challenge is with the Ministry of Finance, right? Because we've got a consultant for the construction of the radiotherapy treatment center at Freetown, right? The feasibility studies has been done, you know, the design has been done, but now, for now, there is a challenge with paying the contractor. And when once they pay that contractor, then the actual work will commence. And we have an international body who want to help the country, which is the IAEA. So they are looking up to us. So that is the area I want the Ministry of Finance to work with the Ministry of Health to try to settle that one, because it is a very key component in cancer treatment. Yeah, we need the radiotherapy. The patient need the radiotherapy treatment in the country, so that we have already the manpower is there, but the infrastructure is not there. The equipment are not enough, right? So that is the challenge presently. But yes, still we still have experts on the ground who can treat cancer. So if you observe any changes, you can go so that they can start the process by doing the surgery and the chemotherapy. If you have money now, you can go out of the country for radiation.
Okay, thank you so much, Abdul, for coming this afternoon. So, Bami, let's talk about how the ministry is going to ensure that you're not going to eat your words, because again, we all know maybe after the deadline, there's going to be an appeal again, an extension.
So, first of all, we're going to encourage all our school heads to comply with us. We've just done quite quick calculation. It's about 664 schools that really need to upload or complete their batch registration entries, and we want to encourage them because the idea is not about what we need, what administrative actions we really need to take against them. The focus at the moment is to ensure that those kids benefit from the free quality school education program. So we will continue to encourage our school heads to comply with the deadline, and even parents, of course, they are key stakeholders to go to the schools, the deputy directors of education, the school quality assurance officers, and of course all other stakeholders in the districts, in the regions, and the localities to go and ensure that these kids benefit, because we can always punish the principals and heads of schools, but the kids suffer the most. So we want to ensure that the kids do not suffer.
Yes, any caution, Abdul, for people on how to prevent themselves from this disease?
Yes, I want people out there, viewers, to know that cancer is real and it is on the increase in Sierra Leone. So you have to know that early detection saves life. The earlier you are detected with cancer, you have a higher chances of surviving. And this year, the theme is United by Unique, right? I want all Sierra Leoneans to be united in the fight against cancer in a unique way. That is, if like what you are doing now, Salma, as a presenter, you are here presenting on this particular day for people to be aware about cancer.
Thank you so much, Abdul. And that is Abdul Otunjo Conte, who is the National Registrar for the National Cancer Register, Ministry of Health. Also, many thanks to Augustine Bami Anthony, Communications Manager, NBSSC. With that, I'll round things up on the podium. Before we go, just a reminder of our quote of the day, which comes from an English journalist, John Diamond, and it says, "Cancer is a word, not a sentence." Thank you so much for watching, and good afternoon. The SLBC is observed widespread compliance regarding ban from operating in the central business district by commercial bike riders. It was clear that certain areas such as parking ground at PZ roundabout usually was clear due to the ban. The improved traffic flow was noticeable, with pedestrians moving freely and vehicles including kekes accessing the destination without difficulty. The police were visible in major areas, stopping and questioning bike riders to verify their documents before allowing them to proceed. At Eastern Police, a location typically known for Okada riders arriving from the east part of Freetown, the traffic situation was orderly due to the law enforcement effort. Similarly, at Mountain Court, a location typically known for Okada riders arriving from the east of Freetown, the traffic situation was orderly due to the law enforcement effort. Similarly, at Mountain Court, riders were relocated to Kendall State to pick up and drop passengers. They expressed mixed feelings about the ban, but acknowledged the efforts of the enforcement agency. The Sierra Leone Police recently announced the ban on commercial motor riders, commonly known as Okadas, in the central business district of Freetown, effective from February 1st. This decision was made to ease traffic flow and enhance public safety. The ban followed a meeting between the police and the Bike Riders Union and other stakeholders. The National Telecommunications Authority, NATCA, has signed a Memorandum of Understanding of free roaming between Liberia's Telecommunications Authority and the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority of the Gambia. According to the MOU, effective 2nd May 2025, people in Liberia and Sierra Leone will be able to use several mobile services at the same cost. The MOU also stipulates that starting July this year, Liberians and Gambians will also be able to use mobile services without incurring international roaming services. Well, the signing took place in Freetown at the closing ceremony of a 3-day tripartite physical roaming steering meeting comprising the telecommunications regulators from Liberia, the Gambia, and Sierra Leone. NATCA Director General Amara Biriwa underscored the importance of free roaming and appreciated the telecommunications regulators from Liberia and the Gambia for actualizing the signing of the MOU. In line with their plans to transform the security sector and translate from a force to a service, the Sierra Leone Police has launched their 2025 to 2029 Strategic Development Plan. The plan will serve as a guiding instrument that will lead the Sierra Leone Police to their strategic objectives in the next 4 years. The launch of the Strategic Development Plan marked a significant milestone in the history of the Sierra Leone Police as the sector aims at transiting from force to service. The plan, according to authorities, was anchored around Sierra Leone's medium-term National Development Plan, the Big Five Game Changers Initiative, and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The plan focused on public safety and crime reduction, community policing, transparency and accountability, innovation and technology, and conditions of service. Inspector General of Police William Fayaselu said the plan and transition was inspired by the benchmarking visit to Ghana. He called on authorities to extend their support to other security agencies in the country. In a move to boost local food production and build the capacity of smallholder farmers, the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security has awarded grants to 6 research scientists from the Sierra Leone Agricultural Research Institute, SLAI. The grants were part of World Bank's funded Food System Resilience Program, FSRP. The grant award ceremony, which took place in Rokupa, Cambia District, brought together representatives from the Ministry of Agriculture, beneficiaries under the Food System Resilience Program, and members of the Sierra Leone Agricultural Research Institute. According to the Deputy Minister of Agriculture 1, Dr. Theresa Janet Dick, The grant would address critical challenges that farmers in agriculture and provide solutions to boost productivity and income generation, adding that smallholder farmers were the backbone of every country's food systems. One of the grantees, Sophia Mansare, whose research focuses on converting cassava into flour, said the initiative was aimed to reduce Sierra Leone's reliance on imported wheat flour, but creating a locally produced alternative. He believed that his research would not only help reduce dependence on imported wheat, but will help lower the cost of wheat flour, enable Sierra Leone to produce its own flour, and make it more affordable to the public. And finally, Vice President Dr. Mohamed Julde Jallow has turned the sword for the additional infrastructural facility at Jamul Atik Frabe Mosque on Davie Street in Freetown. The initiative was to enable the masjid give more comfort and accommodate more worshippers. The turning of the sword by the Vice President Dr. Mohamed Julde Jallow signifies the official commencement of work to give a facelift to Jamul Atik Mosque in Frabe community. To get a permanent structure for congregational prayers was the reason for the forefathers of Frabe community in 1836 constructed this masjid on this land. Chairperson of the Project Implementation Committee, Alhaji Aliyu Madi, said the current structure cannot accommodate the number of worshippers. The reason they want to add more facilities to the mosque. Vice President Dr. Mohamed Julde Jallow expressed similar sentiments to Alhaji Minkali Mansari and called on all Muslims to increase their zest and passion for Islam. Well, that's all for News Brief on the Hour on the Slbc Broadcasting Corporation with me, Esther Sako. Have a wonderful day. Goodbye.
Understood periods in history. From what I gather, most people seem to believe that the colonial powers one day sat around a map at the Berlin Conference, drawing borders around bits they wanted, and that was it. But the scramble had already begun by the time of the conference of 1884, plus the conference stated that any claimant must show effective occupation of a region before it was granted to them. This meant in some instances there were literal races between explorers, far more intense than just drawing lines on a map. During the scramble, great powers like Britain and France nearly went to war. It brought about a revolution in Portugal, and, I'd argue, with the exception of maybe the Zulus and Ethiopians, the Africans and their battles against colonialism are often just completely ignored. Plus, the fact that some African countries like Egypt and Ethiopia actually expanded is also often glossed over. But to understand the scramble, you really need to go back in time. Well, maybe you don't, but there's some fascinating empires, wars, and cultural exchanges beforehand. The first European colonies in Africa were set up by the Portuguese, as bases along their route to India. These included Madeira in the Atlantic, Sofala in Mozambique, Luanda in Angola, and Mombasa and Zanzibar in East Africa. These all proved to be important stopover points for international trade, and this was pretty much the standard for colonialism at that time. It was far more profitable to set up factories for trade and control sea lanes, rather than taking over entire regions. As such, the Portuguese would also set up colonies in the Spice Islands, Hormuz in Persia, and, important to this story, in Oman. The Spanish and Portuguese had agreed to divide the world in two, so they had little competition from Europeans in Africa. But late in the 16th century, the Iberian Union united Portugal with Spain, and, as such, the Portuguese entered into Spain's wars against the Dutch and the English. The Dutch were quick to move into the colonial game and took Mina from the Portuguese. They expanded in West Africa, established the Dutch slave coast, and built forts in Senegal. Plus, for a few decades, they even held Portuguese Luanda. While in the south, in the middle of the 17th century, they entered Cape Town, an important midway point for ships sailing between the oceans. The Dutch that settled in this region became the Boers. However, the locals in South Africa that they encountered during this period were not the Zulu, they were the Khoekhoe. These are often grouped together with the San hunter-gatherers, but they were a distinct group of people. The Zulu, on the other hand, didn't enter the picture for another few decades, as they were Bantu who migrated from the north. However, to further complicate matters, there were also the Xhosa in South Africa at that time, and they are closely related to the Bantu. There is some debate over when the Xhosa arrived, but their language shows that they may have been there a lot sooner, as they adopted some of the click sounds from the local San people. Hence Xhosa is usually pronounced something like Xhosa, but I think it's time to explain a bit about the African people and their kingdoms. So this is going to be a gross oversimplification, I'm aware of that, as I'm trying to explain about 200 years of African history, but here goes. Let's start with the Bantu. They originated probably from Cameroon, and they migrated south and east. This migration lasted potentially thousands of years, so don't think of it like a mass movement of people. They became the dominant group in many countries in Central and South Africa over time, but they often lived alongside the original inhabitants. So in South Africa, and especially in Namibia, you still have the San people. Plus, alongside the Bantu in Congo, you have the Pygmies. Plus, it was the Bantu who established the Kingdom of Congo in Central Africa. And this kingdom in the early 1600s sent an ambassador to meet with the Pope in Rome. He was Emanuele Nevunda, but after travelling via Brazil and Spain, he died just 2 days after arriving in Rome. This kingdom also built cities larger than some in Europe, and many of their rulers became Christian very early on and adopted European fashions. Congolese men also joined Christian religious orders, they had their own coats of arms, and the kingdom survived in one form or another until the 19th century. So you had an almost European Christian kingdom in Central Africa, which had connections with the papacy and a large urban population. But their country was often torn apart by civil war, and strangely during one of these wars in the late 1600s, a prophet emerged. This prophet was Kimpa Vita, and she had visions claiming that Jesus was in fact born in the Congo, so it was sort of like an African version of Mormonism. Otherwise in Central Africa you had many kingdoms, like the kingdoms of Burundi and Rwanda, which were established there in the late 1600s. From very early on, these kingdoms were based on Tutsi dominance over the Hutus, and this power dynamic would still be very important in the 20th century, leading to genocides in the respective countries and the outbreak of the First Congo War. In southern Africa, it was also the Bantu, specifically the Shona people, who built Great Zimbabwe in medieval times. But by the 1600s, Great Zimbabwe had fallen, and power in the region was transferred to Mutapa in Mozambique. This kingdom of Mutapa, however, was eventually weakened due to infighting and Portuguese interference. So by the late 17th century, they often accepted the vassalage of the Portuguese, or even their other new neighbour, the Rosvi Empire. The Rosvi grew rich on gold and were a formidable power, so they were able to fight back numerous Portuguese attempts to take over their gold mines. Going further north along the coast, and the Muslims once ruled over the important trading centres of Zanzibar and Mombasa, but their Kilwa Sultanate was already on the decline when the Portuguese arrived, and it ultimately collapsed. This allowed the Portuguese to take over these trading centres, but soon a new power emerged in the region. And anyone who has played Victoria 2 will know this power, Oman. Their capital of Muscat had been held by the Portuguese, but they were driven out of there in the 1600s, and the new Yoruba dynasty capitalized on their victory and chased the Portuguese west and took over the east coast of Africa. Zanzibar in particular would become an important trading center for the lucrative Arab slave trade, something that played a very important role during the scramble for Africa centuries later. Plus, it was from Zanzibar that many Arab slavers would form trading centers deep into the interior of Africa. Further north still, you had more Muslim sultanates in Somalia, like Ajuran, who fought back a couple Portuguese invasions. While nearby, the Adal Sultanate in the 1500s tried to conquer their Christian neighbours the Ethiopians, but the Portuguese came to the aid of the Ethiopians and prevented the takeover from happening. The Ottomans, on the other hand, would come to the aid of the Muslims, starting the Ottoman-Portuguese War, which spread from East Africa all the way over to India. Now, in previous centuries, the Somalians were pretty intrepid explorers, as people like Said of Mogadishu made his way over to China in the 1300s. By now though, they began to fall behind Europeans in terms of maritime technology and trade, but the port of Berbera continued to be incredibly important well into the 19th century. It was said during this time that thousands of camels would arrive at the port, bringing ivory, cattle, hides and the likes, ready to be shipped across Arabia and beyond. But their failures against Ethiopia meant that Ethiopia would remain an independent Christian kingdom trapped behind Muslim lands. So many Christians believed that this was the homeland of Prester John, a fictional Christian king of great wealth who would aid the Europeans in their conquest of the Islamic empires. Plus, this idea of Prester John encouraged many Europeans to explore the region. Furthermore, as a Christian kingdom, Ethiopia, like the Congo, had connections with Europe and the papacy. For instance, they sent ambassadors to the Council of Florence in the 1430s, and they even tried to form an alliance with the King of Aragon against the Muslims before that. Going even further back, their ruler Lalibela built huge stone churches which bear his name in the 12th century as a sort of second Jerusalem. This came shortly after the Muslims reconquered the city of Jerusalem, so they were present in the Middle East during the Crusades, and Ethiopians, along with their Christian neighbours to the north, were sometimes present in the courts of the Byzantine Empire. Yet this whole area of East Africa, as you'd expect, had a completely different racial makeup. Its position on the Indian Ocean brought in a number of Arab merchants who brought Islam to the area. Then, within Ethiopia, they had a number of different ethnicities, like the Tigrayans and the Amharans. Amharic was the language of the empire for the most part, but this was a Semitic language, closer to those in the Middle East rather than anything in Africa. Plus, in future centuries, many of the Ethiopian rulers and elites, just like many of the Europeans, would consider the Ethiopians to be Caucasian. For instance, a journalist from Haiti named Benito Sylvain met Emperor Menelik II in the 19th century, and he hoped that he would become an honorary president of their society, advancing the cause of black people. But Menelik refused, declaring that he was in fact a Caucasian man. But don't think of Caucasian as just being white like in the USA today, as at that time it included everyone from India to England. Then, in Ethiopia and even the Islamic Sultanates in the 1500s, they were facing a sort of migration crisis, as the Oromo people from southern Ethiopia began to migrate north. These Oromo people and the ruling Amharic never fully unified into a single entity, and conflicts between them continue to this day. The Ethiopians weren't even the only Christian kingdom in the region, as just to the north of them you had the Medri Bari, who survived for centuries. But just to the west of them you had more Islamic kingdoms and empires, like Darfur, Wadai and Bornu. Now for Bornu, they were in medieval times a far more powerful empire, but by this point they had become a bit of a rump state, laying in modern-day Chad. Going further west still, you had the Hausa states, formed by the largest ethnic group within Africa, the Hausa. Then to the west of them, you had the declining Mali Empire. This empire, like others along the Sahara, grew rich from the trans-Saharan trade. Gold, salt, slaves and the likes passed through these great states, and once upon a time, the ruler of Mali, Mansa Musa, was argued to be the richest man who ever lived. The salt mines here kept food preserved on long journeys, and whole salt mining towns were reliant on this trade to bring them food in the middle of the desert. And just to the south of them they had many gold mines, and I often think that the slave trade somewhat overshadows the West African gold trade. The desire for gold was not just among a few rich Europeans looking to get even richer, but at the beginning of the Age of Exploration, it was essential for the survival of the European economies. This is because from 1457 to 1464 there was a bullion famine, and the Europeans were running out of gold and silver. This was in part caused by wars like the 100 Years' War, and the huge trade deficit the Europeans had with Asia. So Europeans began exploring and discovered West Africa and their gold mines, and these practically saved Europe. The gold from this region was so well circulated in Europe that this is where you get the name of the old Guinea coins from, because where else but Guinea could you get such a large quantity of gold? As such, there were numerous African states that popped up along the coast here. Benin and Oyo, for instance, had been around since medieval times, while others like Dahomey and Ashanti came about around 16 to 1700. But there's almost too many to mention in this summary. In the far reaches of West Africa around modern-day Senegal, there was the powerful Jolof Empire. But by the middle of the 16th century, Kayor broke free and the empire disintegrated into various states. However, as the Europeans began to enter West Africa, stories began to emerge of previous settlers in the region. For instance, in the 1600s, the French claimed that they had evidence of the Normans raiding the West African coast back in the 1300s. This was based on documents which have now disappeared and the alleged testimony of an 130-year-old Guinea man. He apparently mentioned a French battery in the region, but without those original documents, it's impossible to know if this was based on any truth. Another story came from the Genoese, who had their own explorers in medieval times and the early modern period. The most well-known was of course Columbus, but there was also the Vivaldi brothers, who tried to circumnavigate Africa way back in the 13th century. They however disappeared en route, but Antoniotto Usodomari, a later explorer writing over 150 years later, claimed to have found their descendants. Now Usodomari was an early traveller in Africa, hoping to gain funding for future expeditions. So his reports are often filled with exaggerations and lies. For instance, he wrote of the incredibly rich lands of Prester John along the Gambia River, and, weirdly, a group of people speaking the Genoese dialect. So, apparently, the great-great-grandchildren of the Vivaldi brothers. Now, these medieval explorers may not have made it to West Africa, but ancient people did. The Phoenicians, for instance, explored the area, and Hanno the Navigator even tried to enslave gorillas way back in the 5th century BC. But even though successful trade stopped in medieval times, that's not to say that Europe was completely cut off from West Africa. Obviously the gold found its way from West Africa to Europe, but some strange items might have travelled the other way. Like in the 19th century, the British took over Ashanti, and discovered a ewer dating back to the 1300s. It was inscribed with the English royal seal of the time, and had English writing along the side. So it was clearly made in Plantagenet, England. But how it arrived there remains a mystery. Did it come with slave traders later on in the 18th century, or did it embark on a great medieval journey, being traded with people from Spain, Morocco, Mali and the likes, before finding its new home in the Ashanti Kingdom? It's really hard to know. Now, back in West Africa, there was a powerful empire just to the east of Senegal, the Songhai Empire. They had largely drove the Mali Empire into decline, and took the city of Timbuktu from them. But the Songhai Empire had all but collapsed by the 1600s, and their defeat didn't come at the hands of the Europeans, but Morocco. The Moroccans of northern Africa in 1578 had fought back a Portuguese invasion, and their new sultan, Ahmad al-Mansur, launched an invasion south and crushed the Songhai. The Moroccans at this point were so powerful that they were seen as a potential ally for the Tudor dynasty, and even the French, who hoped to fight against their mutual enemy of Spain. Plus, the Moroccans were so convinced that they could defeat the Spanish that al-Mansur planned on how to divide up the Spanish colonies in the Americas. However, their rule over West Africa didn't last long. The logistics of maintaining such a large empire across the Sahara proved to be too hard, especially after plague swept through the region, killing al-Mansur and weakening the kingdom. So they retreated back north just a couple decades later. And this brings me to one of the most forgotten colonizers of Africa, the Muslims of the north. After the Ottomans defeated the Mamluks in the early 1500s, they annexed Egypt, and this in turn opened their path to taking coastal Libya, Algeria and Tunisia. And this in turn opened up their path to taking coastal Libya, Algeria and Tunisia. These would later become the Barbary states, which infamously would launch pirate attacks on ships passing through the Mediterranean Sea. And if any nation wanted safe passage, they'd have to pay the respective countries tribute. Many Europeans would join the ranks of these pirates, notably Jan Jansoen, a Dutch pirate who wanted to attack their Spanish enemy. Under his command, the pirates would launch raids as far north as Iceland, where they captured hundreds of people in the 1620s. These people, like many Europeans at that time, were then brought back to the Barbary states and sold as slaves. Now, this slave trade at its height from around 1580 to 1680 probably saw close to 1 million Europeans enslaved and brought to North African states. But if you were to add this number to the number of Christians enslaved by the Ottomans to fill in the ranks of the Janissaries and the likes, the number would of course be a lot higher. Also, during this period, the pirates temporarily took over the English island of Lundy near Bristol, while back in Morocco, they formed their own republic the Republic of Sali. Among the population of this republic, there were many Christian converts to Islam like Yan Yan Soon, plus there were many Muslims who were forcibly evicted from Spain in the decades prior, and also a collection of Jewish pirates who also wanted some revenge against the Spanish for kicking them out of their home. The Ottomans and the Muslim pirates were therefore the most dominant force in North Africa, but the Ottomans also began looking further south for land and expanded along the Red Sea. For instance, back in 1557, they seized Massawa in modern-day Eritrea, and it was from there that they got involved in the war between Adal, the Ethiopians, and the Portuguese. Plus, in North Africa, there were also a number of European colonies. The Portuguese tried numerous times to invade Morocco, and were sometimes successful in establishing bases along the coast. Most of these were reclaimed by the Moroccans, but there is one interesting tale in there. When Catherine of Braganza, a Portuguese princess, married King Charles II of England in 1662, she gave Tangier to the English as part of the dowry. This dowry also included Bombay, which set British expansion in India in motion. So the same thing could have happened in Tangier, with English expanding into North Africa. But the English Protestants already suspected that Charles was a Catholic, and there was a large number of Catholics garrisoning the town, so they later had the fortifications destroyed and left Morocco. Also, back in the 1500s, the Spanish were able to take over quite a lot of important towns along the North African coast. For instance, they took over Tripoli in 1510, and gave it to the Knights of St. John in Malta. Algiers was also temporarily occupied by them, and Tunis was made a Spanish puppet, and so too was Jerba. They lost most of these to the Ottomans later on. However, to this day, the Spanish still hold on to some of their North African possessions, Melilla and Ceuta. So you had the Portuguese, Spanish and English in North Africa. Plus there was a very small French attempt as well, as they set up a fort called the Bastion of France in Annaba. There they hoped, like many, to exploit the coral trade in the region, but very little came from this colony. The largest coral traders at that time were the Italian Genoese, who held Tabarka in modern-day Tunisia all the way until the 18th century. However, European, or at least Christian, attempts to take over North Africa go back centuries. For instance, way back in the 12th century, the city of Pisa attacked Annaba, while the Sicilians held on to Jerba sporadically from the 12th to the 15th centuries. In fact, when the Normans ruled Sicily, they launched the Mahdia campaigns in the 11th century and took over large sections of Libya, Tunisia and Algeria. They controlled so much land that the Norman rulers took the title of the King of Africa, and ruled over the area until the Almohad Caliphate kicked them out. Anyway, as Europeans began to grow more in wealth, they too looked to create their own colonial empires, and most of them arrived on the west coast. After all, this place was rich in gold, and many of them were looking to get involved in the growing slave market. In particular, the Gold Coast, or modern-day Ghana, saw a great number of Europeans arrive. But these Europeans, like in other regions, were not controlled by the governments of each country, but they were rather private trading companies. So just like the Virginia Company in America, or the numerous East India Companies, there was also groups like the English African Company of Merchants, or the Guinea Company. So in West Africa, there were of course the English and the Dutch, who were by this point setting up colonies around the world. But there were also Danish and Swedish colonies, plus a short-lived Prussian attempt which lasted from 1682 to 1721. But possibly the most obscure colonial power was Courland. This was a small vassal state of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth located in modern-day Latvia, but the population was a mix of local Baltic people, Polish and many Germans, who had arrived there during the Northern Crusades. They set up a colony on the Gold Coast from 1651 to 1661, however they also had a colony over in Senegal, and had a Caribbean colony on the island of Tobago. So the language of many African countries could well have been German or even Swedish had things gone differently. But again, although this is a gross oversimplification, many of these countries would become distracted or indebted due to wars in Europe, and many of them would go on to sell their colonies to the Dutch or English. On the other hand, the Danes held on to colonies in West Africa and the Caribbean until the middle of the 19th century, but since the abolition of slavery, many of their settlements were abandoned and eventually sold off. Then as we move into the late 17th century, the Dutch were on the decline, and in their place, the French appeared as a power in the colonial game. For instance, they seized Goree from the Dutch. This island, by the way, has a bit of a controversial history, as it is often claimed to be one of the major hubs of the transatlantic slave trade, but this has been disputed in recent years. Now, this is because less than 5% of the 12 million slaves who crossed the Atlantic are said to have set off from the Senegambia region. Then even a smaller percent of them would have arrived at Goree. So compared to other regions, this 5% is pretty low. The Gold Coast, for instance, sent over 10% of the slaves, the Bight of Benin over 20%, and by far the largest number arrived from the area around Congo and Angola, with close to 40%. This, by the way, makes quite a bit of sense, as this is the region in which the Portuguese largely operated, and most slaves were not sent to the Caribbean or the United States, but in fact Brazil. Close to 5 million arrived in Brazil, compared to 2 million in the British Caribbean, 1 million in the French Caribbean and Spanish Americas, and 500,000 in the Dutch Americas and modern-day United States respectively. Plus, it should also be said that over 1 million of those who left Africa never made it across the Atlantic at all. But now we're entering the slave trade, and this is another thing that seems to be completely misunderstood by many. On the one hand, it is said that Europeans were going out capturing the slaves themselves, while on the other, it is often said that the Africans were the biggest traders of slaves. But in truth, the situation was far more complicated, as you would expect. To try and simplify the situation, the slave trade was of course around long before the Europeans arrived. Muslim traders had been taking slaves across the Sahara, or the more regular route for slaves was via ports like Zanzibar. There were in fact so many African slaves in the Muslim world that there were huge slave rebellions. For instance, there was the Zanj rebellion in 9th century Iraq, which allegedly saw hundreds of thousands of men involved. The Islamic slave trade in Africa continued until way until the 20th century, and in some cases like modern-day Libya or Mauritania, well into the 21st century. Plus, this slave trade would be a major justification for the Europeans to begin taking colonies in Africa. But I'll get onto that in later videos. And as a bit of a side note, although not Islamic, the Ethiopian slave trade would be used as a justification by Mussolini to invade the country in the 1930s. But anyway, onto the European slave trade. Now, some African kingdoms did engage in the trade, but not all of them. Other nations were completely torn apart by it, as their neighbours fought more aggressive campaigns against them, solely to capture slaves to sell to the Europeans or to keep to themselves. While, on the reverse, some nations and people flourished due to the slave trade. The Oyo Empire, for instance, launched campaigns to capture slaves, and sometimes even campaigns of conquest. They would also demand tribute from conquered people in the form of slaves, which they, in turn, sold to buy European guns, and the cycle continued. Nearby, Dahomey also had a largely slave-based economy. In the 18th century, the King of Dahomey even sent a diplomatic mission to Brazil, hoping to encourage further trade. And they were also one of the first nations to recognize Brazilian independence on that basis. But because it was forced to give male slaves to Oyo as tribute every year, they decided to create an all-female military unit, named the Dahomey Amazons. These Amazons would often go on slave raids themselves, and during some festivities, hold mock battles showing them capturing male slaves. These female soldiers actually continued to be a powerful force in West Africa until the 19th century, and were present in the war against the French. Further east, some Aro people moved towards the coast, and set up their own confederacy in order to take advantage of the slave trade. While down south in Angola, there were the Imbangala, who would later form the Kasanji Kingdom, but they were initially marauders and mercenaries. They would attack settlements, capture slaves, and, according to some accounts, fill their ranks with captured kids. Plus, there are reports of them cannibalizing their victims, and forcing their new recruits to eat human meat. They therefore provided a far better slave trading partner for the Portuguese, rather than the nearby Kingdom of Congo. This is because the Congolese would often try to limit the number of slaves that the Portuguese exported, sometimes try to cut off trade altogether, and they even gave refuge to runaway slaves. So some nations were keen traders while others were not. Plus, like with the Islamic trade in East Africa, the transatlantic slave trade made some people incredibly rich, and allowed some kingdoms to flourish. But it mainly created a state of lawlessness, as warfare was near constant. Agriculture suffered as fields were left destroyed, and many young people of working or fighting age were taken from their homes to be sent to nearby kingdoms or over to the Middle East or the Americas. There was, however, one other major hub for slaves that I've not mentioned, and that's Madagascar, where over 5% of slaves in the Americas came from. But on Madagascar, the population there was completely different to the rest of Africa. Obviously they were divided by the sea, but the original settlers didn't come from Africa at all. They came from Southeast Asia and were ethnically Austronesian. This means they had more in common with the Maori of New Zealand or the Hawaiians, rather than the Kenyans and the Nigerians. They first came from across the Indian Ocean around 500 AD, but soon afterwards, Muslim traders also began arriving, bringing their religion with them. Then, allegedly, more Austronesians crossed the Indian Ocean a couple centuries later, followed in the 9th century by the Bantus who came from mainland Africa. The English, French and Portuguese all tried to set up colonies on the island, but disease and pretty fierce locals meant they didn't survive longer than a couple of decades. But the French were able to establish bases on nearby islands like Réunion and Mauritius in the middle of the 1600s. As for the locals, they set up the Merina Kingdom. This kingdom would expand to take over most of the island, until the 19th century, when they were conquered by the French. But due to the numerous races that lived on the island, they would organise their society into a caste system of sorts. At the top were the Merina people, the Highlanders. They were known as the Andriana, and as you'd expect, they filled the positions of power, and were seen as more Austronesian in appearance. Below them were other people who spoke the local language of Malagasy, but were absorbed into the kingdom later on. These were called the Hova, and were the free commoners, while below them were the Andivo, slaves which were brought into the country in large numbers to work on the plantations. They were bought from the French and Arabs primarily, who brought them from Mozambique and the East African coast. So similar to the United States, it was quite a racially based form of slavery, and according to a recent UN report, there was still a large amount of discrimination against the slave caste. Meanwhile, there were allegedly stranger colonies set up on Madagascar by pirates. Although piracy is far more famous over in the Caribbean, many pirates in the 17th century began to terrorize the Indian Ocean. Captain Kidd, for instance, turned pirate after being tasked with trying to catch pirates off the coast of Madagascar, which was a great place for looting the treasures being brought back from India. One of the pirates who made a name for himself was Henry Every. He captured a ship belonging to the Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb, and this led to possibly the world's first ever manhunt. Pirates like Adam Baldridge set up bases around Madagascar, like on the island of St. Mary's, plus there was a somewhat mythical colony called Libertatia, where pirates would go to war against oppressors and defend people's rights. However, many historians question whether or not it really existed. As we enter the 18th century, there wasn't really a great deal of change in terms of colonization. For instance, during the 7 Years' War, the British took French posts in Senegal, but they were given back to the French shortly afterwards. Most colonial efforts at this time were still focused on the Americas, which was far easier to settle in, or over in India, home to great riches and cities. But Spain did enter Africa as they agreed to hand the Portuguese land in South America in return for Spanish Guinea, modern-day Equatorial Guinea, but Spanish influence in Africa below the Sahara will largely just keep to this area. In the south, the Dutch settlers began to form their own unique culture, and these Boers, or Afrikaners, began to launch treks into the interior of South Africa. Over in London, the African Association was set up in the last years of the century, aimed at exploring the continent further. They sent Mungo Park to Timbuktu, but by then it was a shadow of its former self. Ever since the Moroccan invasions, the city had been left weakened, and it had been invaded by Tuareg tribes a couple of times. Plus, the increase in transatlantic slave trade meant that it had lost its strategic importance as a trading centre, as money began to move further towards the coast. This was a pretty recurring theme across the continent, as the 18th century saw the demise of many once powerful nations. The Kingdom of Congo, for instance, was stuck in a near-endless fight for the throne, while over in Ethiopia, there was the Age of Princes, when the country was divided between various lords and the emperor had no real power. This in turn led to various ethnic clashes and, ultimately, the weakening of the empire. To the north of them, the old Christian Nubian states of Makuria had been defeated, but the new Muslim states of Darfur, Wadai and Funj fought a number of wars against each other during the 18th century. Plus, they also faced droughts which lasted for years, the power of the monarchs began to erode, and Ethiopian raids plundered a great deal of wealth. So by the beginning of the 19th century, the palace of Sennar in the Funj Sultanate was essentially in ruin. Yet there was one peculiar state stuck among the Christians and Muslims in this area, the Shilluk Kingdom. Here their religion was based around their kings, and their capital was Fashoda, a place that would gain a great deal of fame during the scramble for Africa. In the southeast, the kingdom of Mutapa faced numerous civil wars, and competing factions constantly called on the Portuguese for aid. The Portuguese were obviously willing to participate, and the kingdom just disintegrated in that century. But on the Portuguese, they were able to expand their holdings in Africa at the expense of kingdoms like Congo. However, Portugal itself was weakening, so they had very little direct rule over much of the land they took over. Otherwise, the Portuguese also aided in the rise of the Zulu kingdom in nearby South Africa. This is because they brought maize over from the Americas, and it had spread inland by the middle of the 18th century. This led to a huge increase in population in the region and spurred on the desire to seize arable land, which had dramatically increased in importance due to the crop. So the Zulu, along with other Bantu people, began to set up their own kingdoms in the decades following this. Over in the west of Africa, a number of palace coups weakened the Oyo Empire, and there was also the fall of the Great Falu Empire to an altogether new threat, jihadists. These jihads began in the 1720s and were largely launched by the Fula people, who today can be found in nearly every West African country. They were inspired to launch jihads by the Turodbi, a group of clerics whose origins are not altogether that clear. They had in fact begun to launch jihads at the end of the 17th century, but they really became significant in the 18th, starting with Karamoko Alpha's conquest of Futa Jalon. They destroyed many sacred animist objects belonging to the locals, including a ceremonial drum, and made a great deal of money from selling the slaves onto the Europeans. But, just like the Christians in Europe, they refused to sell Muslim slaves, and even banned the French from using the rivers in their kingdoms for transporting Muslim slaves. Their success in turn led to further jihadist states being formed across West Africa, like Futa Toro, which was founded in 1776 at the expense of the Great Fulu Empire. Then, in the early 19th century, they took over Timbuktu and formed the Messina Empire. But their greatest state was probably the Sokoto Caliphate. This caliphate conquered the Hausa kingdoms and drove back the Bornu Empire, which was also largely Islamic. And this Sokoto Caliphate ruled over the region until the very early 20th century. Plus, in the north, the 18th century was also a bit of a disaster for the Moroccans. Meanwhile, up in the north, the Moroccans, the people that once tried to create a huge West African empire, were also on the decline. Under Ismail ibn Sharif, the country's various tribes and ethnicities were brought under central control in the late 17th century, and he even managed to retake many Spanish towns in the region, like Madiyya and Asila. Then, to further weaken the Europeans, he sponsored pirate attacks against them, but the various divisions were never fully bridged. This is evidenced by the creation of the Black Guard, a personal guard made up entirely of sub-Saharan African slaves. They were seen as more loyal than any of the various people in Morocco, and were tasked with collecting taxes, crushing rebellions and the likes. But when Ismail died in 1727, the country began to unravel and descend into anarchy for the following decades. Their neighbours to the east, the Ottomans, were also on the decline in the 18th century. Although their decline in Europe is more well known, they had been losing control of North Africa ever since the beginning of the 1700s. For instance, in Tripolitania, a janissary named Ahmed Karamanli murdered the Ottoman ruler of the region in 1711, and he took power for himself. Towards the end of the century, a Turkish officer named Ali Pasha tried to restore Ottoman control through a coup of his own. But the civil war of the 1790s saw the Karamanli dynasty re-establish their authority. The same thing happened in Tunis, with Al-Hussein-ibn Ali, who took power in 1705, and in Algiers, where Baba Ali Chok ousted the Ottoman officials. Plus, on Algiers, they started demanding higher tributes from the European powers, and when this was refused, they actually started wars against them. So long before the Barbary Wars of the 19th century, Baba declared war on the Dutch in 1715, and then in 1769, the Danes declared war on Algiers. The Algerians responded by enslaving the crew on a number of Danish ships, and refused to surrender despite the threat of the city being bombarded. and, fortunately for them at least, many Danish soldiers died of typhoid during the conflict, meaning the Algerians defeated the Danes. The Spanish would then declare war in the 1770s to stop further Algerian raids. But despite having their cities heavily bombarded, the Algerians still refused to surrender, and a poorly planned Spanish assault on Algiers was driven back. So, once again, the Algerians were successful. But their luck would eventually run out in a couple of decades, when the Americans under Thomas Jefferson, and also the British, would defeat them. And just at the end of the century, further east still, Napoleon invaded Egypt. Although he was defeated and left the region, this set off a huge chain reaction which completely changed the course of African history. This is because Egypt, although under Ottoman control, had been governed by the Mamluks for centuries. This was a military caste made up of slaves brought from the Caucasus, the Balkans and the likes. So the ruling elite of Egypt was a different ethnicity to the larger Arab population. But now they had been defeated by Napoleon, which resulted in a power vacuum. Eventually a man who may well have been Albanian took over. He was Muhammad Ali, and his dynasty would rule Egypt virtually independently of the Ottomans. But his dynasty would change the world. They created their own empire, built the Suez Canal, and fell into debt, which brought the British into the country, and this led to the Mahdist Wars. So I'll look at the very beginnings of the scramble in the next episode and leave it here for now, at the end of the 18th century, where we have a power vacuum in Egypt, declining powers in all parts of the continent, jihadist states in the west, slave trading kingdoms like Ashanti Dahomey in Madagascar, Arab rule in the east, and a collection of very small European colonies around the coast. But then, although often ignored, the Napoleonic Wars and its aftermath brought about a number of changes in Africa. Notably, the British entered South Africa, the Americans defeated the Barbary states, the British fought the Ashanti, and the government took direct control of the West African colonies. Then the restored French monarchy invaded Algeria, and probably most importantly, for many African kingdoms, slavery was abolished. This meant the kingdoms that emerged in the 17th and 18th century, those that built their economy on the slave trade, were left economically crippled, and this weakened the continent's major powers even further. Although the African continent had a number of powerful kingdoms in the early modern period like Congo, Ethiopia, Mutapa and Morocco, by the end of the 18th century, most of them had been left weakened by civil wars, foreign intervention and constant warfare. Many of these wars were spurred on by the demand for slaves, but then the continent would completely change with the outbreak of the Napoleonic Wars, starting with Napoleon's invasion of Egypt. At that time, Egypt was ruled by the Ottomans, but that was just another power on the decline in the 18th century, and by then the Barbary states of North Africa were acting independent of their rule. Meanwhile, in Egypt, the Mamluks had largely ran the country for centuries. This was a military caste made up of slaves brought from the Caucasus, Balkans and the likes. So the ruling elite of Egypt was a different ethnicity to the larger Arab population. This meant when Napoleon invaded Egypt, he largely fought the Mamluks and their armies, and despite some early victories, Royal Navy blockades and disease, forced Napoleon to flee. But the defeats of the Mamluks had created a power vacuum in the country, as power was then fought over between the Mamluks, Turkish governor sent by the Ottomans, and Muhammad Ali, a leader of Albanian troops that the Ottomans sent to fight the French. During the following years of chaos, Muhammad Ali was successful in defeating the Mamluks, cementing his control, and even expanding Egypt's borders. His first war was against a new sect of Islam in Saudi Arabia, named the Wahhabis. After this war, he invited the remaining Mamluks to celebrate, but as they entered the city, they were massacred. Those who survived by remaining in the countryside fled south to Sudan, but Muhammad Ali pursued them in 1820. This began Egypt's conquest of Sudan. However, Muhammad Ali had another reason for the conquest. As he wrote, "You are aware that the end of all our effort and this expense is to procure Negroes." And in this he was successful. The kingdom of Funj and the surrounding area were conquered by only 10,000 men or so, demonstrating to the world how a small, well-trained force using modern weapons can defeat a whole kingdom. After this, the Egyptians would launch further campaigns of conquest, taking Kassala, Fashoda, Suakin, Equatoria and Darfur by 1874. But one country they didn't conquer was Ethiopia. Meanwhile, Muhammad Ali's dynasty would fight wars against the Ottomans, and for a short while, they even took Syria. So they could be seen as the first true colonizers of Africa, who didn't just seek trading posts, but large stretches of land. Plus, even though his dynasty would remain officially under Ottoman control, they virtually acted independent, and Egypt under their rule would try to rapidly modernize. For instance, the Suez Canal would be built, which would bring European traders and colonizers into East Africa. However, the Egyptian wars and modernization plunged them into debt, and this led to the British entering the country, the Mahdist Wars, and a great deal more. But going back to the turn of the 19th century, there were a few changes that occurred during the Napoleonic Wars. For instance, the British took Mauritius from the French, but more importantly, there was the formation of the Zulu Kingdom, formed by Shaka Zulu, and Bantu people who migrated south. Simultaneously, the British took the Dutch colony in South Africa, pushing the Dutch Boers on their Great Trek in 1836 to establish their own states. This meant that there was a three-way power struggle between the Boers, the British, and the Zulu. However, these three powers obviously didn't just pop into being peacefully. They conquered and ruled over a number of different races. The British, for instance, went to war almost immediately against the Xhosa people. The first confrontation between them took place in the 1810s, when the Xhosa occupied the Zerveld region, which had acted as a buffer, but they were promptly driven out of it. There was another war that decade beginning in 1818, which was largely led by a Xhosa prophet named Mekana Ntxeli. Now he allegedly had the power to turn bullets into water and hoped to unite the Xhosa against the British, who had seized thousands of cattle belonging to them. But the British had the support of the San people, and together they defeated the Xhosa. As for Mekana, he became the first person to be sentenced to prison on Robben Island, which became the infamous site of Nelson Mandela's imprisonment. In the intervening years, thousands of British settlers arrived in South Africa, while the Xhosa angered the Boers with their cattle raids. So Piet Retief sent his Boer commandos on punitive expeditions against them, while the Sixth Xhosa War erupted in 1834. It was another speedy victory for the British, who took more land and even imprisoned King Hintsa. However, while negotiating the payment for stolen cattle, the king tried to escape and was killed in the chase. However, despite this victory, Britain's inability to protect Boer settlers convinced them to take matters into their own hands and thus embark on the Great Trek north. However, tensions between the British and the Boers had been running high for some time. Obviously, English became the official language, and British laws and culture alienated the Boers. But what possibly angered them the most was Britain's racial policies. For instance, back in 1815, the British declared the natives of South Africa would be citizens and share the same rights. The British then outlawed slavery in the region in 1834, freeing 30,000 or so African slaves. At that time, it is believed over 90% of Boers in some regions like Stellenbosch owned slaves, so this, along with British weakness during the Xhosa cattle raids, prompted the Boers to set off north and establish their own republics. These treks lasted a couple of years, and only around 6,000 people, or 1/5 of the Dutch population, made the journey, and they faced attacks from all sides. The Matabele, for instance, attacked them early on, but in 1836 at the Battle of Wegkop, just 35 Boers held off an attack from over 5,000 Matabele warriors. The following punitive attacks pushed the Matabele out of the region and into Zimbabwe, where most of them live today. But their arrival came at the cost of the Shona people, and tensions between these communities continue to this day. But probably the worst attacks came from the Zulu. For instance, in 1838, Piet Retief met with Dingane, the Zulu king, to discuss a land treaty and watch a ceremonial performance. However, it was a trap, and 100 people, including Retief, were massacred. This was followed up with a number of other massacres like the Winene massacre, in which over 500 Boers were killed. So the Boers could well have been destroyed and chased out of their new land, but the betrayal and massacres encouraged them to meet the Zulu at the Battle of Blood River in late 1838. In this battle they were victorious and they set up the Republic of Natalia, while the Zulus descended into civil wars, as the Boers, under Pretorius, helped Mpande remove his brother Dingane from power. But the Boers were not allowed to remain in Natalia for long, as the British moved troops in there in 1842 and forced them out. So other Boer republics were established, like at Klip River, before, in the 1850s, the Orange Free State and Transvaal were established. But the Boers weren't the only people establishing new republics, as there was also the Griqua, a group of mixed-race people who set up their own republics, like Griqualand East and West in the 1860s, centered around mining areas. Then finally onto the Zulus, who probably launched the most destructive campaigns in the region. From around 1815 to 1840, the Zulus launched their wars of expansion, and this period has been called Umfekane by the original inhabitants. This word has many meanings, but think of it as meaning a scattering of people, as people were forced off their land, and it is estimated that over 1 million people were killed. People fled in every direction and established their own kingdoms and states. For instance, after the defeat of Undwandwe Shoshangani, he went to Mozambique and set up the Gaza Empire. The Fengu people on the other hand arrived in Kosaland, putting further strain on their resources, and if you look at a map of South Africa today, you will see a tiny nation trapped inside it. This is Lesotho. The origins of this country date back to this period, as Moshoeshoe I took his Sotho people into the mountains to escape the Zulu wars. The other tiny nation in this region is Swaziland, or Eswatini, which still has a monarchy, but their monarchy goes back to the middle of the 18th century. Beforehand, the Swazi were living around Delgoa Bay in Mozambique, but they settled in the area that they are today, under the leadership of Dlamini III, and they are quite unique in not being affected by the Zulu wars. To the east of them, the Portuguese still continue to rule Mozambique, but their power was largely on the wane by now, and a lot of trade along the east coast was now being conducted by the Omani people who ruled in Zanzibar. Yet, like the Griqua in South Africa, there was a collection of mixed-race people on their borders, who became incredibly influential in the region, often serving as intermediaries between the two groups of people. They, however, acted more like feudal lords, running large estates or prazos, which they were given in exchange for an annual fee. Their huge estates were protected by slave soldiers known as Chikundu, and some families owned a few thousand of them. Some of these families would also become somewhat Africanized, and even became chiefs of local tribes. In later decades, the Portuguese would try to bring them back under their control, especially after David Livingstone began exploring the region. But some of these families, like the De Cruz family, were able to drive them back in 1868. David Livingstone, by the way, was a Scottish missionary who, largely on his own accord, began exploring Africa in the middle of the century. From South Africa he journeyed north and established a mission as far away as Blantyre in modern-day Malawi. From the 1840s to the 1860s, he travelled around Africa and made some pretty strange alliances in the process. For instance, the Makololo travelled with him from Zambia to Malawi, and they would later fight alongside the British. During it all, he reported all of his findings back to the Europeans, including the resources of the continent and the Arab massacres of Africans, plus the ongoing slave trade. But very few cared initially. He eventually disappeared in 1869, and Henry Morton Stanley was sent out to find him. They met on the shores of Lake Tanganyika in 1871 with the famous words, "Dr. Livingstone, I presume." On Stanley, he was also struggling to find funding for exploration, and he often depended on newspapers rather than his own government. Eventually he relented and went to Leopold II of Belgium, the only European leader eager to colonize the area, but he would later be horrified to find out Leopold's intentions. Now these might be two of the most famous explorers, but they were far from the first. The Scottish in particular had a number of explorers around Africa, like MacGregor Laird, who travelled along the Niger in the 1830s, and Alexander Gordon Laing, who travelled to Timbuktu back in the 1820s. The Irish-born Frenchman, Antoine Thomas de Aberdeen, explored Ethiopia in the 1830s, and Richard Francis Burton, a peculiar explorer, tried to find the source of the Nile. But Burton also went to Mecca dressed as a Muslim, gained the nickname Ruffian Dick for getting into fights, and collected measurements of people's penises wherever he went. Yet he was probably inspired by a much earlier explorer, Johann Ludwig Burckhardt, a Swiss explorer who went on the Hajj, rediscovered incredibly famous sites like Petra and Abu Simbel in the 1820s, but ultimately was prevented from travelling beyond Egypt by the local authorities. There was also some German explorers like Heinrich Barth, who explored the Sahara and West Africa, and the Latvian-born German George August Schweinfurt, who explored Sudan. But once again, these were largely privately funded expeditions, led by botanists or missionaries, and they really didn't come from the colonial...
We get a very distinguished panel. Today the focus on the education sector. Primarily, I'm glad to see again the two distinguished ministers them. In fact, the three ministers that we get education and the name and they are today. We get the Minister for Basic and Senior Secondary Education, Conrad Saki. We get the Minister for Technical and Higher Education, Dr. Haja Kamatulawi, and the Minister for Information and Civic Education. All education. We get the entire education sector now today. Of course, I don't say a lot of people also come because, or don't tune in because they want for a from the Honorable Inspector General of Police, William Fayaselu, we they have to provide updates as will be promised on the ongoing investigations then with on the front pages and headline news both here and around the world. As usual, before we get into the meat of the conversation, I can provide some quick updates so the public will know what government they do. So the first one, Khadija. President Bio, you can also look at the screen. Now we don't, we up the game. That's so you have been not possible. Not possible, you have not been so. So you have been we up this game here. Next week onto the screen, small. This week now one screen they don't even like next week, then they did it together. There we go. It shall be correct, man. His Excellency President Julius Madabio on the 31st of January, now State House, will preside over the signing of a 35 million euro financing agreement between the government of Salone and the European Union. This agreement now for supports the country in agriculture value chain and supports the government in flagship feed Salone program. So these are parts of the show say the local president they do, they attract the right kind of international support, and we're glad for this. Next one, now that the Secretary to the President, the very distinguished Dr. Emmanuel Gaima, we convene the inaugural, the first time, with all the institutions that were under the office of the President and come together, so that they will look at how they may work together for advanced service delivery and strengthen coordination within the sector. There are the agency in this winner, His Excellency the President in office, now in the supervise, and so the Secretary to the President, they provide support to them all. So this meeting will happen as well last week. Next one, the Deputy Minister for Information and Civic Education, Bokari Abdulaziz Bawo, we go engage the High Commissioner of India to Salone. We go get this conversation so then we'll talk about how we will benefit capacity building, cultural exchange, and other things that we will learn from India, we then say we'll learn from Salone. So the Deputy Minister will go get this very fruitful conversation last week. Next updates now that Salone don't qualify for joining the second cohort of beneficiaries for the Mission 300 initiative, and this is a program with the African Development Bank and the World Bank Group and other global partners that they do for providing electricity to 300 million people across Africa by 2030. Just last week, we President Bio been there out in Tanzania, we announced again another program where the country qualify for, so that one day we can talk all the part, this, the work, if you travel this. Every time you go, you come back with this tangible benefits. And this now one of the tangible benefits we don't see. Next one, the Ministry of Internal Affairs do announce do effective 1st of February. Then commercial Okada motorbike, they don't agree with them. So they don't go drive now 35 treats them. Now the Central Business District of Freetown. Members of the public, the Internal Affairs Minister, and in fact the IG Naya, They beg them, say, do you abide by the law? Let us not use Okada. And then 35 tweets they are within at the press release where the ministry been put out, internal affairs been put out, they all that will page them. Even within a year now, in fact, for beginning on the internet, they up the game. So when I did on the check, also we'll see, check our live free internet. Thanks to partner who will announce at the end of the press conference really happy with this internet situation as well. So we try for green camp, the IG try for green camp sanity at the Central Business District, and so this is now one important announcement. Another announcement now, the Ministry of Tourism and Cultural Affairs, one of the sister very close ministry, they will express deep concern. See people they don't go build, they don't encroach by the land we belong to Takugama, the chimpanzee sanctuary and the environment. The ministry will be known to the public say Takugama sanctuary they cover 600 acres of land. And that land they own a protected tourism development area. Anybody will go build around there illegal. For let build there, for let squat there, for let go do anything around there. In fact, just last week, Takugama came meet me and then she said they go meet the chief minister immediately. His Excellency the President was informed, he called, he instructed the IGP as well. They are saying anybody where they catch them, then they pull them because we need to protect the environment, we need to protect them, reserve area, then we need to protect the wildlife. This is a part of the civic education as well. That the ministry under the strategy will launch. So these are all very, very important. And this is the end of the quick updates we want to provide to now for this week. As I know, every week we will start with give you a highlight of some of the development that we have done across government. Now, look into the reason we make there. Today, we will start with the topic we care for with our education. Who don't donor, they will go to the one with the other issue, with the updates. So first, we will start with basic, then we go to higher. The Honorable Minister of Basic and Senior Secondary Education, you know the Banana Island Minister, First Minister, not so?
Absolutely.
Exactly. The history of Salone, the first and only minister will come out na island day. Minister, over the past few weeks and months, in fact, we don't on this conversation a lot. People don't ask about this exam, CAS, WAEC, qualify, who school not qualify, who are supposed for gets involved. And so it don't lead to family and don't they complain about some picking and day and some districts they where they're not able for sit exam. I know because I talk to you, so this is an issue you don't care about, and you don't try to seek a comprehensive and a wholesome solution. We will address this issue long term. Today, you can provide updates to the public on this issue of public exams and CAS and who's within now. So, Mr. Minister, you see, one of the things that we know to Soya Bin Day, we now on Soya Day, we get timer. We will give the mic, we will give time, it counts down in the year. We will give you 10 minutes, Honorable Minister, for you to do a comprehensive update on this situation. And then we come to your colleague, the Minister of Higher Education, and say, give you on 10 minutes. So 10 minutes, sir, for your updates to the people of the country. Thank you, sir.
I want to tell Pangole beaucoup adu. Glad for there. And also this is my first press conference for the year. So I take the opportunity for which all the family, all the one will look and listen to me. Happy New Year. I also want to take the opportunity to tell other that we support the two ministries during the education week. Boku thank you. It was a very successful week. The theme of the Education Week now be AI and automation, and for make sure we secure how we use the human talent and ingenuity in that process. It was a very successful week, and it ended up with the president do the keynote address on the last day of the event. So I want to tell on all Boku thank you for our support, but in particular I want to tell the people of Bombali and the stakeholders in Bombali for the support we they give. Now let's go to waiting the reason why they are so today, because I see the time they want to leave itself. We don't come back to the exam period. And last year we get some challenges with WAS. What will we do? The beginner will not be able to take the exam. Government provide funding for make them take the exam through private WAS. So we hope that this year we're not in the same situation. Unfortunately, USAID right now, the information we get is that we still need schooling for do what they need for get them care in the system. So that is school now a general context of how we work now the system. Firstly, for take WAS, you get continuous assessment grade which you need for put into the system. That may constitute 30% of the grade. The new system is that every year, when you begin to go through the year, you for upload your CAS grade into the system. And when you begin to progress from one year to the other, you will only able to upgrade that year in your CAS if you don't upgrade the preceding year in your CAS. If you don't do that, then the system not will allow you to do that. So that's how the system works. So you put 3 CAS into the system.
CAS means
continuous assessment scores. Yes? So that constitutes 30% of the beginning grade. In the old system, what they happen, you only upgrade CAS once. And the system will also allow you to upgrade CAS even after the beginning don't take the actual written exam. You can go back and you upload CAS. This is no longer the case. Now that is the make we decide see you cannot get repeaters in the process, because if somebody take CAS this year, he fail. He cannot join the system next year because he not going to get CAS for the 2 preceding years before that. It's important that I explain that. So at this present moment, we don't put a number of systems in place for make sure that only the beginner were eligible for take the exam, we will take the exam. You don't get no repeaters into the system. So as of now, we get like 163,000. I repeat, 163,797 beginner we dig into the system right now for 892 schools. This now an increase from what we did last year, when I be 147,000 take the exam last year within the system. So we don't see an increase. Also in terms of the number of schools that we did at the system right now, it don't increase from what we did when I be 816 schools. Yes, so I can tell Boku take it to school leaders that we not able to meet the time and they don't make sure they begin and at the system. However, there are still some schools there where we start deadline. I will tell you now the sort of thing that we do behind the scenes for make sure we support them in that. But at this point in time, all the beginner within the system now, they will get CAS 1. Out of the 892 schools that will not submit the CAS 1, we need to say they don't put the bio data of the beginner, all the personal details, the photograph of the beginner, all the essential details that they inside the system. You get 880 schools will not submit CAS 2 into the system. So you can see, say, the number different from 892 to 880. That means to say there are 12 schools there where now upload the CAS year 2. However, it don't mean to say the beginning now they take the example. It does mean to say they don't reduce the continuous assessment grade by another 10%, roughly speaking. Yes? So the next phase now, the third phase, where they call the batch registration system. So at this point now, the school they need for register the beginning for actually take the exams. Now that day, I kind of have to talk to the school, encourage all the parents there for go to the school, put them school leader under pressure for make them complete this batch registration. As I talk to them right now, the deadline when we set now the ministry now the 7th. So now this Friday, only 32% of them school them, the 892 schools them, now they don't upload, now they don't do the batch registration. We know one level between the left here. The only way they do, we don't put systems in place for support schools there for make them register them here. But I want to talk to the public direct. I want to let them parents then go meet their school leaders, ask them, say if they don't register them beginning. The reason why they say that day, but put them there when them are not in the system, then parents they can't do it, they cry. So before we get to that point, we get a little bit of time now for make them get a light, and they really appeal to the public, especially the parents. I also they appeal to the Board of Governors, where they get oversight function over their school leaders and also they appeal to the general public and the MP them, that the local area, for make them hold their school leaders into account. For them 12 schools that will not upload the class 2, that tell now with a punishment. And they tell now why we do that. Because we offer everything to them. We even offer to take IT people from the different region the way they don't upload the system into the system, they not take that. So for me, that they show cost in discipline. For that day, all the one within a government school, within that system, we suspend them for 6 months without salary. And I repeat, 6 months without salary. It don't come from Ghana. There must be consequences. The focus of education is about accountability. If me don't offer you extra support, me don't provide you support and you don't take up, then you really know what help. Of that, then you get 4 schools then inside that system we are private schools. And for them private schools, we they ask them say, if you are proprietor of the private school, you need to employ a competent head of that school if you want to continue with your license. If you don't do that, we they revoke your license. You know go operate now again. We also get 4 schools we will not get no evidence of, but they didn't have the system. None. So the reason we can encourage the school leader for do the needful and for make sure say they get this year right and will not put begin them now the position we put them last year. I also make sure say I share with you now the action we will take. The last time we suspend school leader for 2 months. People then grumble and say it's too lenient. So this year we go up the game. So now we don't make 6 months without salary. So I just want to make una help me or share this message. On the website, we will get all the schools that we not upload class. So una set to see district by district. Una go able to see that and una set can make sure say una can talk to the school that we need. I think we tell you.
Right on time, eh? This is our education minister. School business, we didn't see time, sharp, the bell long in. Oh, Mr. Minister, before you go, actually get, I want to take this opportunity for maybe clarify just briefly. One, I'm glad you say they publish the name of the schools, the names, them. We and the Minister of Information will let them share that list, so we say they help push out forward to the public. and our websites and with social media platforms. But of the 12 schools we currently in default, do we know how many of them are government school and how many are private school?
Yes, of the 12 schools, 4 of them are government schools. Okay. The other 4 are private schools. And the other one are schools of some description.
Community schools, maybe?
Now, is it?
Oh, can I mean by the 4 we're not getting cut off?
We don't get no record of it. But they didn't have the YX system.
Okay, so 4 are government school, 4 are private schools, then the other 4, everyone in the world will serve. Alright, thank you very much, Mr. Minister. I think, again, very clear, very comprehensive updates on this situation. The reason we make this important, this particular issue don't be subjected to misinformation and disinformation in the past. I remember Tengbeh, they may make allegations saying that because normally people sit from one particular district, from one particular region and all that, the minister will come and explain, say, we follow the same pattern and system what other countries they follow. We are part of the YX system and don't play that role in and even offer, technical support. Increase significantly the uptake and offer commend all the schools that are across the country because this is a really huge percentage in terms of compliance, and I think a testament to your leadership and the work we don't do on this one. So congratulations, and we tell you thank you. I'm sure if public gets some question, they will come online, we'll come back to you. Now we don't pass WASC. We can't go down I say we don't pass WASC, so now we don't pass WASC, they look me one clap. So we don't pass WASC school. So we don't pass WASC school. Aha, very important. But for today, we agree we all don't pass, we don't sit, we go technical and higher education. Madam Minister, always wonderful for being with you, and also I mean say you get some updates away you want to share. You back at the first 10 this year, 2025 for Canada Press Conference for update the public. So in 10 minutes, I want to provide a quick overview of the status of higher education in the country. And then I know say last week you began one news reports here when a big news in terms of connectivity for your higher education institutions there. This is an opportunity for the share. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will first thank the Ministry of Information and Civic Education for creating this credible public engagement platform. And by way of updates from the Ministry of Technical need for contribute positively to societal development, but also for them to compete with their peers and then compete on the global scale. So no one can disadvantage them in any shape or form. So one major thing we work on within the ministry and for strengthening the regulatory authorities then. Although ensure say the investment is Excellency don't make we protect them, but we ensure say quality is maintained within the education sector. And I get hot news off the press because this morning, me and the team in the Parliament, we will be go 2 acts and we will review. One, now the Tertiary Education Commission Act, so that in our agency where they provide regulatory oversight for higher education. And the other one, NCTVA, where they provide regulatory authority for vocational training, where the 2 arms of the ministry. So we've been revised the act then because the one will be used from 2001. So we can all agree, say from 2001 to now, things then don't change. The plans of the ministry don't change. And also what they happen at the world, the global trend also don't change. So we therefore review the act then, follow a line, and then ensure say we strengthen the regulatory authority of both of the agency. And I'm very happy for report say this morning, both acts they don't pass in Parliament.
Oh wow.
That deserves a round of applause.
Yeah, we'll give.
And I really want to tell the a team for where they provide all the support we need for low reach to this stage. So the other major thing we happen within the sector, now for say last week, the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education, the Ministry of Communication, Technology and Innovation, and a local private company, ELCOM, we signed an MOU for bringing reliable and sustainable create that platform, they forget frank conversation as to what they happen at the sector. And one thing will come out from the students, and for say that they pay for ICT fee, they never get the service. There was some misinterpretation about what ICT fee means. But the bottom line is that for say that they pay for a service where they can do it internet, then they get reliable connectivity. So we don't sit down and think as a ministry how we will try to change that narrative. And a member will be organized a press conference. The Ministry of Technical and Higher Education organized a town hall sometime last year. And the moderator, when somebody from the Ministry of Information, tell me, say, when he said I'm a student at the University of Sierra Leone, now the same thing. So you tell me, say, a historical problem, not a TV problem. That's really only happened for a very long time. So we now, as a ministry, we sit down and begin to say, how we will make sure so we bring reliable and sustainable internet connectivity to all the higher educational institutions, not just universities, but also the vocational training institutions, the government technical institutes. Because we know, say, the big five where His Excellency don't also for implement, we get pillar 4 on digitalization. So how we get to ensure so we bring technology and digital learning platforms to university and we therefore create the enabling environment. And when you create the environment, it supports human capital development. It supports youth employment scheme. Because now young people embark on what they call e-commerce. You get internet, you're able to start your business online. So we begin to think as a sector how we go ensure so we solve that problem in a sustainable manner. And I want to thank His Excellency because he traveled one time, he meets a representative from the local company, private company we work with, and give them the opportunity for he invites them for Salon, and then they lead to the MOU sign. After the Salon, after His Excellency invites them, the Ministry of Communication, Technology and Innovation bring the opportunity council we, and then we do the legwork for those sign the MOU. And the details of the MOU, now for say that they provide the devices there. So now satellites, we know how Starlink, so it's powered by Starlink. We know how Starlink they work and satellite connection. So that they provide the device for we at no cost to the institutions there. The institutions and therefore ensure say nobody protects the device there. And the beauty about this now solar power. So in order for say power challenge, so it disrupts the service. So it's powered by solar, so green energy. And it gets minimum or no maintenance, because that's another challenge. You don't want to get equipment, then you go down with different way for maintain them. So you get little or no maintenance. And another beautiful thing about it, we as a ministry with all the stakeholders, we therefore put together what they call a white list of educational websites, where as long as a young person, a student connects to that device at the university or the vocational training institution, you will access the websites and be free of charge. Even if you don't get data, you'll be able to access them. Now we do the list. Anything outside of that white list, the students want to access any websites out of that white list, they therefore buy data, but it's at a very minimum cost compared to waiting the current mobile network operators and the charge. So it's affordable as well for the students. And phase 1, now the university, they will not begin put together a deployment plan already. This week they go for a big college. In fact, now tomorrow they will begin do site visits and for a big college for low begin rollouts. We can get a timeline. Phase 1, now the universities, all universities, both public and private universities, because we do things and do the equity lens, one for disadvantage, one group of students over the other one day. Then phase 2, now the government technical institutes. We don't do all the legwork in terms of the number, because each device, they connect 800 students in. So we don't provide the data for the different campuses of the universities there, because we know some get multiple campuses. We don't give them the number of students there. The device they don't come, we begin deploy this week. Because that's the timeline we work for work very fast for all the universities in any vocational training institutions in connected. The other thing we distinguish for help with now on the back end, we forget data and analytics. What do I mean by that? And we're able to tell you from the back end which one panel websites and the students utilize more than the other. And other data we will help with for say, okay, maybe we need for the targeted intervention for change the narrative. So you not just end the yes, this system creates an enabling environment for the students able to connect. So we now as a ministry will therefore work with the leadership of the universities and for them to get dedicated, functional ICT space. The students they pay for connectivity, for computer fee. So therefore work with the university and say now internet don't come. Una therefore ring-fence down on the students and they pay. I let my 10 computer on able buy this year, the best personal when I put them in a space. Next year, when I get our money back, when I add, eventually, over a few years, over a period of time, we will not get fully functioning ICT suites then, where sometimes students don't get access to smartphone or tablet or laptop, be able to utilize that space. And therefore, I should say they get maintenance plan for their equipment there, so not just buy them more. So that money they invest, if they use a percentage of for buy the equipment, then they keep some for maintenance. So if anything happens, also that's when they begin fair money. The money readily available for maintenance of the equipment. So this will create an enabling environment for the students and in terms of digital learning. The last time there, I talked about another MOU we don't sign with a partner in India for developing an online skills training platform, a lifelong learning platform. So this will create the entry point. We will work with the UN agency for develop a fully comprehensive education management system, because we want to move away from paper-based way of doing things to technology. Technology helps in terms of efficiency, accountability, integrity, effect, all them things they need help. They help follow ensure that there's quality in the system. I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Madam Minister, as we talk, 22 years ago or so, I go for the college, and then they charge me computer and ICT fee. I be pay. I not be see computer one day, one day give me internet access. So who don't arrange all this? They are helpful left for the college go money back. No, get reformed. I wanna say, correct? Don't say all the complaint. I don't say not to social video. Now the minister don't make sure that money will pay. They see a giant solar powered Starlink internet at extremely affordable cost, available on campuses with whitelisted websites. I go na the story and say for write a headline. Don't say me are there for help now. I will work together. I lay the ball for you clean. You understand? So the minister don't see starting immediately. Then they begin roll out at various campuses. Internet. What they mean white list? It means a certain website they go not to Facebook. Certain website the way you go there, what's an education website, you don't need for pay. In a free download zone. What's a book you download. But then on a website the way you have to go chit chat and they pay small thing. But you pay cheaper. And the internet is reliable, it's fast. One for Elcom, thank you, because they also provide to Starlink today we use. We also get Orange, UK, every African, obviously, our most consistent partner there as well. I also want to acknowledge the presence of you, Deputy Minister of Technical and Higher Education, the Honorable Sergio Aziz Kamara, a very distinguished dictator of your right as well, etc. I ask now, you said very radicals. My brother said they are from State House, and the Directorate of Communications at State House, Mr. Mike Bewa, one of the most prolific defenders and promoters of President Bio's agenda at the government of Salon. Because, by the way, he attended a very good school.
Which is?
Now, only one good school there. The Albert Academy. Very good school. By the way, the minister already in back attended a very good school. The Albert Academy. So do you have now we know attend good school and ask my parents there how they do that. So alright, so you know the it's okay. And then boy they make one talk. Especially the village boys. Now look at to the Inspector General of Police. We don't address the education sector. But one of the reasons we could be called the IG for CAM and it will come frequently is that the country currently will launch an investigation. Last week we can hire and provide an update and tell them and say, hey, some facts they need on this case. Social media can talk you, but there are some facts we want to establish. And then on wheel, very important, the government of Salon will launch an investigation for look into the various allegations and news reports them. The IG there last week, he announced this investigation, he called an open source investigation. What they're going to do today, they now have to provide a brief update on the investigation, which they don't find out so far, who's are we there, and what would they expect in the next stages of this investigation. As always, I'm the primary spokesperson for the government of Salon. So when the IG don't talk down, any additional information I will provide. And then when it comes to questions between me and the Inspector General of Police, I have been fully briefed. That's why I want to assure you that's me self-ready for provide answer. But over to you, the distinguished Inspector General of Police.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the Fourth Estate. I'll get a couple of briefs because if you look at social media now, plenty things they come. In the first place, what is the trend now? And this so-called sporting of justice. As I talk to now, there has been no formal communication to neither the government of Sierra Leone or to the Sierra Leone police. Police in all over the world get forum. Those are the share the information there at the I-247 and integral part of the Interpol activities. There is nothing of such. That understanding, when an admission and fly out, government directs that we set up an investigation into all of these things when they fly. So what do we do? We not get not case with the quick possible can complain. So what we do? We get special units police, what we call the open source investigation unit. We activate that. What we call open source investigation. Now investigation where they collect, we analyze data, we will help you for generate actionable intelligence. In open source investigation, we collect, we analyze the data, then of course we utilize them. We'll talk about open source now, publicly accessible outlets such as websites, newspapers, social media, and any other area. So for all these 10, I don't focus on. We don't focus on all these 10. But I want to foresee, so far, what to get. People, I want to first of all commend their way they put out information, who they collect, who they analyze, and who they direct, what to do thereafter. For now, that picture of that man with the float on social media, not able from open sources for affix a name to that face. And the name Umar Sharif. Umar Sharif, now the name will not affix to that particular face. And we also look at what if they come up on social media say, in order at this country for the past 6 months, So whether name the car, what we do as a sector, as security, as police, as investigators, we'll go back 6 months from now, we'll check all the formal entry points into this country. That kind of knowledge. That one has been established. Then going forward, we'll get people that when they say, so we have been to all of those places. Many places I've been to over the last couple of days. Yes. For we, all of them questions when they play in our mind, we'll get answers to them, or we'll forget access to this particular person. So as we talk to now, we on the look for this particular person, and we encourage members of the public, make a note for support the police with information, maybe every for go down to the facts of this thing. But for now, we're established, we don't get the name, we don't link up with that face, and now we are going further. After we don't check entry points, we get other things that we go for do for able for really establish the identity. But in investigations, you know, fine for wrong commentary manner. We wrong commentary, you don't know that's low and we will sometimes for people to talk for use and the other kind of way. So but this forum, and that way don't become part of what we do every week. And therefore the guy every week on Tuesdays for updates the public on this particular one and several other matters. So the other one I want for talk about, the one on the Guinea. The one on the Guinea, yes, we don't send a team of investigators now, Conakry, for go access them where they intercept with these people, where they say it was allegedly carrying some substances suspected to be cocaine. We want to know what happened because they have been very tight-lipped on this one. So we teamed it together before a minister, don't waste any TV for good facilitate. In the ways also. Something that happened, I know you just speech was you put on the cell foreigner from Liberia, from Guinea. Then somebody command and say, well, I have access and we have to go through the protocols of the office. You don't go and say inside don't allow you. So the minister they inside it together with the team not really from Saturday. From Saturday to now, we don't check a couple of things. So hopefully by the time we come back, we will get the story. What is key is that we want to access them people and we want to know what will happen. For example, we want to know what generates the order of mission for allowing the car to move from one point to another. We want to know where we decide the car. We want to know the driver tell me when they come back from inside wherever I go, where we decide the car and exactly inside and intercept them. So all of that is hanging. Hopefully, by the time when the minister come back from we will not reach today, by tomorrow, we investigators will get a chance for who access the people who they detain, for where they give you an account of what's happening. For now, we all know we will see what happened with precision. We all know the precision. Then, what thing happen now that after then, some assistant thing will happen in the past, who will not need to rest, still they come up, for example, on the 19th of September 2024, around 5 minutes to 12 midnight, this Gulf Stream 4 aircraft landed in Londo. He packed an apron tray. Landing 3 hours of activity at the airport. All forces, all security forces represented together with the Sanitation Authority of security people and staff, they go there. Then this aircraft, he packed apron 3 at the airport. Now, just inside we get to counter-terrorism unit, we based at airport comprising 22 soldiers and 22 OSDs, that they go back. Then C, do that investigation. Yes, civil penalty, and what I mean by that is, if you land now, you enter with airspace unauthorized, you get a lot of offenses to the commit, where they will charge you for. If you enter now with maritime domain, unauthorized, before you enter with maritime domain, you get authority from ports and harbor authorities. If you don't do that, you enter, they intercept you, you get the act where they invoke these clauses they did, we don't violate, we don't infringe, then they charge. So for that one, then you take them through, done the investigations of the people then, take this matter to law officers, working with civil authority, the airport authority, they impose fines on them people for that unauthorized landing in our airports. The total, in terms of the fine, have been $100,000. They pay that money to Bank of Sierra Leone. These are the payment receipts where they pay to Bank of Sierra Leone, that particular fine for that unauthorized landing at the airport of that form. Then, when they don't pay the fine, they get the aircraft fixed because they get a mechanical challenge where they established during the investigation by our own authorities at the airport. Then, with respect to possibly say if they carry drugs or whatever, we get support from the Drug Enforcement Agency of Liberia and the Drug Enforcement Agency from Ghana, they can do swab. Swab, we get some tissue. If opinion pass when you pass that piece, it will change color. They swab that plainly 2 times. First, the Liberian authorities, they can swab. DA from Liberia, they can do the swab. It was negative. The one then from Ghana, they can do the swab. It was also negative. That was established. Then, of course, we will not be getting reason for hold on to it because whatever test they did us, all of it was negative. That is one issue. It was dealt with. We put out a public domain, but I wonder why it keeps coming up. So I'm going to say that I do clarity for now. The second one, and most recently, this fiber boat way float at Black Johnson. This fiber boat at about 5, a little after 5 o'clock in the morning, 2 people, the Master representative, Tinker Cargo, and Arnold Brandon, that is this fiber boat, then called the Navy body, then called the police body. Of course, the Marine and the Navy will operate together. So this boat and tour Kenema return. The next day, they open this boat. The same exercise we conduct. Compartments, the day in fear inside it. The other compartments, inside the pilot's video, the captain video of the fiber boats, we do thorough swap inside that boat. Everything turned out to be negative. In this case, what do you want for at this point? We country want for appeal to development partners. Made us support Sierra Leone. Made us happy for combat transnational organized crime. A big thing, not only what they affect the world over. So we ask for support from our international partners for them to build capacity for combat this type of crime, not only drugs, movement of small arms, stolen works of arts, missing documents, plenty of while we have education to the way they thief motorcar, we impound them, people will take thief passport, whether it is. So we are looking for more capacity building activities so we help the Sierra Leone police for confront the emerging trends in crime across the country and the South region. So for now, this is my update.
Thank you very much to the distinguished Inspector General of Police, William Fayaselu. I will take the liberty of just maybe repeating some things he's just said, because I know we have some international media with interest in this issue. The open source investigations by the Sierra Leone Police has found out that a possible name, the name that they have come up with, that the individual that is in the pictures that have been circulated online was using in Sierra Leone is Omar Sharif. Correct, sir? Correct. Secondly, the Sierra Leone Police has made moves to try to locate this particular individual based on information that they have received, and they have conducted raids at specific locations where this individual was alleged to have been present, and the Sierra Leone Police has not found this individual yet. The Sierra Leone Police is therefore calling on members of the public that this is an individual that the Sierra Leone Police would like to speak to as part of these ongoing investigations. If you have information that can help the Sierra Leone Police locate this individual in Sierra Leone, that is the information the Sierra Leone Police can provide right now. The investigations will continue. The chief of the police also made a very specific plea that Sierra Leone is determined to ensure that our country does not become a hub for transnational crimes of any nature. We are therefore asking, as we did last week, we sought cooperation and support from international partners to help us to guard our borders, to help us to do the effective law enforcement that is necessary so that our country cannot unsuspectingly become a desired venue for illicit activities. That is a summary of the updates of the ongoing investigations. We thank you. Oh yes, going back to 6 months ago, the Sierra Leone police has also looked, because the reports in the media suggest that this individual in the photo is been in Sierra Leone for at least 6 months. And so the Sierra Leone police has done a diligent job going through all formal entry points into our country and looking at records for the past 6 months. And as at today, they have not found any record of this person's entry into our country through one of our formal entry points. And they have looked back to 6 months, because that's the information that they have had at this point. So this investigation will continue. The Inspector General of Police has committed to coming back to this platform on a regular basis. We have now secured a slot for him every week. He will come and will continue to provide updates. We had promised that these investigations will be transparent and will provide timely updates to the people of this country and, of course, to our international partners. Now, to go back to Creole, first, I will get to the questions that will not come online, and then we can open here for questions. I think some of the big questions that will not come online, the IG don't answer them already. About what the investigation revealed so far. Christina Okello asked Dandy, I think one of the international journalists, they don't contact me. He also asked about what in the investigation we find about the vehicle we contain the suspected cocaine with the seized in Guinea. I think the IG don't provide updates on that, say we have dispatched teams to Guinea right now. In fact, the Minister of Foreign Affairs is currently in Guinea to help facilitate us having access to the individuals and to aid us in getting information on this investigation. So that update we'll get as well, hopefully the next week, when we have more on the situation. The other question then for the Minister in the media. Number one, somebody said Jalabo campus, the school fee na 8 million for 1 year. If that, unfortunately, students will not able to pay this amount instead of the government for advocates for them. And what will happen to the 3 wards of teachers at university as per the proclamation of President Liu, where they offer free education to them up to university level? I think I will now to get this one, because I think the president will say if you're not a teacher and then either you picking or you want, I think that question then they ask it to that. So that's Madam Minister of Higher Education. The question say, if the internet will help they do na fee. I think you already answered that, but this question will come before the press conference starts. And then the last one for you as well, Madam Minister. How soon the recommendation that the recent investigation of USL, all the constituent colleges there between 2001 and 2023 could be implemented? How soon that they will happen? So we'll come to you. I think even the one we get the major question there briefly, and then I think we'll get question and I will take it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, and thank you to the one that we sent the question in. So I always get this question about tuition fees. And so this question is Jalai University, 8,000 or 8 million only per year. As a government, if they want it, it's something we will consider for say free quality education all the way to technical and higher education. But at this point in time, it's not possible. But for remove the financial barrier at basic and senior secondary, I think it's commendable for the government. And I can always make or add, and it's already possible to ask the question for say the amount, 8 million for the year or 8,000. I can always use this as an example. We get private secondary schools then, where the tuition fees for the academic year, it's way more than this. And then they say educators at that level, they demean them in any way, but at universities we have professors. We get to pay a lot more than what you pay at senior secondary school or primary school. So I just want for the people that get that at the back of their mind. The tuition fees where university students are paying as salary, it's one of the lowest in the region. And we really, I want to use the opportunity to talk to the students and to say they get or pay their tuition fees. And I'm glad this have been one engagement with them where they tell me, say, they're not advanced, they say they don't want to pay tuition fees, but they want quality education. But quality comes at a cost. When I pay the tuition fees, and then when I let follow do the work for ensure there's quality in the higher education institutions. The second question, I believe, say this touch on the granting aid scheme where the ministry currently they implement. So we recently reviewed the granting aid policy, not just for granting aid at national level, but also at international level for ensure there's transparency, and we clearly put them down in black and white the procedure for getting both awards. And within that policy day, for the granting aid, we make provision for teacher them where we meet certain criteria. But again, when we finalize that policy day, we also pay for hide, therefore be made public. In fact, I even talk to members on the team for saying we're going to develop infographics where we will put out on social media, and I'm confident that the Ministry of Information will also help for disseminate and for people to understand waiting at the provisions inside the policy, both for granting aid at national level and also for international awards. Then the third question say how soon the recommendations from, I believe, the recent investigation will take place at the University of Sierra Leone, which span, I believe, 2021 to 2023. So we get a university court, now the highest decision-making body, now the university, then they handle the matter for now. But having said that, the ministry as the supervising ministry, we don't get to the board. We therefore see what can we therefore do for ensure we support the court for the implementing recommendations. The procedure was rigorous in terms of the investigation. We get the recommendations backed by evidence. So therefore ensure we allow the court for do their role, and then we provide oversight and any support we need to ensure all the recommendations in that report is implemented for strengthening the higher education institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. Mr. Minister, you want to talk about this question of the scholarships for teacher, picking them and awards? You want to add to that?
The scholarship for teachers and awards, that the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education, in the supervisor, waiting the TSC can do, the TSC now provide the evidence and the data whether they use or make that decision making. But it already does say that the institution will review, and so we all get for wait for the review. And I'm sure there will be some form of validation where the general public will be involved. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now, not all. I think the last week now will start, so this week will start here. You do 5 year, and you do 5 year. So 1 woman, 2 woman, 3 man, 4 man, 5 man. Yes.
Good afternoon. Madam Minister, And so waiting they happen to then other charges, they need reduce now on the back. So I want to know which one they do with yourself or government, what you do as a minister, but you say who go on to where to. Now other charges then get put them down because of they're not going for supply people, they're not going for putting lots of things inside it, and most of the other charges go there. It don't make any sense to go
Behind you. Thank you very much. Other charges. Another question. Yes. Another listen, please.
The question goes to IG. Yes, like they mentioned, say, because you're looking at the picture now, according to Reuters, when they did the report, they say they do series of fact checking, and in camp show say not just legislators. So the question is, what thing when I use based on my investigation for come to the fact say the person not to just legislators now not sheriff.
All right. Number 3.
Mayor Nema FCC. This question to the IG. In connection with this Guinea story concerning the ambassador for going to this cocaine issue. Now, from waiting one for understand, they will not catch these people. We don't understand, say, they hold the driver. Since that's what they hold the driver, the Salon government or the police not ever get talk with this driver for no than at the second post where they hold police people. From that 10 to now, they will know the second post 10 to now.
I will not go to answer that question. Not so? Just know we actually talk. No answer that question, did?
I may not get them.
Alright. Next, number 4.
In the overt and covert world, they say anybody who has related the presence of cocaine in a country to a political, ethnic, and religion wrong. They say that a combination of, I don't know what you call a combination of international mafia and they are going to say the powerful person to keep government and developing country. Therefore, the question is, you say, well, I don't put CCTV around the country. What people at the Albert Academy, I really want to put at the chase, where people say they can take drugs and the system, the black guy in the country. How this CCTV come up to 800 meters kilometers there, the border tells them and this national next level will get an incident of this. It's not a question of country figures of people or individuals. We'll get patients to see the outcome of the investigation. I thank you.
We man go about I can't wait to accept the law.
Voice of Samuel, Mr. Minister of Basic Education. Let me take you to the Teaching Service Commission that they established, and basically they will launch the teacher's license on the 23 November 2023. The teacher's license, this belong they say they award teachers and license and they will take exam. How effective and efficient the license be, and also how productive the exams stay for teachers and for them to be able to deliver to the school beginning.
Alright, so we get 5 questions, we'll try to answer them. Madam Minister, other charges will be the convention. So the one will probably really change. So we'll come here 1, we'll go here 2. Why the fee not go down? If the item then I want to know about the supplier. So we see they do about that. That's very important. I think that your question, Ali. Yes, right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, and thank you very much to the students and the audience who asked that question. And you're absolutely right. If you do year 1, you pay for orientation back. Now year 1, you do orientation. You do year 2, you don't need to pay for orientation. So I want for you to give me more information on the if you get more information on the incidents where you decide so, then we can take them forward. What I go on for also actually, as I don't tell you earlier about ICT, we're in a historic challenge. Not about ICT no, that engagement will be get with students them and the book, and every other engagement where I already get with students them, the issue they come up saying they pay for service, they don't get the service. In fact, now we make them publicly, talk them publicly for saying that daylight model. Enough for continue. So how una don't how we don't prove to and say that issue for ICT, we don't put measures in place for address them. Allow una trust we as a ministry and the government will say the issue about ID card, about development fee, about all the other fee on and the pay on and the service. Allow una trust we say until we then our radar until we discuss with the university leadership and the students and to see how we can solve our once and for all. And it goes beyond talking, therefore ensuring we create the monitoring and evaluation framework for monitor what we agree on, they go implement what we don't tell them for do. And we get an open door policy. We work, when we make big decisions, we bring the students leaders there. So we rely on them for giving feedback from their own perspective, what things happen at the institutions of law and say this thing so for pay for service so and they get a thing of the past. Yeah?
Thank you. Mr. Minister, the teacher's license, how effective are they?
I think the best way to answer that question is for just explain about the teacher's license. The teacher license, there's a reason why we introduced them. It was because we get some challenge with the quality of some of the teacher, and we use that as a way for improve the skills development of the teacher, and we don't put them in front of the classroom. And for me, as education minister, any decision I make, I take her on the basis that if we begin this school, what I will expect. So I want to make sure, say, the quality of the teacher that we get on the system, they of at least international standard. So let me give you an example. If you apply for being a teacher in England, you go for, there are 3 subjects that before you be going to teacher skill. One in English, one in maths, the other one in science. We give that teacher a rounded background. So the teacher license, they ask the teacher to take an exam on 5 subjects. One na English, the medium of instruction. The second na maths. You might say, why you want to test the teacher in maths if you're not going to teach maths? Because maths is associated with computational thinking. That is problem solving. The third na ICT. So if you look at the problem where I bring to today, about uploading things and the internet and all that things, you might come to the conclusion, say, well, perhaps the teacher and the school leaders here don't get IT skills. So one will give them the IT skills now. The fourth, now professional standards. We have real expectations. So what do we expect of teachers? So for example, a teacher in a classroom, you see young girl picking, they like how you see that girl picking, for doing nothing, for they be safe, and all that, a professional standard. The last one, now, we don't spend quite a lot of time in the education system. They look at curriculum, which looks at what you teach. Now we want to focus on how we teach. So the last of the 5 are pedagogy. Yes? Another benefit of this teacher license is the fact that when we get out, we will sign agreements with other African member states, AU member states, then we get the same licensing process. With that due portability, so that once you see you don't get your license as alone, you're going to say you're able to work in Nigeria because Nigeria gets up. You're going to say you're able to work in Ghana because Ghana gets up. Right now, as the talk so, the top management or the top leadership and the TSC, they gather with study tour or look at how they register teacher they get. So we want to make sure say we dey at the very top. When I be there at the TSC and go abroad, I can joke with my counterparts there abroad saying, salute, now we get for lead, then una follow. And the talker, I laugh, because I know say they take it very seriously. And the reality is that I can tell you several things in terms of teacher training and development ways are ahead of the others. So now we post get a collective bargaining agreement. Most African countries don't ever get and they don't even know it. We get, you understand? So now that make we introduce the licensing. For make sure say, be a financial burden on the teacher then, when I'm in the TSC, we pay money to World Bank for make sure say it's free of charge. And that's the way to do. So our 5,000 teachers they don't pass the exams. Now the teacher themselves they come forward for go pass the exam. What do we need to do? And this so Tiwa go like the TSC for look at now how we go help them because we don't want to let them fail. We really don't want to let them fail. We just want to let them get new skills where perhaps they don't pick up when they leave university. So for example, check number the top say you did 20 years. Now 20 years you say you left Kobe College. Well, we left Kobe College in 1989. So when they talk, yes, I'm old.
Minister, I don't say.
So when they talk,
Minister, I don't say.
So when they talk, say, if we pay for computer, they tell me they Kobe College, I do demography. We get a model we get to do computer. That dictates the lecturer and dictates our Okay.
All right, thank you, Minister. So you teach at the all for seats this examining for past maths, English, ICT. Yeah. All the teacher they even the one that we come on Kalike, and the way they Jimmy bag on a bounce all.
Well, we're not the first teacher there as of now. But
so
what the incentive is that for all the teachers that they recruit now, and let us just use this opportunity. Last year alone, we recruit 4,300 teachers.
So they want
those 4,300 teachers who want their own to get the license.
All right, okay. Thank you, sir. IG, the question then will come for you. One is say what we use for ascertain say this person not to Joss but now Omar. Important even as we come to the IG. Maybe like just say will not talk say the picture not to this person, not to this person. The investigation being get multiple layers. First, have been for ascertain the identity as we know as a law. News reports separate, not so. The news report say they find out say this person here they use AI for find the person own identity as they know. Within the IG report on recent now that the identity, one identity we then don't able for gather based on open source investigation. Will this person seem for the go by in a salon? Nine and I name the way the IG call Omar Shehi. So I want just for make that point there, but IG maybe go add to that. And then the second point was this CCTV owner puts. How it will help them kind of investigation here and how we make it available across the country. I think you already request for additional international help for support we on that issue here. And then I think the next question will be about the driver and Guinea. As I say, we don't touch on that, but maybe, yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Madam, this is your putting writers put, what is somebody writing in the island. What do we the talk as Sierra Leone police? We go to Uganda from oil sources, oil open sources. Then we don't put out to that. So that's covered. No one tells you listen to this. We say we from oil point of view, this is what we are talking about. Then on the CCTV coverage, this thing, idea we know when they conceived in 2014. From 2014 to now, to last year November, we know they get a dust. Not only police conceived that day. But I decided to take that on because in one of the meetings we go to the Excellency, he emphasized surveillance cameras around. So then I said, I commit myself to see what I can do. So before Christmas, I don't install, as I told you, I don't install 17 cameras in Freetown West. I don't install 13 in Freetown East. I just at the beginning. So with time, I expect to roll out across to all regional headquarters towns and other crossings. So this is not just the beginning. So allow less patience for a while. Things will happen as well.
And the driver, situation? Just clarify again. The Guinea.
Well, even I clarify in Intuasi, we have sent it to get access to the river and the occupants of the one for get access to that president team. That's why the minister is there today to support that one. Even we also don't listen to us. We don't just want to like where I say you can meet us and say you go take this. No, that's to go through the formal prescribed procedures. So that is now we follow. This investigation, this forum, we don't commit myself say every Tuesday and Oscar, any day I can have updates on all of these things will happen. So just exercise patience. You get the information you want. I know there are a lot of questions playing on the lines, but the answers will come time.
Thank you very much, IG. I want to send special message to my family when they don't to we. See, we go inside town now, camera and they and they see all day the pass na camera. So anything they do inside town, just no more say IG they see. They watch you, they capture you. So man go no more it's map then I dress it's map say IG they watch me. We'll take a picture. Alright, next set of questions on this side. Okay, the woman there number 1, number 2, number 3 in front. But the man, you blocking view. Number 4 here, number 5 the woman. Yes. I encourage the media houses and for they get more female reporters. When you know a female reporter, you get a 60% chance of getting your question answered. Because men are feminist minister, full-time feminist.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
Party was the Modern Lausha Conte and I report for the Women's Voice newspaper. Well, not a question actually. More of a suggestion or call to attention for the Minister of Basic and Senior Secondary. Making go to conduct a week, if not weekly, but monthly check, especially in the primary schools then. Because the teacher they like and I don't take the schools them as business place. Imagine teacher they pull 9 million na picking and every day, each day. And the picking then they complain. Then they complain at us. Imagine if picking don't get that money, they end up for making the thief na us. So na my own suggestion that day.
Alright, so we'll ask the minister for comment on that. Go ahead.
Alright, Mohammed Usman Bangura, Publisher, Capital Times newspaper. Minister of MBSSA. The flagship program of the president was free quality education. Now we can see students there from primary school, MPSC, Beke, and WAS. They rely on SPY. Especially for the WAS. They use mobile phone copy directly from WhatsApp. What are the policies when the ministry don't put together for avoid this? Then 2, over the years, students that want to fail WAS not get a second chance for receipt to WAS. Being a teacher, basically. Ministers, I don't think it's a disadvantage them, especially students who not get financial support. Thank you.
Alright, okay, teacher, journalist. That exam, the license, you don't take care. Need for pass the math in English. Go ahead.
My name is Ambassador Mohammed. Working for the Success TV. Mr. Minister of Basic and Senior Secondary Education.
All your questions that I had in there.
We get the new information in regards to the new policy of examination. Just like how the university that they do. They say if you have 2 paper if you want, now you go for take. If you have 2 subjects you want, if you have 3 subjects you want take, and now you go for take. You go sit and you go apply for a How true is it? And I want to say kudos to one of the CSO team when I go outreach in the Eastern Municipality. They do a tireless way when I civil rights coalition. They really they try. We meet the outreach team, they go on a survey. So in that regard, as a press, I was so pleased that one of the staff there always make sure say yes, they intervene and ask the
key question, which is very, very interesting. Thank you.
That's CSOD. We can't charge them for the adverts we do for the Naya School. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. From the Nature newspaper. The question goes to the Minister of Information. Mr. Minister, one newspaper in Ghana reports saying the High Commissioner apprehended. Waiting at the position of the government regarding that newspaper report in Ghana.
All right, last one, number 5. Thank you. Huh? 1, 2, 3 already, Commander. This is now 4. Asabi counts. Yes, go ahead. We will do 6, but now 4 already talk. You know, number 5. Yes.
I get one appeal and question 1. And the question for the IG. And you say when I don't conduct investigation on the boat, wayland, and I want to know when I don't get nothing of 20, I want to know if somebody don't claim the boat. This boat I mean County Fanaya or na magic no the boat I want to know if anybody don't claim. Then we appeal, Mr. Minister of Information. And we know you don't do well, we are not very but we come the journalists and when they come for them, ask questions and listen, we take bike, again, and other things. And they appeal.
Bye bike for now.
Appeal that please now for the giving additional.
All right. Okay, I will tell finance. Go ahead. Yes.
Hello, I'm Erika Bangura from Hanso for Podium. So the first question is to Minister Obituaries. With regards to the school that we not able to meet up the waiting required for the pupils to be eligible to take the WASC exam. Now, ever meet with them for make them know because this gets to affect the pupils the more. For me, they know what's not the specific things they really hinder them for make them able to accomplish self-accomplishment, you cannot be left out. And also, you're taking the discipline for say 6 months suspension without salary. Are there plans in place for ensure say when they go in suspension, this not affects the pupils then at the end. And also with regards to the IG, if we pray and hopeful, because we know the kind of embarrassments the way Sierra Leoneans can go through, say because of Sierra Leone, they check it past how they check on a person. Because of the mentality they get with regards to God and all. So if this allegation is proven to be true, waiting now the legal action where will be taken against the one that were involved, regardless of the diplomatic status and all.
All right, thank you very much. I think we don't know all the questions for today. We can get the final round of answers.
The teacher say he no say people dey spy with photos. They don't say suspect to say no. Confirm here the evidence. So I know all police is anti-corruption issues. When the policy for avoid spying, I think the ministry will do a lot of that in these sectors. There's a question about the policy of repeaters. You don't answer this question here, I think a couple of times on this platform, but it's still they can talk about whether it's just or not just question of repeaters. Then another question was about
your ability for only take the number of subject the way you require, where you sit was. If this not true, say now, may I don't get 4 subject, or may I go decide say, and the sit was in 5 years, every year I take 1 paper.
Is that true? And then, wait, get one more question. The lady will ask the last question, because I'm for the suspension. I think you take the notes on that question. So we'll get on and then we'll come over to on this side, yeah. So, Minister, if it's April, almost the past time now, for the keep short.
Okay, very quickly, the UAC school and they take money in Kenya. I really appeal to parents, members of the public, that if we know say this one they happen, we get the toll-free line of 8060, and I really would like for make when I make a report. And in making that report, you know, get for disclose your identity so that that teacher doesn't discriminate against applicant. But I'm glad with the questioner actually say we probably make unannounced visits. Incidentally, I get the senior leadership meeting this morning, and this is now one thing with me and the new chief education officer, we agree say we're going to do more. And for us to make sure say we go to school unannounced and make sure say that things happen. But I also want to encourage even any of them who go to school, you understand, and see what they happen at the school. We're going to know that and please make sure say we come back to you with that. The other thing that people that inspire, what do we do about this? We don't develop a new WAEC bill. It takes me a long time to go through because WAEC can 5 countries a day. And anything you do in one country, you therefore get the endorsement of the other 4. And the WAEC bill now already, we will take and go cabinet shortly, and then after cabinet, we take and go parliament. So, myself, hopefully, the next time they can have, like my sister, minister, I go one for them, say, we don't pass something along.
Yes.
So, but
we'll clap
the
for
good
you.
thing is, we work with quite a lot of stakeholders on this, including the MPs on all sides of the house. And quite a lot of them be very involved in the process. And so that's not how we do that. But I'll just do now one example of what they come now on board. The old actual begins for WAEC, they say if you spy, then they will charge you 10 million. 10 million. Then you can imagine, all month is spy because you cannot spend the 10 million. So what we don't do, we don't change that, we don't bring them up to a level where we go act as a deterrent. These are some of the things that we can. But also there are criminal elements of that as well, where we don't align with the Anti-Corruption Act and other legislation will be in the country. Now the second thing, this, and as a come quite a lot, second chance for the exam. As a matter of fact, the trade union and the tell say, we don't introduce a policy called radical inclusion. So if somebody says we want 50, you have to take the exam, you take the exam. What do they try to do on the serious note on this one? We want to make sure say we get an alternative for people that wait. For example, they take one step, they don't pass. And then they got several and they pass. So one of the things with me and the system minister they talk about, that this idea of tech book will give you an alternative access to universities. We got 2 technical universities. We get Eastern Technical University, we get Makai Technical University. So in other countries, tech book that they often consider as the Cinderella part of education because they feel to say that a second chance. This is not the case because it gives you the same access to university as if you go through the academic pathway. So that now one thing we really do, when merely the work consulting, we'll therefore take go cabinet shortly. But in addition to that, if you don't pass the exam, you can always take the exam as a private candidate. You can always do that. Yes? Let me go back now to this thing about the there was something about
one paper. If you take a one paper.
No, I don't think you can take the new examination curriculum, the new curriculum we have. You get certain subjects, I think you have about 6-7 subjects in your take. So you can't take one paper. That is not possible. And again, why you want to take a one paper? Where there might be an alternative short for making you able to get to university. Perhaps using NVQ, which stands for National Vocational Qualification, rather than they go through WAS. You will still go to university, you will still get a degree.
Abilities are not the same.
And the good thing is, without a practical subject, it's saying you're competent, you might even use that degree there, not go for a job, but actually create jobs, because you can be an entrepreneur if you get those technical skills. There was also something about this suspension. When we suspend teacher there for 2 months, we bring in retired head teachers and principals and for take over the schools. You will be surprised. In one of the schools, I don't call it, you know, parents always complain about this school. We'll bring a new head teacher, a new principal inside the school. Within 2 months, we see some significant transformation. Will lead me to this point where we are now consistently making for the last 5 years that school leadership will therefore invest in. Not just for the trained teacher, now school leadership. And we get a school leadership program right now where we train 300 school leaders, but we'll get a total of 3,000 where I begin work on what with the TSC. But now they don't take another level, the successor, don't develop it even further, and then don't begin and do that. There was something about question 5 was about some partial left out.
No. Not enough for IG about the boats.
No, okay. Yes, sorry. Yeah.
Ask the teacher if not engage their proposed specific reasons, rather than still the lack of.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I think I don't answer that.
You don't answer that.
So, we'll talk about that class too. I say even the offer, the teacher there, technical assistance. And in addition to that, we train teacher there again. We still need for engage. So I take what you say, we know that's the gap and tell you say, you know, now punish no more we punish. Now carrot and stick approach, or which I call the mango stick approach.
And the banana island and
so we will still continue to engage school heads to see how we can support it.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. IG, anybody don't claim the votes? And then, if allegations are true, waiting na the repercussions on all of them cases. I think that second question is the law. We follow the law. The law. Everybody knows the law. Nobody, not they above the law. As long as the laws of Sierra Leone are concerned. But IG, go ahead.
On the issue of the votes, once you ask that question, I think we are start from top of that. I think clearly the circumstances, how we as a sector, we even get for those say there's a good abortion until that does. So on the issue of claiming, nobody knows they claim it. On legal action, and the law, a level like this, nobody's bigger than the law.
Alright, I'm glad you asked about His Excellency, we High Commissioner in Ghana. As a matter of fact, somebody also sent me another report. We say they don't arrest back, they go raid the embassy in Liberia back, they don't arrest the embassy. Now I reply to the person say, the propaganda machine finally they put big smoke. Because all that now verifiable fake news. No Ghana reporter no make that news say somebody. In fact, that very paper when I name the use, when they use the doctor, they pull the headline of the day. Then puts down there and receive that newspaper for that day. Nobody no go attack and arrest a sitting ambassador of any country. They are all guided by the Vienna Conventions. These are people that were interested in causing mischief. And they want to see the attack. We will continue to focus on the fact the ambassador is in Ghana, he is doing work. Even the ambassador in Liberia, we're willing for admit, and we don't come very publicly say yes, there are issues in Guinea. Even the ambassador in Guinea, with all substance, when they resolve saying, oh, this now suspected to be cocaine, we don't be very transparent. The ambassador, they go, people over in Guinea can go down and the ambassador, they meet and the ambassador did it. Somebody they text me just so they ask me say if the ambassador still in Guinea. I think the IG already against that. The ambassador not kind because before he even start today, he did Guinea. And a part of it because there's a pending issue there with Sierra Leoneans and at least one member of the ambassador in staff for the whole. As part of this investigation, we don't be transparent on that. And also we get for deal with all of the issues that they for facilitates the call still stand for let the ambassador come back completely. And then IG somebody also texts me, they ask if the open source in this investigation get any additional people of interest. And I think it's very clear I say the open source investigation and open source investigation. Even in name we call una no don't come to a point it una say this person involved in any crime in a salon as far as una know, not so.
Yes, I never by the Ghana.
Una will report on any of the activity in a salon?
No, I'm to get access to our own for report.
Alright. So it's very important for them again who the reports, we stick to the facts, and we as the government of Salone, they continue for Canada, provide the facts, provide timely updates, and they continue for make this request to international partners. Every citizen will out there get information will help the police in this investigation. We welcome you for come support the Sierra Leone police, contact them on their public number then, provide the information we help them at this stage, and then we'll provide that information. I want to take this opportunity for tell thank you to my very distinguished guest today, Kanaya, Minister of Basic and Senior Secondary Education, Conrad Saki, Minister of Technical and Higher Education, Honorable Dr. Hajara Matulawui, and the distinguished Inspector General of Police for Salone, William Fayaselu, all the media partner them. VSO, we make sure say we carry it inclusive sign language for this platform. Elcom, we give it today. Sierra Water, we make sure say we will also sound all water, Afisel, Orange, and all we partner them under the media until we meet next week. Salam alaikum. Everything
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they've found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened. Because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
City belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fisherman,
The taxi driver,
The barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
the future is ours. It's our time again.
and this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
The greengrocer,
The teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
this light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
the rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from ten. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
gentlemen, it's the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation coming up with its special Valentine's program from the 1st to the 14th of February as love cuts across boundaries.
So, get set as the Slbc Commercial and Marketing Department has created the platform where individuals, organizations, and businesses can send love messages to their loved ones. We appreciate our customers and other partners using this platform to demonstrate love and care.
The program will be aired on Slbc TV twice on Valentine's Day, February 14, at a cost of 450 leones only.
If interested, you can invite us to your business place from the 1st to the 12th of February. We will record your 1-minute message that will be properly edited and broadcast. Your video will be inserted. So, be romantic and show some love to your loved ones.
So, try us today. You will never regret you did, as the sky will be your limit.
Alternatively, you can send your 1-minute edited videos by WhatsApp on 076 920 510 and send your payment on Orange Money on 072 552 744.
Please note that SLBC reserves the right not to air your videos if the content has nudity or contains illegal materials, as the facility is open to everyone. So come to the SLBC and pay 80 leones to be recorded.
For more information, call on 076 920 510.
My African queen, I love you, I love you.
Highwoods Institute, looking to advance in accounting, business management, or digital proficiency. From ACCA to ICB qualifications and workplace proficiency, Highwoods Institute sets you on the path to success. At Highwoods Institute, we offer a diverse range of programs tailored just to meet the needs of today's professionals. So, join the ranks. Achieving your career goals has never been more accessible. Take the first step toward a brighter tomorrow. Enroll now at Highwoods Institute and start a secured future. Visit us at highwoodsinstitute.org or at 92 Pademba Road, Freetown to learn more. Highwoods Institute, the premier destination for career-focused education.
You ready for the Zoom meeting today with the investor them?
Yes, boss. I'm ready for the meeting today. And I don't download all the reports they sent to me on the internet.
Make sure so you get super connection, because I don't want one problem during the meeting.
Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
Counting on you, even though we're not in the same office. I will be with you every step of the way.
I remember that last day. The day I felt, that's it, my life had ended. There was a lot of fighting. The day they now call the last fall of Mogadishu. I had run away from the man my grandma made me marry. He was 50 years old. When you're 15, 50 feels very, very old. There was a woman running beside me. She was very pregnant. She could give birth at any moment. And the woman ahead of me, she kept on screaming, "Don't look back, don't look back." God forgive me. I kept on running. I will never forget that woman. Every which way I tried to go, the road was blocked. There was no way out of Mogadishu. So I tried to go back home to Hamarwena. I wanted to see if my father and brother were there. It was the last day I saw my father.
Eifra.
And the day my brother disappeared.
Halkam hadka sameni sa gabadediye.
Ya sanku yale. Ninka ayayo igurise.
Ninka aga miyakhmese.
صباح
Ahmed yawilki sembrana soo saar.
Eifra wa in ala bata. Aad ay khatar u tahay joogista Muqdisho.
Ninka ayaya.
Eifra baax kullu xalada qaxootiga waxayna ku dili doontaa sababta u tagtay ninkaaga. Laakiin waa wax kale.
There was no light that night in Mogadishu, no electricity at all, and no sign of anybody at home. I waited and waited, but they never came back. All day, I kept on looking out the window, hoping my father might come home or send a sign. but it wasn't them. That was when the military occupied the house. They had used me hard, pushing and pushing again and again. My grandma called my uncle, the doctor, to fix me. My auntie had sent the money from America to pay my uncle, the doctor.
Bye-bye.
My grandma had to leave to fetch food for my sister at the camp in Afgoy. But I was still too weak to travel.
waxaan ku siinayaa lambarkan 19526311194 waxay sheegeen waa run hooyada walaasheed waa nooshahay waxayna ku agsoon tahay Minnesota Ferry.
I couldn't read and I couldn't write, but he was sure we had her telephone number in America.
wax mustaqbal halkan kuma yaalo ayadana kuma awoodayni halkan ku hayso wadigaanu kuma rabo haddii fursad aad u haysatid inaad tagtid waa inaad ka faa'iidaysataa.
So we went to a place called Albracad where you can make international phone calls.
Okay, Ifra, number key دواكر. حاجة سيوف. number ما يوعي كتير. عليكم السلام ورحمة الله. أيه. Hello, السلام عليكم.
It was a lot of money. They made the arrangements, and my auntie, she sent some money for us to collect from a local bank.
baa kugu iman doona xadka Ethiopia kaasoo ku geenaya mukhalas jooga Addis Ababa bas badan oo maanta baxaya ma jiraan kuwa baxana ma soo noqonayaan soo dhaqso soo bax basi gaarnay soo dhaqso soo bax lamari soo soco yaa dhaqso soo dhaqso هدو ما أنت كنا دافع وين رمات لا بس منو سهل لا بس منو سهل صدق بس هو بحابة لا تهي بس كم هلينا كنا بس كذا صبح بس هو بحابة لا لقمة بنانا كنا كفيرنا بس من البناية كم بس البناية ساحب كم بس البناية ساحب حاجة نقول سكبر صاحبه هالخف وطا لو ده كلي إنسان صاحب العقد يدوا وضع واطن هالخف صاحب كوريسان واخبره وبريه صاحب كوريسان إلهي كعبسوا هالجوال بس صاحبه صاحب هيا صاري صبح لا تصور صارية هيا دعم التيب madaxa hoos u dhig aad sabab markaa aadid ninkii maxalliska ku kaxeynaya habeerta oo mareeg guud ku geynaya insha Allah si fiican birtu qabso maca salaama safar wanaagsan safar wanaagsan maca salaama
When we were halfway there, we were stopped by the military.
رجع حلقة دمرك حلقة راح سعود قفز الدق أيه رجع حلقة دمرك حلقة رجع حلقة دمرك حلقة رجع حلقة مرسيد
They threatened to rape all the women without papers unless the booster driver paid a ransom.
سعود أي ورقديني كان ورقديني كان ورقديني أيه أوينك بس كودي أنتنا دمركم
وأنت بس انت خوف موجود
أنتنا بس خفك سحر تمن دورين نسي تمن دورين كان
ولا خدي
ورقد ما عارفين
ولا خدي انت كنت
ورقد ما عارفين نخسر كان
حتى كوسي ولا خدي كوسي
ورقد ما عارفين خفك تمن كان اوكي هذا كان 8 دولار خفك ولا بس 10 شن هي سعاية
باسبورك السوقات كلا صار وين العقد يعني يسهو جوكسدان دمركنا يسهو جوكسدان محمد maxaa qabanaysaa
سعى وبنات سعى
صدق وين ماني اوكي انا جاي اسعد
صباح صاحب والله ورتان نين كان مقفل فيني كتالو يتوبي إنه جيو ما بلوان بلحوني أوتي وما سبت ورتان أنا لسعته هو يتوبي إيجيو لا بلوان بلحوني أوتي بلوان إفرا سو صعدة سو كرة صعدة سيكرة باول كودة بس دقيقة كسو دقيقة كل جينا سو دقيقة برا نخسك يا شيخ يا رجال يعني نخسده كعنا ودقيقة إفرا قرح لي إيش أكو هاي يا برا نخسك يا شيخ ياسين
I wasn't the only girl with the trafficker, but I was probably the youngest. Maybe that was why he was watching me.
ninkaan aan isku raacin aniga ay raacaysaa xaaskii reer muqdisho ah anaa meel keenayo waa balantaas waa joognaa meesha nikaana
When we get to Addis, a family comes to meet the bus driver. And the woman waiting for him is dressed Somali.
ifraax nikaan waa joognaa meesha kaale adiga kaal xagga soo istaag fursada ninka qaad ifraan ifraax eedada waxay ku soo dirteen in xun oo mukhalis ah dumarka Soomaaliyeed ayuu geeyaa Sacuudiga sida jaarida adoonsi ah gurigeena ku soo dhawow iska bax soo gal waxa eedada la bacayaa waxa lagu diraa Mareykanka qof ku geeyo halkaas waa ku badbaadaysaa hadda gurigeena soo dhawow
I stayed there maybe 2 or 3 days. Then the man they call Hassan, he came to collect me.
Sok. So do. Masha. Ya Allah. Khuftu waqta.
افرح عبرت اي كاسو درتي نيرا على الدواء هدا
ايوه
أستر خمارك سبعنا حلو سيدي قور مصنف يعني وشقينا waxaan ku dhahayo si fiican u dhageyso sideedan u samee baasaboorkaaga iyo tigidhkaaga waa kuwan meesha markaan galo safaan galaa adi waa inaad saf kala gashaa haddii kale oo gadaasheeda imaanaysid waa inaad hubisaa inay dad noo dhexeeyaan meesha intaan ku jirno aniga hay fiirin geesaha ha fiirin waxaad fiirinaysaa keliya qofka tigidhka kaa qaadaya may taqaanid anigana kuma aqaan haddii lagu joojiyo waxaa ogaanaysaa inaan ku inkiraayo inaan weligeyba ku bartay ama ku aqaan warcad soo maa aywa hana walwalna waa iska ficnaanaysaa ما تنتهي افرح استنتي مقلت او غايرنا ايقا تنبين يا ليش ما كان اخذه باسبورك انا كان قاضي مقلت ليش ما كان قاضي باسبورك انا كان قاضي وحن كلها هايين هيدورو
everyone coming in safety when you please place your hand baggage. Under the seat, rescue or refuse
Then he took back the passport. And he told me he would give it to me again at immigration. I wasn't to talk to him there either.
Can you take your food, please? Thank you. Sorry.
They brought food to eat, wrapped up in silver buckets. The smell was so terrible. It made me want to vomit. Or maybe it was my nerves making me nauseous.
isha igu hayo ani isu dhawaado
Maraykanka miya?
may kor igala soco hadalkan jooji
I didn't know what country it was, or that we were only there to go through immigration. I had to make sure to wear my scarf differently and hide my face. I think that he knew it wasn't me because of the way he was looking. But God was with me. We stayed a long time in transit. For hours and hours we waited. I couldn't understand the food. I could drink the orange juice. It was sweet, and at least I knew what it was. That's why I still love so much orange juice.
Thank you. Thank you.
When you wear the scarf like this, how do they know it's your face? They don't. And they couldn't tell me to remove it, as this is my religion.
Hey, Yifra. Welcome home, love.
راح مش أسعد وقال لي
أنت مينيسوتا مياه.
مايا مش وحوي دبلن ايرلند.
Maha, habriyadhay waxay degan tahay Minnesota, Mareykanka.
meesha u soconay waa halkaan haddana waxaa laga rabaa inaad magangelin aad weysatid dalkan.
I'd heard of America and Australia and England and Italy, of course, because Italy colonized Somalia, but never Ireland.
Where are you after?
Balls Ridge, near the American embassy.
Laakiin waxaan u maleynayaa inaan arkayo habriirta Mareykanka joogta.
Fiiri, meel uu geen karo meesha ugu fiicneed baa joogtaa. Habriirta aan sharci kuma walaha Mareykan. Ma fahamti? halkaan nabadgelyo ku haysataa. Ireland waa dal fiican.
I had no idea what is a refugee, what asylum is, nothing.
Inta u tagtida waxaa leedahay qaxootiga. way ku qaabilayaan sharciga ku siinayaan. hadda fiiri, jaranjaraas ma jeedaa? jaranjaradaas aad tegaysaa, waa koraysaa, waa u tegaysaa, waxaa ku leedahay qaxootiga ah. way ku qaabilayaan sharciga ku siinayaan.
Aniga basa? Laakiin sidee u fahmay aniga?
صح واحد وقدام تص
28 euros now.
Here is your money. Thank you very much.
Laakiin adiga ma ikatid miya?
Aniga may صباح قارقة.
Laakiin ushara adiga luqada kasaya.
Fiiri ifraax isdaji. adiga halkaan isku kan dambaysa.
Maya.
Fiiri. صباح meeshaan gal inta meesha gashid ma aragtay gabar fiican noqo ilaahayna wuu kula jiraa soo bax iska jir
What's your name, dear? Where are you from? Neo-Watiolati, Nigeria? CD Tahe. Waksat Tahe Sumiliad?
I think he knew by the look of me, and me when I hear him say Somalia. Oh my God.
So yes, it's just a girl from Somalia. Her name is Ifrah Ahmed, and she's alone. Ifrah, say the name is Amhanusanisa.
Maya kabahun aya ihayo.
No, it's just feeling cold. Very cold.
Tea, water, coffee, anybody?
Somali. Maybe 16? No question. Definitely a minor.
She brings me water, cold water, and I drink the water, and I feel even more cold. And I had lots of long, very, very long interviews.
That's all the information. I just need a signature. Just need you to sign here.
They kept asking me where I had come from, why I was in Ireland, how I got here.
Mohammed, could you ask Ifrah why her hand is shaking?
Probably she cannot write. Ifrah, qofku qabisa arrimaha bulshada wuxuu ku leeyahay gacantada maxay la garanaysaa?
Run waaye, magacayga ma qori karo, laakiin kabuhun ay hayo.
It's true, her hand is shaking because of cold. But she can't write.
You do the thumping, yeah?
Because I was an unaccompanied minor seeking asylum, they put me into care with a social worker.
Here we go now.
Ifra?
To this day,
Great.
I still wonder where she got that jumper.
Thank you, Mohammed. I think we've got everything now.
I wish that I knew who it was that gave it me so I could go and thank them.
Hi, Amanda. Thanks for staying so late for us.
Somali mata hai? Ha. Waxaan ahay Amala.
Do you know each other?
No. We meet here. But still we're sisters. Habeen wanaagsan. And when I couldn't sleep, she let me lie with her to feel safe. The most obvious challenge I faced in my new life was the language.
Cornflakes?
As well as the food.
Spoon. Okay. Make sure she's okay there, please. Mala. It's fine. Out. Now. Please. Out. Mum. Mala. We do not resort to violence to resolve our issues here. Amala, translate, will you? If we have a problem, we discuss it. Find a solution.
هذا قال من هذا لكن ما هاد لي كارو ما فاهم يا وحبا.
Amala, do you still have your translator? Do you know, I have a feeling you don't actually need this anymore. Do you mind if we give it to Ifra?
Mahi bari karda. Sira loko romaga aga. She wants you to teach her English.
We'll need Ifra now for her intake medical screening. Amala, will you explain to Ifra that in order to process her asylum application, she's required to have a routine medical examination, yeah?
Okay, girls, let's go back into breakfast.
My social worker made all my appointments for me.
Ifra, that's Mohammed. Who translated for us on the telephone?
First, they tried to explain me the blood tests and medical exams.
Can you explain that I have put myself down as Ifra's guardian until she's 18?
gabadha waxay ka noqonaysaa qofka mas'uulka ah ilaa inta ay gaarayso 18 sano.
And we will need to do a routine test for HIV.
waxaa laga baarayaa cudurka dilaaga ah ee AIDS-ka.
So now I have somebody from my own country translating what HIV is and telling me that I'm not to worry, that if I have it, I'll be treated and given medication. And hepatitis, don't worry, if you have it, he says, there is medication and you'll be treated for that too. The same for tuberculosis and STDs. There were more diseases than I had ever heard of.
For girls, there's also a routine gynecological examination and a pregnancy test.
waxaa maraysaa baaritaanka hoose ee dumarka iyo baaritaanka uurka kuwaas oo u gaara haweenka.
Lakin, haka walwalan haddii aad uur leedahay inta hal baa jira.
She asked even if you're pregnant, is there a solution for that too?
Great. So it seems that you're almost done. Just the smear test and that's it.
Smear test. Smear test.
But there was one condition for which they had not legislated.
Let's get you changed. Can you explain?
Yes. She means you put this on.
waxay ka wadaa dharkan xiro.
You take off your clothes.
Dharkaaga iska bixi.
Put your arms through here.
Gacanta ayaa ka gelinaysaa.
Tie at the top.
Kor ka xir.
And pop up on the seat.
Kursiga ku fadhiiso.
We'll leave you to get changed in private.
waa ka bixinaa si dharkaa iskaga bedeshid.
The doctor will be in soon. He'll do a quick examination and then we're done.
dhakhtarka kuu soo gelaya si uu kuu baaro kadibna waa dhammaynay.
Just prop yourself up here, okay? Don't worry. The doctor will be with you shortly. It's just a little bit.
That's okay, just leave it. So, who do we have here now? Ifra Ahmed, all the way from Somalia. Thanks, nurse. If you could just get Ifra ready there. Thank you. Ifra, we're going to just do a little examination down below. Nothing to worry about. Maybe just standing close to me when I'm examining Ifra. And perhaps if Ifra could just relax a little more. Ifra, everything is going to be okay now. Just relax now. Just do a little examination down below, okay?
Don't worry. You're safe, okay, kiddo?
Very good. Okay, Ifra. Now, okay. We're not going to proceed with anything here.
Here is something to drink, darling.
Then they explain me that they got a shock, and they keep apologizing and talking and asking, how did you get injured? And what happened to you?
If I've asked Mohammed to come down and join us, Mohammed, I think Ifra has been upset about the examination. Could you explain to her that we're sorry if she has been upset? Now, I've contacted a colleague of mine, a female doctor, who's going to come down straight away and see Ifra.
I'll follow the rest up outside, yeah?
Mohammed, would you ask Ifra why this happened to her?
And I just keep saying to Muhammad, I am not injured. It is not an injury. And they have to call another doctor, a woman doctor.
Ifra, this is a colleague of mine who's going to look after you.
Would you ask her how did it happen?
Sidee maxaa dhacay tan waa naga oo sidaas way dhacdaa tan waa naga
My name's Ifra Ahmed. I'm citizen of Ireland and a survivor of female genital mutilation. Adding my voice to the campaign for awareness and understanding, for legislative reform and the eradication of FGMC has been the greatest gift of my life so far. The gift of survival. The gift of a voice where before there was only silence. Silence may be the rust on the razor with which they threatened to cut my throat. But it was not my tongue they cut.
So Ifra would have had full-on type 3 FGMC.
Yeah. That would be typical in Somalia.
The procedure is carried out by a traditional practitioner, and they use a razor blade without an anesthetic to cut her.
Cut her how?
Well, they cut off her clitoris completely.
Oh, holy God.
And then they sew it back up.
Horrific.
So now I'm thinking it must be time for some answers. And from the looks on their faces, I'm thinking they're going to tell me the tests say I have some other disease.
Aries Makabami said?
Oh, no, Ifra. There's nothing like that wrong with you.
But in my head, I was thinking that the way they did this checkup thing to me, with this special test for girls, I knew it. If it happened to me, this FGM thing, then it must have happened to them too. So I asked them first, because we speak the same language, and it's something personal to all of us. I asked them if it had happened to them.
Ayayade waxay dhihi jirtay sadaheda uragada ah ee haweenka.
Aniga xataa gudninka, haweenka, guurka, tan saddexaad
maalinta dhallinka canuga.
saddexda murugada ee haweenka.
Saddexda murugada ee haweenka. So I say to her, look, we have to do something to explain to Irish people about our tradition so they understand our culture. And I say to myself,
until girls like me are free of the fear, the pain, the shame, and medical consequences of cutting, I will not stop. I will not stop talking. I will not stop talking until we are free of FGM.
but first I had to learn the language. So I went to all the English classes I could.
Great, so this is the parts of the body. Parts of the body, all right? So first one is eye. Eye? Eye. Very good. So this one here is ear. 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 Very good. This one is nose. Nose. Come on, nose. Very good. This one is hand. Hand. See this one? Hand. That's it exactly, hand. Very good.
What is this?
What is?
What is this?
That would be private parts. Private parts. You see it? Yeah.
Private part.
Yeah.
Private parts.
This one's teeth. Excellent work. I did promise you. Well done, Ifra. It's really impressive. How's it going here?
Amazing.
Great.
Walk.
Walking.
Walking.
Walked.
Walk.
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 Walking.
Walking.
Walked.
Walk.
صعدة صعدني صعدي.
Walk. Walking. Walk. Walk. Walking. Walked. Walk. Walking. Walked.
Walk.
Ha.
Walking.
Walked.
Walk. Walking. Walked.
Be the most common word. Be the most common verb. Good. The most common adjective between an island, so grand.
It is grand.
Yeah, the weather is grand.
Sure, it's grand, so.
Grand. Grand.
Vagina.
Vagina.
I needed to learn it fast, so I could tell my story. Studying the language and the issues so I could start to talk about
I think we all know a lot about, but a thing we don't talk about cutting. I remember when we had our FGM done, they brought us all to a small room. It was my grandma's hut.
there were soft straw mattresses, one for each of us.
I was 8 years old and very excited. It was Eid al-Fitr, a little like Christmas. I remember the doctor, my uncle. He was in a smaller room, hiding behind a dried grass curtain. But I could see him. My grandmother organized it.
And it was her brother, my uncle, who made his living doing the cutting.
They were close, and they decided to do the cutting for the whole family that holiday, for Eid.
Me, my sister Hani, my uncle's daughter, my father's 2 daughters, and 6 of our other cousins.
You could hear the screaming from the other room, and nothing you could do. Every second or third girl, he was pouring boiling water on the razor blade for it to clean it. My grandma, she was holding the girls for my uncle to cut.
And my father's other wife was carrying the girls into the room and tying their legs together. They kept us tied for 40 days and 40 nights, so we couldn't move.
The worst thing is the pain. When you have to wee with your legs that are tied, and you have to lie there on one side and you can't go to the toilet. It's hard to describe how horrific, how much it hurt.
One of the girls who was cut at the same time as me, she just wouldn't.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the rhythms of life dance in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits.
And memories are made.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the rhythms of life dance in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
This is the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Well, Fambulemunaudu, today, as part of this year's celebration for World Hijab Day, we did discuss one important topic. Inside English, then call them embracing diversity and fostering inclusive environment. And also be translated that across. So the minister we guess we can capable go help we later how to translate that. Well, inside Salon, diversity now we think, but we still get plenty challenge them for embrace inclusion better one. Especially as we talk about World Hijab Day for we Muslim women, we they wear that thing we then call hijab, some nani cow or mafele. How inclusive we really be as a society at this country. Waiting we go do for broke the barrier them, when creates the space, we all man go feel say them belong. For discuss this topic today, we get well-respected panel of guests them. Now the studio with me, I get Mr. Chernoba, the Minister for Information and Civic Education, where they promote civic engagement and national unity for this country. I also get Reverend Arnold Achakambo, now one well-respected religious leader, where they talk for make all religion come together. I also get now the studio Professor Haja or Nahaja Professor Dr. Aissata Ugori, one big social advocate for woman empowerment in this country. And back I get Madam Edeline Elba, founder for the Elba Foundation, where they push for equity and inclusion at workplace then at this country. Today we go cham out pan this talk here, but same way so we go want for call and ask we viewers them, family them where they watch we na us or na office them for join we and ask questions. We go to listen to them questions then they. If you want for ask questions, you can call we on this number 079 33 1724. I will take them back. 079 33 1724. Now the word that to family. So before we start this talk, I want come to we first guest, we Namion boss. A pleasure for let me boss sit down today and talk to him. You young work, one time you work them because you work them in this country. Now for champion, help government for champion unity. Tell me about that unity there, how government they champion unity in this country.
Well, thank you very much. I'm glad to be here with such a distinguished panel. I want to say, I think happy World Hijab Day to all the Muslims.
I actually forget my own hijab. I only found in my office.
It's not part of waiting believe in this country. One of the most beautiful things about Saudi that we are one of the most religious, tolerant countries in the world. Recently, we reduced the civic festival. We get some international guests that we see some from different countries in Africa that say they're religious tolerant. And tell them, say, if you think say you can't be religious tolerant, when you think you are so religious tolerant, we cancel and we put it to shame. Because we take it to a completely different level. And right in the panel, we've been getting a show. His Excellency the President, a practicing Catholic, married to the First Lady, a practicing Muslim, a Vice President, a practicing Muslim. And then we talk about we all individualize them. Some of we, my mama, hardcore Christian, who are small. Every Sunday we go church. Every Friday we go mosque. We go Muslim school, we go Christian school. We mix all things. In fact, we grow up believing, say, now one God, and you just get different parts them to that one place. So that doctrinal exclusion where the country gets to the say, you for council. And then you will try for taking that value system for bringing inside the civic culture. And we will talk about civic education. And then we all go. So one of the things we launched last year, the new civic strategy. And inside that strategy, the one pillar, that this notion they invite you for love serving, but for like the country, for serving the country, for knowing history, the heritage, the thing you might just talk about. In the fact, see, the words of the national anthem, see, will lift the country above the individual. And then the sixth pillar of the strategy also say, saloon for all, which some people can call radical inclusion. It means, irrespective of whatever creed, whatever part of identity you get, this country, you feel at home, whether at your place, whether we want to seek job opportunity, whether we go to school, in every sphere of life, if we feel comfortable as a citizen. And that, for do them thing in there, after thing they do for show that kind of step. So we can't get people not perfect, we need just tolerant, but we have plenty of one, over time, women will not be excluded. And we will not take women in this country, we know right. So His Excellency President, we will champion the gender equality and women's empowerment bill, but people don't understand all the details that we talk about GBB say 30% of all elective and appointive positions will be reserved for women. And that is just the baseline. Some people like if you say that are the targets, that are the floor. So you can rise now and add more and more and more to that. But not to that anymore the inside. Things like paid family leave, with a team and then will only particularly affect women in the inside before. Ensure say we create a level playing field and within the workspace, we not subject women into some systematic discrimination. We don't be a feature of the country over the years. So now then steps then get some of them steps in terms of like the policy steps we country don't take. We don't pass some very progressive laws there. We don't see the precedents by your example, by waiting you talk some of the laws and how they discuss right now in the country. And the one thing I want to say about tolerance and unity, it's like sometimes the conversation can be difficult because we all know if we agree. We come off from different perspectives. But what's beautiful about Sierra Leone that even in that with disagreements, we defend common ground. And at damn day, we try to promote as part of the civic culture. So it takes some challenging conversations. Recently, they will continue to talk about abortion, safe motherhood, with that council. But I always keep it for my people and say, no matter how tough that conversation may be, the fact that we talk, the fact that we get an interreligious council, we add their voice, the fact that we all contribute to pull this, we add this, we pull this, it shows say, inside this we country, we seek and find that common ground. Because unity, means say we all for agree, all thing, but that we find we follow, continue for talk.
So I just told you this more. You don't go into the policy issues and everything. Waiting at one for ask.
Yes.
All the Google thing how we talk. Some answer Google. And Sunday back, it's really cool. Really how you talk about the religious linkages and everything. Family and I was still there is concerned. Say inclusivity not quite there yet. And when I talk about inclusivity, I don't just talk about the gender inclusivity. You get people with disability. You they talk Madingo, me they talk Creole. Tribal, sex, sexual orientation I'm talking about. Even the dark skin and light skinned people there, back, right? And Bokuna this country. Some of them concerns them still lives. I want to handle them concern them.
You know the legislative change in culture. Some of them things like product of culture. We require education over time, civic education, conversations. But at the policy level, you set the tone and you pass the right set of policies. Now, with commitment and President Bill's commitment, now that first of all, if you look at the makeup of the cabinet, it's inclusive. You get every single tribe there, you get people from all over the country. In fact, the last time we put out the breakdown of each district represented in the cabinet. That's the goal. And that's the Martin Luther King didn't say that's not by the content of your character, not to the color of your skin, before we judge by. That's not the goal. But no mean for say we perfect right now, like I used to say. Plenty where there with discrimination can creep in. And sometimes they will all don't face different forms of discrimination. Not so long ago, full of people in this country. I mean, just last December, some police officer, somebody somewhere decides say the structure will get and say get rid of criminal convicts winner Guineans where they had do bad people, where they interpret that day and for go arrest people who get me name who look like me. And keep in mind I really talk for the government, I really defend this government. So as I can say, bad people can always do bad things. In every society, no society know what times. You never forget problems and challenges. The question is, what do you do with that bad thing they happen? And what do you do for prevent that bad thing there? So with civic education policy, the idea is we call people in for put the country above all else, for say salona for we all, radical inclusion, for preach them, for teach them in a school, for work on that over time, and the culture and the example we President Biodi set. They go as far as just recently sit down with all the food that they for assure them, say, no, this will never be what it will be. And the first president will put full of money makers in vice president. And also just on that issue, on the women's issue, on safe motherhood. Like the example where the president is set and the example landed for inclusion. For sure we say, yes, we have challenges, we get cultural challenges, we get people that don't biases them, we believe say, if you talk this language, if you talk this language, we therefore you know be posting therefore at this party. But of course we also get political division at the country. I like to point out to people let's say political division not a bad thing. As means of civic education, democracy requires dissent. We know they get democracy for all SL people day. For get democracy, you for the other party, me the other party. Then for debate the ideas there based on certain philosophies. The problem that that's what they take into the extreme and say just because we're only on the same page Therefore, or not the same political party, you don't forget work, you don't forget this, you don't forget that. So I didn't see them, they would continue for pushback on that culture.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Let's talk to the other guests in the studio. Family, don't forget to, we will take calls then, the telephone number for call we, and with that same time, I will make another one for call. Now 079 33 1724 07933 1724. We talk about World Hijab Day. I want to come to the religious perspective of diversity and inclusivity, and today we get Reverend Arnold Archer Campbell, who is sitting with me in our studio. From a religious perspective, the faith-based perspective, how UNA as religious leaders can promote inclusion and understanding. Minister don't talk about the policy side and waiting governments to do. UNA, we being at the religious.
Well, Sierra Leone as minister starts, we a good example for inclusion in terms of religious tolerance and everything. If you go to some community like I don't work na Aberdeen. Aberdeen is such a unique community where you go to the host. 2 people are Christian, 2 people are Muslim. You get a family we pray there, the wife will follow a man go pray, you know, Christmas. They get a very good religious tolerance in that. You see inclusivity in that community. So when you go there first, if you don't understand, you go just because they are one family, they are so formidable. Christian get business, you go see all man they Muslim get business, you not even pick. So you see say that inclusiveness in there. You look like with the way they handle issues in the country, you get the interreligious council. When we sit down at interreligious council, because of country, you don't even get that. 2 other religions know they meet, that they believe them your right, that they believe them your right, they know they meet up with the area, all waiting they happy, but that not ever happiness alone. So you get yes, you see, yes, you get salon now, you get interreligious council. If we then faith-based organization, they address issues in the country. You see, regardless of who that to be, now we get interreligious council. Now Archbishop Chamba Charles the Edam. Previously, now be Sheikh I forgot his name. Abu Bakr, you know, and then they give support. They know say then they interchange them in terms of leadership. And Salon, where they talk about inclusiveness, like we Ajadeso, if you can have church, she is welcome. You get place there, we go welcome her. You understand? So you see, and I believe say likewise, as we say, we all get fumble the way the other faith. If that they get buried, that they get married, all man they go to dress, how for go for identify themselves. You see, that's self na inclusiveness. I know say you pass me. I know they mean you ever no say because when you look business of your background, me na akupikin, me mama na from Fobe. That is where I started. You get me? You get me? Me papa go down wataki a chibol. He bracket this fine Fobe woman, you know, and again you know when they put a lawyer on our bought. That we all then see we can say religious conflict no we all na salon because we all mix up, we all day inside we self. So you see that is one way in which the inclusiveness they work. And as religious leaders, when we get issues for address at a national level, we all come together. We discuss her with one voice. Look how we win the rebel war. It was that one voice that it make we win the rebel war. And not the talking the one voice, and they see the religious body as a formidable force. So because we are formidable, we're able to bring transformation. So inclusiveness, they show strength, it show you might, and it show togetherness.
Thank you. Mr. Sabina, inclusivity they affect me. One time I travel with passport, I get Josephine name, I get Fatima name. This sweet man, but you know, he watch me passport. He said, "You name Josephine?" I say yes. "You name Fatima?" I say yes. He said, "How?" I say, "Well, my daddy we don't die. You do get for good plan." So yes, Minister just talked about that, and of course the religious leaders, we help with Pandistok here, don't tell me. We get Haja Professor Dr. Aisha Tawuri, my own sister. Of course, today wear hijab. Happy hijab day, even though it don't pass, 1st of February. You know, an educator, and back you they advocate for women empowerment issues then at this country. How we education system inside Salone, they encourage diversity and inclusion?
You know,
and I'll make you look at not just from the hijab point of view, but from broad-based, even including people with disability, how would you co-opt them inside your own system?
You know, the two speakers in before me don't almost summarize how diverse and inclusiveness of religion day in Sierra Leone. If you start from the school, most of the schools that started in Sierra Leone are missionary schools, and these were Christian missionary schools. Me also, I went to a Catholic school. I know everything about Catholicism, including the catechism, including working in the sacristy and all of that, serving
you say the Hail Mary and everything.
Completely, all the Holy Rosary and all of that, Stations of the Cross, you name it, I know all of those ones. But at the same time, I had my identity. The good thing about Sierra Leone, it makes you maintain your identity sustained. So the inclusivity starts from that young age, where most of us went to missionary school, Catholic schools, and all of that, because at that time Islamic schools were not very popular. So we went to school not based on religion, we went to school based on ability. Because with the first part of the first public exam, all picking take at 10 or 11 or 12, which is the common entrance, it's not about religion. It's all about your aptitude. I mean, the numbers are put, the cutoff point are put based on your marks that you get. Be it Christian, be it Muslim, be it Buddhism. So that's the first step. So in that area, we not get, no parent, every parent wants their children to go to the best school. It wasn't about religion. And you went there. And when you go there, you obey the laws, you obey the rules, but then back home, you know, so you maintain your identity. So that's one area. And then in school, especially the Catholic school, they used to be able to support the less privileged. They used to be able to support the orphanage homes. They would go for the handicapped, the blind. We all went to school with all of those ones. So it started at that level. And so at that school level, we have started, it's part of our culture. I mean, when we were young, our friends, we go first month, they follow, we go after school, we all go eat pap. Christmas, we follow and we go eat the cake and all the things that we were eating. The only taboo we had was to eat pork. So that was what stopped us, and we were respected for that one. I mean, some people went and tasted it but didn't like it. But you know, you have your lines and your rules, and then you move out. But they coming back to education, so that part of education really showed it was about what you can get, the marks you can get, how the best you want, the efficiency of the school. That's what we were looking at. So you move that, and then you come to secondary school similarly. At secondary school, it was about your marks to get you to the first stream, second stream. It doesn't matter what type of school you went to. And then, you know, there was one point when the results were not so good around the country, but then we had Ahmadiyya came up, and they had very good result. Everybody flocked to Ahmadiyya at that point in time. People left Catholic school, the St. Edwards, everybody flocked because they had a very strong set of teachers at sixth form. So everybody flocked there. You have a lot of people that flocked there to attend that school. Then you have the Prince of Wales that has 2 tiers of prayers. And then people will tell you that the best thing for them was to go and pray under the Muslim prayer because it was praying later and it's a shorter prayer. Right? When you're late, you're a Christian or Muslim, you just balance to the Muslim line and then you go pray, you go inside class. So that's how it is. And in some of these people that go different, some are reverends, some are come from home where they're playing organs in church, but they will go to the Muslim line. Similarly, you go to the Christian line if you're a Muslim and you want to go into class earlier. But then again, you move to sports. Sports in school, extracurriculum in schools. That was a point of also inclusivity. Because at that point in time, you are vying for the house where you put, or the hall where you are. It doesn't matter the religion of who is the captain or who not. We dance around behind them, we walk with them, we make sure we try for your house win. So religion can at that point.
How did dress code the influence?
Now to come to the dress code.
Yes.
Late, you see, what we need to understand is that hijab predates Islam. It predates all of this. If you look at all these films where you have the Vikings, you look at the films where the early settlers were going around, first of all, it was part of like maintaining your modesty. Then it was like a weather shield, because at this time, those are in the country, the temperate climate, they had to protect their bodies, so they were wearing cloaks all over, right? And then you go to, so that's how it started. And then when Islam came in, then we have surahs in Islam that's talking about the modesty, covering yourself, or protecting yourself. And then we feel that protecting yourself gives you dignity. But then we get to a period where it was like, it was by force, it was like suppressing a woman and all of that. What people do not understand, for instance, for me now, since I started hijabing in the past 5 years, if I do not have my shawl, I feel empty.
You don't feel comfortable.
I don't feel comfortable. Yeah. I run and race to get it on.
So recently we don't get murmurs and rumors about schools, some schools then we really they suppress students them or past students them because then they participate in activities then they make them wear we don't want to make them wear hijab. How people like you who come in, since Una they talk about empowerment issues and acceptance.
Well, I did because first of all to get the ID, college ID, before when it started, and then they said hijab is not part of the the dress code. So the students all of them gathered and came to me. I said, wait a minute, if I'm hijabing, anybody can hijab besides me. Then my best student who I was supervising was a nun. And she had all her clothes. And then I said to the person who said it, the one who was making the argument, I said, listen, this is about, one, it's about personal preference. Two, it's about dignity. For me, I feel dignified by the way I dress. Three, it's about having your own identity as you want to. And the deeper you go into the Quran, when you start getting to Surah, because you know the Quran has a whole surah that is about women. Surah to Al-Nur, it's about women, it gives us the power, and it shows you the power of women. It tells us about what you're entitled to. And ironically, if you look at even when you talk about alimony, the Quran has it. To be able to be maintained at the status where you were put.
Even Sharia law.
Even Sharia law, they have it. So these are part of it. So but then sometimes people misuse the Quran, the hijab. I mean, the hijab is about modesty, but you don't have a hijab and you wear miniskirt. So that again, that's the conflict that people have sometimes. And in the university, sometimes they felt that it was used as a cloak to do, like there was one where somebody was fully cloaked with the niqab and all of that. But it was a man. And so when I went into the class, I said, listen, we have a woman to go and search you because nowadays it's the norm for people to, we do not really trust the student, put it that way. So we search them before they go into exams. One of the students went and reported that a man was asking her to remove her hijab. Right. But then we look at the story behind it. It was much more than that. Because we've had evidence, or there have been evidence where people, now we're picking and the spy, it's a whole syndicate, it's a whole new dynamics, it's a whole new, machinery. That is, you do not even know how they spy, they know the code with their fingers, they know how to put it in their trousers. You know the younger folks now, even their languages.
Let me teach me, that's not school.
It's different world, it's different world. So the point is you do not take that one to classify everybody else. So that was the reason. So now people hijab freely. And it looks beautiful, but then sometimes I tell them, I go to my class and I see people hijab. I had a whole row of hijabing. So I ask them to stand up. You can't wear these.
So you don't get a situation, apart from that exam time where you catch that then see that person wearing niqab, where students that wear niqab go class just because that's what they want to be.
Yeah, and oh my God, I'm not going to claim anything, but we have this year we have a whole court from first year to final year with hijab. But then we also have issues in terms of if you go into surgery, how do you want to perform surgery with your full hijab? So we're asking them, for instance, during that time I showed them what I wear that comes to my neck. And so these are some of the things. sometimes we ourselves do not understand what hijab is all about. So for some people it's fashion. For the young ones, because I keep telling them, do not do it very early. If you want to show your long hair, if you want to, you want to be seen. But if you're going to do it, let it come from the heart and let it be a way of dressing.
Okay, we're going to talk about that. Let's bring in Madam Evelyn Elba. We in your work really focus on the professional spaces in this country. And I give kudos for the work we do in professional spaces. Based on your work, you don't see cases beside inclusion. Then they challenge inclusion, and then workplace them we they work or we they support.
So thank you very much.
Give me an example.
Yeah. So thank you very much for having me. So bearing in mind that I don't work for 22 years. Okay, so definitely we don't get all kinds don't happen within different workspaces. What thing I would say is today I feel much better about inclusion than I did years ago. Okay, we don't go events. It was actually World Hijab Day event as well. It was on a Saturday and they invited me for go talk. It was a leadership conference. And the complaints na that conference day, but women them when they able forget to work because then they hijab. Okay? And even where the employer wants for employ them, they go talk to them and beg them, then employ the hijab so that they go able for employ them, but not because of the hijab make they no go employ them. Today, where I talk to hijabis, a lot of them know they get that problem day. Even a mere office that I get to, and then one they complain to me, say they go any side, anything happen to them. All right, we don't get law finally, the Employment Act 2023, where if you open that law, you go try for see discrimination not allowed any side. So before now we no more be the talker. As professionals, you will say, okay, you can't discriminate against because of this. You can't discriminate against because of this. But now we actually get them in writing. So if an employer decides, say, they do a job advert, that one way they be left for the put between this age and this age, it's not legal. Because if somebody apply for that job day, we know they're within that age range day, and you get shortlisted, first of all, how you know? Make you always advise people that see up to age now, your CV. Age not get active for those anything. So you apply for a job, you go there. Now because they see you ID waiting ever, they decide say, oh, you're too young or you're too old, we're not able for taking this work here. You can actually sue them because it's illegal. They're not supposed to do that. As long as you get the competencies, you don't pass the assessments where they give you, then therefore hire you based on that, not so based on your age. Again, woman them. And honestly, I get it. Sometimes I understand. If woman them not to be the primary caregiver, it will be so much easier to hire women if only the men did their own part. But unfortunately, no, but again, now the two wrong one and they were because I know say they are very active dads, all right, but they're not the norm. So what thing will tend to happen is that the woman will always want excuse for work for one year, and the woman get for do this, and the woman get for do that, and for employer they tire. And like me not able, all this woman get for do this, they will get better almost months now get for pay, and it's difficult. So it happens. But again, we're not supposed to discriminate based on that day. Disability is another one, right? And that one day, yes, there's quite a lot of discrimination going on in that space. But then also, it comes down to affordability as well. Because an employer not necessarily able to create an environment for suit a disabled person depending on the type of disability where he gets. And if you're not able to provide that environment there for him, then it go difficult for the hire him because it go just the pair and you're not able to make full use of it and you're not be as productive as it will be. So these are examples really of ways in which yes, discrimination it take place in the workplace, we get laws now against Gandhi, and I think say we need to get more conversations about how we able to enforce the laws where people know the losses. So both sides basically the benefits from them.
This whole conversation starts with me and you actually getting a side conversation, and later a build up to this. Of course, when I've been on the plan for World Hijab Day with all of the things that were there. How organizations, what do you think organizations then for build a culture, who say religious or cultural dress code, not the stop employers from employing people. You mentioned that word.
Okay, so
anything in the book? No, we books them.
Yes. Yeah, it says based on religion.
And when you they talk about when you they do organizational structures, when they develop then structures that they waiting at the kind of thing where you can tell, like Slbc call you now say can't help with.
So the language is always beautiful. All man are equal opportunity employer. I mean, you go see all the adverts in the newspaper. All man are equal opportunity employer. And I mean, they don't discriminate against it, they don't discriminate against Andy. When you start forget the conversations, they would say the one is the one and the one and and you have some of these conversations. Uda wants yala woman because you get for go markets. Uda whatever. It's all all kinds of you go hear from employers them. Based on their preferences, how they feel say, what they feel say go make their work fine and what have you. One, I feel the law they in place, which is great. Okay, dialogue is very important. So it's all well and good for we to get any kind of conversation there, yeah. But I feel say we need more of these conversations, especially with the employers. So when I talk about last year the school issue with the hijab and all of Dandy. I be facing a missed opportunity because now all my team for don't go silent again, and the next uproar will happen when somebody say again no hijabs allowed, and me not feel so we for they always they react. I think say sometimes we really need for the go to institutions and find out what are the challenges, have these difficult conversations, have debates, have whatever it is that it takes, but then we find out if some of we traditions and some of we norms them, if really they hamper with progress. Like, are they really necessary now? These are some of the conversations that we need. Like, how we ambog we? What's in Nadi? If somebody wear hijab for go work, candlelight walk, how we ambog? Like, let me discuss the ambog, then we deal with some. But I feel that these are conversations that we need to have and not hide behind, because we're going to float around. They say, oh, we're tolerant. Oh, we accept. Oh, I get one disabled cousin also. I don't get no problem with people with this. I get gay person but it's illegal in the country, right? So nobody really able for come out and say I am gay. We can talk until something happen, then go arrest you, right? So these are things that I feel that we should have conversations, proper conversations about, without all the hatred, without all the it's not African, because the other now the other one and they will like for you. One, God no like her, and two, African. I don't know how they pull all the way. So yeah, have honest conversations really.
Okay. So from Bolena host, we still get time for call if we want for ask questions or put more on this talk here. The number we have for call 079 3331 079 33 1724 079 33 1724. Minister, I'll come back to you. We start back. We come back to the restrictive dress codes. Anyway, we asked just if any guidelines, the national guideline they for ensure say there are no discrimination against religious. There is respect for religious dress codes and of course cultural identities. You can work more on this, small.
Yeah, I mean in terms of workplace, the laws are clear. The Employment Act, I make even recently when they talk about again safe motherhood pay, that's also the Constitution of Salon actually guarantee that for discriminate on any basis, for discriminate against person based on their religion, tribe, whatever. In terms of the laws that we get on board, what's interesting to me is before I become minister, I mean I've been part of the people who will be the lead for them we allow pregnant girls to go to school as alone. Part of waiting and maybe we talk this now, now that conversation they really get people into culture. Especially some particular not to your school they were not called. Imagine a person where we uniform. We uniform, imagine. Very interesting to me. Because culture is what you do. And your girls get pregnant. That is your culture. This is the reality. You know, at the time the data really suggested by age 19, about 51% of girls will get at least one pregnancy in some districts. There was extremely higher than that. And yet we get this completely far removed, almost colonial conversation about the dignity of the uniform. You know, it's the same thing that we apply as well in some workplace. The dignity, this workplace, you know, for wearing this, that person, this school, you know, for wearing this. As Minister of Civic Education, I think I can comfortably say one of the worst thing that will happen to me still at this point that we're not yet waiting what Mali can say, emancipate minds, moments, and so the weight of the colonial destruction on we is so heavy. Everything about we is inferior. Everything that is Western is superior, including the worst thing the way they win. Where they don't left, they never use again. The wig go they wear in our courts. Talk to the judge there. They know why they look what they wear the wig under this burning heat. Because why are the colonialists then getting? It just tells you, you know, language. Opposite they will talk. You only can write on ministers in press conference that can the number of people we can against you. Before I told minister, I wrote an article at the time for both institution and like you say, so I'm forbidden teach inside local language. It's a water down education. I said no, sorry, English actually also sign of intelligence. English not just a language. China they may teach is English. When the people they get more patents than pass me. Ethiopia they may teach is English. It's just a language, not just a tool. You can actually teach them better. Imagine picking up a village, you know, one day you hear English in life. You walk through that door of school at age 6 for the first time. Now, men, they don't talk now, all day. You walk through that door, first day at school. The teacher always my before and say, you know, A is for apple. No education will take place here. For months, nothing will happen. But they don't tell we say, no, if your teacher is English, because English, then
Minister, we'll begin your questions then. We'll take a quick break. Just 1 minute break, I think. Okay. And then I will bring up the questions then. So we'll let family then waiting out questions then out. Broadcasting Corporation. Thank you for joining me for this talk about World Hijab Day will be take place on the 1st of February. But we still do more to bring the hijab issue in, but at the same time we talk about diversity, equality, equity, whatever you want to call it, and inclusion. We've been asked Famulena Oxford, call me on 079331724, or you can text messages. We don't get some questions then. The first question, Reverend, I use this question, but this person they ask is say for the Christian schools then, and some can frown at girls then where they use hijab for Thanksgiving, which where they even deprive the old students then for joining some of the processions then where they can get. How the Christian community plan for address this particular issue, and specifically say to Reverend Campbell?
All right, for me, I feel say my own thing about inclusion and all waiting they happen. Every institution get the norm. Even workplace, they get the dress code, they get waiting required of you. If the Christian schools, they say them now begin the beginning for wear, and then the old girls they for wear hats. That's the rules. A good rule they talk about inclusion, we respect law and order, rules of institution, rules of the game. It just tell like if you're not a woman, some Christian then whether they go church, they don't wear hats. But if they follow Aja, it begin a married and they follow and go mosque, they don't see them for come at the aid. It's a rule, it's a norm. So for me, thing of such nature between school, hijab and old girl, the Christian school gets their way of dressing. It's good that we respect them, and once you choose the school where you want to go, and when you choose the school, you wait. I just say then teach them the Christian values. So that is what is operating there. So it will be good that you go with the rules of the institution. We're good. So office then they, as I say, so office then they allow the employers for put on hijab. They're not the employer. The proprietor, the Mawigan business, they left her open. Because when would they talk about this inclusion? Now they talk about hijab. When we don't take hijab now, the next 5 years down the line, other things will come. Other way of life will come. So one time you say, if we don't take this one, we'll take that one day. So for me, when they talk about inclusion, why they not treat where I want to go to my personal business, invite me to a party, you want for whatever, I would dress the way I want for dress. You get me? But when are they na the church, the school, waiting na the rule, I go buy them. That's the my own take about it.
Okay, so Aja, since the religious leader don't talk here, and that question is not before the religious, but I see the each small. What you want to say about
no,
this?
Not the each small, but I beg to differ slightly from what they say. Because say for instance, the school old girl is an association affiliated to the school, and for it's about promoting, inspiring the students to say, look at what we are, we want the school to continue. But for some of us, somebody like me, I don't know where for the past 50 years, I haven't had a short dress, but that is your code. But how do I participate? So that means say, in Thanksgiving services, I'm not supposed to participate, and there are many of us that went to the school. For instance, in the school I come, and the mother they're not frock again, long frock with veil. And then, but you're telling me to say that the association of all girls is saying that we maintain the school by this is our rule. I don't have anything against the rule, but I think say it should have been much more. It should have been a better approach to say for those of you that have not worn anything or short, because usually about short dresses and all of that, and even the full shoes, because we don't also we know able full shoes. Practical for you for full shoes, right? To say for those of you, it is not a fashion, but then design a dress to say this is what I want to fit in for that inclusion day. To say it fits your belief, it fits your own way of dress, but then you participate as well because you are part of the school. But I think these are some of the issues that are now coming up. So my belief is that to include everybody, even if we have somebody disabled with a wheelchair, we should be able to allow that person, somebody pushing a wheelchair in the Thanksgiving service. We should be able to do that. If it's a person who, as long as you want to come into this, we should take cognizance of some of these things. To say it is not about the well, hale and hearty that the majority, but it is about what is happening now and what are people that went to the school, contributed to the school, what are their situation now? Because it's a whole lot of people that you're going to exclude.
Yeah, somebody can say you don't follow the rules throughout as a kid. But over the years, your perspective in life don't change. So until even agree to it, your parents or your teachers, then they tell you, say na so, life will be. But we talk about religious tolerance in this country, Muslim Christians. The acceptability. It don't reach a point where you as an adult don't decide, say, me, I they go full force the Muslim way. I think, say, as part of that inclusion, I don't want to take sides. But
I think
intolerance them when they talk about
uniform are wear.
I can understand, but as an adult,
wearing uniform
in an
we
association,
what we want to do. That's what I'm saying, so that we meet halfway.
Okay.
So let there be dialogue. Let there be dialogue.
Okay.
Let there be dialogue.
So now that part of this dialogue we don't
I think when school has got dialogue, I saw the FSSG.
Yes.
The hats, the headgear, and the long. Yes, I think they get the way where they make the hats.
Yes.
Then they get the dress. So because there is dialogue.
Okay.
So let there be dialogue. Or then, I mean, I believe the association. They say they create a forum for dialogue, and dialogue it's not overnight. You keep on talking,
okay,
and you will align.
And we have to remember
it's
not just religion, though.
Yeah,
we get for
members
even for this issue, not just religion. Sometimes in the tights, they catching folks, no one for wear tights. Why you get for wear tights? Somebody no one wear short clothes. Now long clothes really they wear, regardless of whether now it's yes. I mean anybody, we are adults there now. Person prefer for tie it than for wear hats. So I mean you not necessarily name say you get for the police how people and they go march now Thanksgiving and what have you, regardless of whether now religion or not. But as he said, dialogue, and which is why I said before as well, we need for get more of them conversation there, and we need for join some of their association there, so we can influence from the inside.
So talking about this dialogue, Minister, I will give you a chance to talk about Ibrahim Selo ask something very similar, part of the dialogue, and you and no say you always like for take small talk like this and turn it into a national issue. I look forward to that day where you will turn this issue. Somebody, Ibrahim Selo, will say, how have you taken this diversity issue to the farthest parts of the country?
Part of the discrimination and exclusion, frankly, that's most of the conversations centered at Freetown. So now the important part, so you hold the talk about inclusion and diversity, that's a lot of the conversations centered we will go school. English, like big part of discrimination at this country. I can always make this joke. No parliamentarian no attend a single rally where he speak English, possible. Where they go campaign, na Creole talk. As he reach na power, it's an English. That's me. You campaign in one language because you know see the people and they understand. And when you come to governance, you switch because then the people know they understand. There's a logic in that. So it's important also. So that discrimination really happen. They happen through language, they happen through place, they happen through, like I say, rural urban area. And we self guilty of that as a ministry. One of the things that we do this year, every month we take a civic day, we go to one of the district headquarter towns, do town hall, bring ministers there, engage citizens there, and take questions and answers.
Minister, I actually particularly bring this up because like inside my own village, Poto, most of the people that were in the 90% are Muslim there. So if they can a place like this, how them go even fit in?
So we need for continue for push this conversation and take it across the country and they require resources and all that. But we want to add to this conversation we have to listen about the schools. I want to remind people and say the Constitution of Salon Chapter 3, Section 27 prohibits discrimination based on religion, race, creed, and unfortunately in Salon they trace the law. Like that school will be discriminated, so that person making take her to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will rule because I'm public authority. You're not supposed to discriminate and stop somebody based on that person, your religious identity for enjoy a privilege you are available to the public. A part of what I think I gladly with the position where the reference takes a dialogue. The better. Let we talk, because in this country, not talk. But the flip side will make it for hard, because I like for this slightly controversial. Some people want for cover. Some people choose not for cover. Discrimination. Non-discrimination for apply both ways. If a student say you want for there, especially when an old girl, you want to go by clothes, you want to go by business. Now I agree with the Reverend on one thing. The school is supposed to set their own rules. For students, they will come. But you need to tell adults we don't do school. So we camp at these events at this. We should begin the problem with, I think me and you, Madam Elba, will get this conversation. For me, this is a conversation about the instincts of a society for police, particularly with women they wear. And it goes both ways. I want for police with you wear, you don't for a short one, you know, when you wear a short one, no problem. When you cover the face back home, no problem. We for basically pull the business out of that and left, especially adults, for decide women they're waiting around for where we to make them comfortable and how they want to express.
We get about 5 minutes, but I give now 1 minute or 30 seconds for talk about it. Somebody, Ramadan Bar, say conversations like this can only happen when we celebrate or observe, commemorate holidays, then like this. How we, the panelists then. This is not a great panel. And Minister, we don't challenge you now for make you take this big and we say the resources then we must do one day. How we get for keep this conversation going? Because now inclusion and diversity and equality is a big topic, even though there are people in other countries like America don't talk about it again. That starts with Reverend. How you as a Reverend ready for take this to the next level?
Well, one that as I say we go begin for open this thing about inclusion. Now various communication. We for talk about them.
Good.
You know, and I believe say one of the forum we know the people in like Interreligious Council of Churches, AFSL, them bodies then they for begin take them up. We look at the law, and then we have one lawyer where they do something about Christian for make aware of the law. Till like this, it can begin put them as part of in training. Make we create an awareness so we do this that discrimination. But one thing I know about women there, if you left them loose, we say go vex, pandress. If someone can just say on my way waiting for where? Not to discrimination. No. Someone you shot, someone you cat go kaya, someone you go kaya, someone you go kaya. If you left them, it make it good that they be guided.
So yes, no. Anyway, this conversation will continue.
Yes. But it's good for them to be guided.
No. Yes. Let's conversation here after.
If you left them, you don't put rules.
By the way,
left
the workplace. Are you ready for carrying on this conversation?
Me when me get, I work with young people them a lot. I work with employers. I work with business owners. I get Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn. I talk all the time. I engage people in parenting there all the time. I always organize things there, like the kind conversation there all the. So usai people there able for come. Also, small money there for transport, for waiting, it must happen. It will continue to happen. Yeah.
Haja?
When we get small audience in the university or university forum, so one of the good things is each time I get opportunity, especially in the class when I go teach on Wednesday, the first thing I do like a 5-minute pep talk. Beg them about their parents, beg them about their dress. Even the man, for instance, you have not a woman, no one. Man said if you left them, then cut. Because it's there at the back. So sometimes I pull them up and we talk about it and we get some bantering. But I think one of the things that the minister can do as information is institutional, raising this kind of conversation in institution, a debate on diversity, a debate on dress code, or debate on how to include everybody within that space. So it's something that should be ongoing. So like when the Minister they talk about going to the different villages. So a good powerful tool is at the institution. We all come from different villages. Okay. That's a good. So such topics should be brought to those forum, and then because that person will argue, you can get their views, you can argue in tribal community. So that's the dialogue start.
Thank you. Minister, I've been for due time for talk, but they say producer then say it do so. But we all don't give you task for you now. We'll scale this up and carry on with some side else. So we tell Famble them today, plenty thank you for waiting and joining me for this conversation. Today we been get Minister Ba, Minister Cherno Ba, we're now the Minister for Information and Civic Education. Thank you for joining us. We been also get Reverend Arnold Archer Campbell, a very powerful religious leader. We don't want to make her wear short clothes now. I mean, what been go up, they call me Fatima Short Trusses. So I don't know if you get for Slbc Short Trusses, but I will have for me Short Trusses one day. I also get Aja Professor Dr. Isata Ruri, we're an academician and not like from Albert Academy and social advocate. Thank you for joining me today. And new sister, Madam Edlin Elba, we actually convinced we will make we all consider her today and talk about this issue.
Thank you.
Founder Elba Foundation. Thank you so much. Famule Mula Tata.
Tata. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Come.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the rhythms of life dance in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits
And memories are made.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation coming up with its special Valentine's program from the 1st to the 14th of February as love cuts across boundaries.
So, get set as the Slbc Commercial and Marketing Department has created the platform where individuals, organizations, and businesses can send love messages to their loved ones. We appreciate our customers and other partners using this platform to demonstrate love and care.
The program will be aired on SLBC TV twice on Valentine's Day, February 14, at a cost of 450 leones only.
If interested, you can invite us to your business place from the 1st to the 12th of February. We will record your 1-minute message that will be properly edited and broadcast. Your video will be inserted. So, be romantic and show some love to your loved ones.
So, try us today. You will never regret you did, as the sky will be your limit.
Alternatively, you can send your 1-minute edited videos by WhatsApp on 076 920 510 and send your payment on Orange Money on 072 552 744.
Please note that SLBC reserves the right not to air your videos if the content has nudity or contains illegal materials, as the facility is open to everyone. So come to the SLBC and pay 80 leones to be recorded.
For more information, call on 076 920 510.
My African queen, I love you, I love you.
As mama, I always want waiting best for me picking them, especially when it comes up waiting them for eat and drink. Now this make I always they choose Sierra juice because they make come from with local foods them and nutritious and it gets less sugar than the other drinks them. Not to me say so.
We lab test show say Sierra juice gets 50% less sugar than the other drinks them na the market.
Because we mama they know waiting best for we picking them, now I make we always they choose Sierra juice. Sierra juice is nutritious, it's healthy, and it's sweet. Sierra juice, not the taste of Salone.
Public notice. The Sierra Leone Maritime Administration, SLMA, we are them responsible for regulate and develop improved standard of performance and safety inside the shipping industry in the country. We include coastal and inland waterway transportation, 1-for-1 all passenger, and boat owner them say all passenger for wear and fasten their life jackets anytime where they want for enter the boats. All boat operator them for make sure say all passenger them for wear them life jacket and fasten and proper one before them enter the boat. All boat operator for stop the habit for overload them boat because that go put passenger them life at risk na sea. SLMA they advise them one them where they operate canoe, pampa, speedboats and them fishing boats where not get lights for operate na net for day na sea from 7 o'clock na morning to 7 o'clock evening and no more. All boat operator them for make sure say then get plenty fuel na them boats before them take off. All boat operator and passenger them for top the habit for throw dirty inside we water. All them boats will get engine and them boats safe way then keep paddle for avoid for go outside them.
Great Work Center Point Salon Limited. I don't buy the finishing material and for me hose. Give me hose fire and bulletproof remote them. So if you have one SIM or CCTV camera supply and installation, hose and office furniture them, grip SIM board and electrical or electronics, or even double window glass. When are you normal way inside go see na door and person outside no go see inside. Call Center Point Salon Limited na 95 Regent Road Lumley inside Freetown. Center Point Salon Limited na the agents na Salon in West Africa for postline tile them from Spain. Center Point Salon Limited get master sabi engineer them, technician them and machine them from Kosovo, Turkey, Salon, Spain and England for do you design and finishing to European standard. Call Center Point Salon Limited today na 95 Regent Road Lumley inside Freetown or call 088 01 9556.
This salon payment switch don't make now card switching
and instant payment they work na salon. With your bank card, you can use any banking POS machine and pay for anything or take money na any bank in ATM. You can use the phone for send money na anybody in bank account or mobile wallet. Go na your bank now or contact the mobile money where you can use and tell them say you want register for instant payment.
Salon payment switch. Payment when not getting back. If fast, easy, and safe.
Me, for can go na junction for go buy EDSA credit. It want money.
Say you want for Gona State. Because the last EDSA credit when me buy na ya asidom where I buy am.
This one hard for believe.
Na true. Dial *363# with QCell and tell me what he say.
He say buy Q Power, get last 3 tokens, register meter and exit.
Easy.
But I no get QCell money.
Now it make am sweet and easy. Just top up your QCell and buy EDSA credit. No mobile money, no problem. It no be one day na salon.
Okay.
Pass with QCell.
Make a try, man.
Hey! Lights on car!
Yes, use your QCell top up and buy EDSA light anytime, any size. Just dial *363# and follow the instructions. Make sure say you register your meter number before you continue.
For more information, dial 111. Terms and conditions apply. QCell Salon Pride.
This salon payment switch don't make now card switching and instant payment they work na salon. With your bank card, you can use any banking POS machine and pay for anything or take money na any bank in ATM. You can use the phone for send money na anybody in bank account or mobile wallet. Go na your bank now or contact the mobile money where you can use and tell them say you want register for instant payment.
Salon payment switch. Payment when not getting back. If fast, easy, and safe.
You ready for the Zoom meeting today with the investor them?
Yes, boss. I'm ready for the meeting today. And I don't download all the reports they sent to me on the internet.
Make sure so you get super connection because I don't want one problem during the meeting.
Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
Counting on you, even though we're not in the same office. I will be with you every step of the way.
Her stomach swelled way up. She was crying and moaning all the time, and her blood pressure got sky high. Then she went quiet. She died. I got my type 3, which is the worst kind of cutting. They cut everything. I wasn't the first and I wasn't the last, but I was somewhere in the middle.
VT, cut to graphic.
I remember my grandma was holding me by my arm, very, very tight, pulling me in. But what I didn't know then was what we all know here today. That this cutting thing, this so-called cultural ritual, it is not some Muslim tradition condoned in the name of religion. It is mutilation. Female genital mutilation.
She's fantastic. Christ, can she hold a crowd?
Thought you'd be impressed.
A human rights violation that detrimentally affects the health of 140 million women worldwide.
Still a bit too taboo a topic, though. To position it front and center of a presidential campaign human rights agenda.
I'm processing her for a political asylum anyhow.
Thank you, Ifra, for sharing your story with us here today.
FGM's torture.
Nice to meet you.
Joe Costello, TD. If there's ever anything I can do, don't hesitate.
Oh, we take picture?
Sure. No problem. Nice to meet you.
I could tell he was important. An Irish Labour Party minister. Of course, I didn't hesitate, to seek his support. As we say in Ireland, I'm not backward about coming forward. So when we launched the campaign for FGM legislation in Ireland,
a reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the Slbc.
I am Dennis Fraser, reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is the Slbc.
Hi, I am Kenema, a news anchor, a reporter.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation coming up with its special Valentine's program from the 1st to the 14th of February as love cuts across boundaries.
So, get set as the Slbc Commercial and Marketing Department has created the platform where individuals, organizations, and businesses can send love messages to their loved ones. We appreciate our customers and other partners using this platform to demonstrate love and care.
The program will be aired on Slbc TV twice on Valentine's Day, February 14, at a cost of 450 leones only.
If interested, you can invite us to your business place from the 1st to the 12th of February. We will record your 1-minute message that will be properly edited and broadcast. Your video will be inserted. So, be romantic and show some love to your loved ones.
So, try us today. You will never regret you did, as the sky will be your limit.
Alternatively, you can send your 1-minute edited videos by WhatsApp on 076 920 510 and send your payment on Orange Money on 072 744.
Please note that SLBC reserves the right not to air your videos if the content has nudity or contains illegal materials, as the facility is open to everyone. So come to the SLBC and pay 80 leones to be recorded.
For more information, call on 076 920 510.
My African queen, I love you, I love you. You get one life only.
Happy and glorious birthday to our darling, charming lady, Madam Fatima Bundu, as you celebrate your birthday on the 4th of February. Loads of prayers of good health, happiness, and prosperity in many years to come. Congratulations, Madam, age with grace and prestige from your loved ones in the Ministry of Health.
When you get what you must, we go down to Belén, now you young. At the palace where you go, die left na all the money young. So why for the pity you say for? Danny motoka where you left to buy 'em. You are my African queen.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation coming up with its special Valentine's program from the 1st to the 14th of February as love cuts across boundaries.
So, get set, as the SLBC Commercial and Marketing Department has created the platform where individuals, organizations, and businesses can send love messages to their loved ones. We appreciate our customers and other partners using this platform to demonstrate love and care.
The program will be aired on SLBC TV twice on Valentine's Day, February 14, at a cost of 450 leones only.
If interested, you can invite us to your business place from the 1st to the 12th of February. We will record your 1-minute message that will be properly edited and broadcast. Your video will be inserted. So, be romantic and show some love to your loved ones.
So, try us today. You will never regret you did, as the sky will be your limit.
Alternatively, you can send your 1-minute edited videos by WhatsApp on 076 920 510 and send your payment on Orange Money on 072 552 744.
Please note that SLBC reserves the right not to air your videos if the content has nudity or contains illegal materials, as the facility is open to everyone. So come to the SLBC and pay 80 leones to be recorded.
For more information, call on 076 920 510.
My African queen, I love you, I love you.
The death took place by a gruesome road accident along the Freetown Highway on Sunday the 2nd of February of Mr. Joseph Martin Wilbuka, commonly known as Big Joe, age 61, of Macaulay Compound opposite Cold Storage Bel-Air Park. He survived by his mother, children, brothers, sisters, relatives, and friends at home and abroad. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may contact Mr. Andrew Jeneke Kroma on 077 727 or 076 727 Mr. Jonathan Bassi on 077 581 335 or 078 284 909 or Mr. Mohamed Kroma on 076 659 234 or call at his residence, Macaulay Compound, Freetown, opposite Cold Storage, or Tengbeh Wabubo.
Perfect submission, all is at rest. I and my Savior am happy.
The death is reported of Mr. Nathaniel Ekundayo Lekan, former employee of the government written department and former headman of Russell Village. He died on Thursday, the 30th of January. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Mayan Clarice Sabina Lekan, children Abiose Telford, Arolda, Christopher, Clifford, Ekundayo, Edna, and Nathaniel, several grand and great-grandchildren. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 10 Soul Lane, Godrich, or Russell Village, or call on 034 096 289.
This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. This is my story.
To the glory of God for life well spent. The death is reported of Mrs. Nancy Susan Hammond of 16 Back Street, Kissi, and former head teacher of the Hammond International Preparatory School Academy, Kissi. She passed away on the 31st of January, aged 71. She survived by her son, Alexander G.K. Hammond. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on 076 144 146 or 16 Back Street, Kissi. May her soul rest in peace.
What wondrous love is this that caused the Lord of bliss to bear the dreadful curse?
The death is reported of Mr. John Molai Bango of Waterloo, back of police station, which took place on the 31st of January, aged 71. He survived by his wife, Mrs. Memunatu Bangura, children Alpha, Francis, Gladys, Samson, and Hawa Bangura, and John Bangura Jr. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at Waterloo, back of police station, or call on mobile numbers 078 520985 or 099 799 461. The death is reported of Mr. Ajayi Robert Songore, former Assistant Secretary of the Establishment Office in Freetown, which took place at his residence, 11 Winterford Avenue, Manchester, England, aged 79. He survived by his sisters, Pastor Patricia Bisodu Macaulay, Clarice Macaulay, and Cecilia Modu Jones, brother William Eku Macaulay, the Davis and Songo Davis families of Bigyard Songo, the Songo Kano of Potloko, the Macaulay and Ray families, Pastor Dominic Dumbe of the New Life in Christ Ministry, Town Chapter, Sister June Bowen in England. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 11 Former Drive, Cover Farm, Bigyard Songo, or call on mobile numbers 099168377, 030255633, 077329956 or 078930879. Funeral service of Victoria Samai Bekakeu will take place on Thursday, the 6th of February at Flaming Evangelical Ministry Headquarters at 2 p.m. Laying out is at Flaming Evangelical Ministry Headquarters at 1 p.m. Burial at the Ascension Town Cemetery, age 24. She survived by mother Mrs. Josephine Safi Bekakeu, father Mr. Sami Mohammed Bekakeu, sister Vanessa MC Bekakeu, several grandmothers, aunts, relatives, and friends at home and abroad include Mrs. Titi Jawad of Bo, Mrs. Cordelia Joko Gano of Regents Village, Mrs. Saledek of Beko Lane, Mrs. Josephine Dubasise, Dr. Maggie Kamara in the USA, Mr. and Mrs. Nadia Roberts in the UK, the Jawad of Bo, Mr. and Mrs. Alaji Kanja Sise, the Fonan Baptist families, Mr. and Mrs. Ansu Kata, Mr. and Mrs. Rafik Sise in the USA, Mrs. Janeba Abike State of Regents, Mr. and Mrs. Ahmed Jusu, friends and leaders of Academy Flaming Evangelical Ministry Headquarters, friends of City Hotel, and Dr. Ba. May her soul rest in peace.
This truth, your
With gratitude to God, the Ralston family announces the death of their beloved husband, father, brother, and uncle, Brigadier General retired Ronnie Beresford Ralston, who was called to eternity on the 27th of January, aged 55. He survived by his wife, Mrs. Rose Ralston, daughter Barrister Onisa Ralston, mother-in-law Thelma Pratt, brothers and sisters Reginald, Ola, Daniel, Beatrice, Ada, Princess, Frances, Anita, and Frederica. Several aunts, uncles, cousins, in-laws, close relatives, and friends at home and abroad. There will be a vigil on Monday the 10th of February at Wesley Methodist Church, Lamina Sanko Street at 7 p.m. The body will be laid out on Tuesday the 11th of February at the Occupage Wilberforce Barracks from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. and at the church at 12 noon, followed by a funeral service. Same day, Tuesday, 11th February at the Wesley Methodist Church, Lamina Sanko Street at 2:30 p.m. Burial at the Military War Graves, Lumley. Funeral and communion service for Mrs. Abiose Lodge, former cook at the PCMH Cottage Hospital, and of 22 William Street, Kisii, age 56, will take place on Friday, the 7th of February, at the Church of the Holy Spirit, Kisii, at 2 p.m. Burial at the Kisii Village Cemetery. The body will be laid out at a residence at 12 noon, and at the church canopy at 1 p.m. There will be a vigil on Thursday, the 6th of February, at the Church of the Holy Spirit, Black Road, Kisii, at 7 p.m. She survived by her husband, Mr. Samuel Lodge of FPC University of Sierra Leone. Children, Samuela Susan Lodge and Bankina Lodge. Brothers and sisters, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, cousins, relatives and friends at home and abroad. Funeral service for Mrs. Marion Elizabeth Williams, who died on the 24th of December 2024 in the United Kingdom, will take place on Friday the 7th of February at the Columbia Davis Funeral Home, Town at 2 p.m. Burial at the Kisii Road Cemetery. She was 57 years old. She survived by her husband, Mr. Kennedy Williams, in the United Kingdom. Children, Mrs. Rugiatu Hips, Mrs. Jayatu Kagbo, and Mr. James M. Kamara. In-laws, Mr. Jeremiah Reeves and Mr. Maurice Kagbo. Several close relatives and friends at home and abroad. The death took place on the 22nd of January of Mr. Sylvanus Prince Williams of 5 Janet Lane, Kingstown, age 62. He survived by his mother, Madam Ore Sawyer, wife, Mrs. Salimatu Williams, children, Sylvester Williams and Fatmata Kamara, several brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles, cousins, nieces and nephews, in-laws, grandchildren, other relatives and close friends at home and abroad. Laying out is at 5 Janet Lane, Kingstown, on Friday the 7th of February at 11 a.m. Funeral services at the Wesley Methodist Church, Lamina Sanko Street at 2:30 p.m. on Friday the 7th of February. Burial at the Kingstown Cemetery. The death is reported of Madam Salima Tukoma, which took place on the 30th of January. She survived by her children and relatives at home and abroad. There will be a vigil at 31 City Road, Bramalin, Ziza compound from 7:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Thursday the 6th of February. Funeral service will be held at the Gateway International Church, back of Hotel 510, on Friday the 7th of February at 1 p.m. Burial at the Kisii Mesmes Cemetery. The death took place on the 23rd of January of Mrs. Augusta Kagbo, aged 91. She survived by children Jonathan, Cher Davis in Liberia, Nicholas Williams, and Augusta Babina. Several brothers, sisters, grandchildren, uncles and aunts, cousins, nieces and nephews, all the relatives and friends at home and abroad. A vigil will be held on the 15th of February at 6 Musalin Gwendebo Gorich at 8 p.m. Funeral service will take place on the 16th of February at the Calvary West African Methodist Church, burial at the Ascension Town Cemetery. The death is reported of Mr. Henry B.L. 5 of 8 Duke Street off Circular Road. He was a former principal of the Government Secondary Technical School and former Education Secretary of the Freetown City Council. He died on the 26th of January, aged 78. He survived by his wife, Mrs. Princess K5. Children: Henry, Hawa, Edmond, Beryl, Mabel, Raymond, Erika, Abu, Deborah, Edward, and Emanuela. Brothers: Lloyd and Casio. Sisters: Angela and Desmond. Several grandchildren, cousins, nephews and nieces, relatives and friends at home and abroad. There will be a vigil at the Bethel West African Methodist Church on Saturday, 8th of February at 7 p.m. The body will be laid out at his residence, 8 Duke Street off Circular Road, on Sunday, the 9th of February from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. and at the Bethel West African Methodist Church from 1:30 p.m. to 2:20 p.m. Funeral services on Sunday, the 9th of February at the Bethel West African Methodist Church, Circular Road at 2:30 p.m. Burial at the Kingdom Cemetery. Sympathizers may call at his former residence, 8 Duke Street off Circular Road, Freetown. The Kosia and Mosige families at home and abroad inform families, friends, and well-wishers that the memorial service for Mrs. Faspata Bridget Mosige Nikosia, who died on the 9th of November 2024, will take place on Sunday, the 9th of February at St. Mary's Catholic Church, Pendembu, Kalau District at 10 a.m. Sadly missed by children Kadiatu, Zainab, and Aminata Mosige. Grandchildren Ishmael, Fanta, and Mohammed. Several relatives and friends at home and abroad include the Kosia, Mosie, Sati, Aliu, and Kondovo families. Families, friends, and well wishers are cordially invited. May your soul continue to rest in perfect peace. A memorial service for Mr. Soriko Oma of Kenema Town, Konedugu District, will be held at the National Pentecostal Church, 85 4th Street off Circular Road, on Sunday, the 9th of February at 10:30 a.m. He is survived by his wife, Marisise, adopted daughters, Esther Bangura and Baby Dabo, several brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, cousins, nieces and nephews. Relatives and friends include the Kooma, Bangura, Kamara, and Mansari families in Freetown and in the provinces. May his soul rest in perfect peace. In ever loving and affectionate memory of the dearly beloved father, grand and great grandfather, Mr. Tamba Franklin Kamara, fondly called Pops T, who had his home called 2 years ago on the 5th of February 2023. Daddy, 2 years gone, yet it seems like yesterday. You left us at a time we needed you most, but we know you are safe in the arms of Jesus. We love you, but Jesus loves you best. You are gone, but not forgotten, as only the hearts that love know the sorrow of parting. Sleep on, dearly beloved. Sleep and take a peaceful rest till we meet again on that beautiful shore to part no more. You are still loved, still missed, and still very dear. rest in perfect peace, and may light perpetual shine upon you. Sadly missed by your children, grand and great grandchildren, at home and abroad.
Be still. Peace, be still. Tell me, have I done enough? Here to be